Used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel losing my best friend. Can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go. And if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, just what you're saying. Hands in the air, hands up. Except for these men, I don't want no trouble. Just hands in the air, hands up, hands up, throw your hands in the air, hands up, hands up, throw your hands in the air, hands up, hands up, throw your hands in the air.
I'm not bothered. I'm focused.
Yeah?
I'm in the zone. What's that? I'm ready.
Okay, you said the box of which came from India. Oh, okay, okay. It's not yet in the security. Just give me 2 minutes and I will sort it out.
All as per the normal watches. Everyone wearing masks. Different groups.
Azim. वहाँ पे नीचे रिया खड़ी है फ्रॉम आर्क 1.
It's like a wedding, right?
I know it's bigger than a wedding, man. Wedding, you can tell your relative, no, I'm not going to do it. Here you can do that. So what is the total attendance? We are expecting be very agile in these moments. We're constantly pushing the boundaries where we're going faster and faster and faster.
Testing. Hello, test 1, 2.
It feels like
Test. Test.
all the forces that we get through the body. You're constantly trying to react on the fly to the finish line in this little time also.
Testing 1, 2.
There's a lot going on.
Testing. Two. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test. 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 Testing. 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 Test. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
അതെ എവിടെ നിന്ന് എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് വരാം.
Test 1, 2.
ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചോക്കാം ശരി ഓക്കെ എൻ്റെ വരുന്നു.
هلا السلام عليكم مرحبا هلا bonjour bonsoir testing 1 8 9 Testing 1, 2. Two, 3, 5. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Testing 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It works. It does. Even when I'm standing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello. Good day. Good night.
ടൂറ് നമ്മൾ ഡയറക്റ്റ് വരുന്ന കാരണം വെച്ചാൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് വന്നാൽ സേഫ്റ്റിയാണ്. അങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ
on live, you can do this on Instagram. So our dignitaries are here, and they're going to be cutting the ribbon. I feel like you know when you see horse racing on TV, they say, "Oh, the ribbon's there, it's going to ribbon's going to go." I feel like it's that, but it's not. So if you see the ribbon, we're going to be cutting it. And here's what I'd like to do, everybody. We haven't made any noise here yet. We've all been very sensible. When the ribbon is cut, let's all give a massive round of applause, like it's the most exciting thing you've ever seen. And if you've not been on Santa's good list, it will be. Whether you've been naughty or nice, you'll find out on the 25th if you celebrate it. So the ribbon is there. I'm just going to walk along and check everything there. I get very excited about stuff like this. There you go. The cool kids aren't looking, are they? But for those who do want, if you want to catch it on your camera, then that'll be something you can watch if Netflix doesn't work later on. Okay? I should take a few moments silence just for building up the excitement. You get a massive round of applause, which always freaks out people who are on the other side of the ribbon. Just thought I'd tell you that when we clap. So I should say something official like, welcome to the World CIO 200 Summit. We are going to be inaugurally opening the event with the cutting of the official ribbon. And wait for it. And wait for it. And just checking we've still got scissors. They're not those baby scissors you get at school, are they? They're just like plastic bits. No. Very exciting, get the photos. Front page of Google, ribboncutting.com. And it's cut, round of applause. There you go, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is officially open. Basil, I'm very excited. And now they switch the lights on. All that stuff on YouTube, I've just spent 10 minutes in the dark. You might not have noticed I'm quite dark anyway, so if you don't forget it, you'll find out. Just look back at it on the replay. We can edit it out later on. So welcome everybody, nice to see you. There are a few spaces left over. Okay, everyone's making their way in. How many people have had their dinner? How many people went for lunch? A couple of people. Some people not admitting. We can see who stayed for lunch, by the way, we can see. Because you're sitting there and you'll probably fall asleep in about 15 minutes. Because it was just so nice, and you had extra dessert as well. But for everybody else, nice to see you. Welcome to this amazing event. Here we are at the World CIO 200 Summit. And I've got to say, as everyone starts to sit down, I was never sure if we were going to have the world the way it was before back again. To see events like this happen and to see everyone coming out to play is a major thing, and it happened best in the UAE, bar none, for anywhere around the world. So can we have a massive round of applause for the organizers of this event, because it might not have happened. Beautiful. So as people are making their way in, let me just tell you a couple of the ground rules. As I mentioned before, my name is Dave Crane. You can Google it, and anything that comes up that looks a bit dodgy, it's a different Dave Crane. So with that, apart from if you're on stage, can we make sure that we do respect the COVID rules of UAE, which is social distancing. If you do handshake, then make sure you sanitize, and also making sure that you do wear your mask as much as possible. Now here's a weird thing. I was at an event in Malta about 2 weeks ago. And to get into Malta, you've got to actually pass about 8,000 tests. It was like getting to university to be able to go past customs. But once I got there, it was very difficult to see people wearing masks. And if you did wear your mask, everyone looked at you like you were accusing everybody else of being a leper. So what I suggest is, let's have the mask thing for everybody that's comfortable. Is that agreed? Is that okay with everybody? Yes? No? Everyone's staring at me. I'm a hypnotist, not a telepath, so you have to join in with this. We'll work on it. So let me tell you a couple of things first of all. So the toilets, I believe, are the fire exits. The fire exits are that one there with a green door, that one there, and I think that's it. Any more? And one over there as well. If you're wondering where the fire exits are, if you hear me screaming and running and my hair's on fire, follow me. That's your hint, okay? Also, one thing I can say is if you're wearing glasses and you've got to wear a mask, if you put a little bit of tissue on the roof of your nose, your glasses don't steam up. Otherwise, you end up bumping into things, which I've experienced as well. So just to let you know, you've got to find some tissues to do it, but that's just a little hint with that. And once again, we have our ChangeX hashtag there. Phones, could we please make sure all phones are on silent? If you do have to take a call, please do it outside of the room. Don't think we can't hear you if you're saying, yes, yes, I'd like a steak and pie for dinner, please. We can still hear all that stuff. Okay, so if you take it out, we have got a special rule I've been authorized to tell you by the organizers of the event. If you're caught talking on your phone in front of everybody, we can sell your phone on eBay. So I'm just saying for that. So with that being said, let's get on with our actual event. Everyone's saying about time today, which is fantastic. And so let me share, as people are just grabbing their seats, what this is all about. Now, first of all, at the World CIO 200 Roadshow 2021 grand finale, the CIOs, which is you guys, from over 36 countries. That's amazing. How many people have come from overseas for this event today? Hands up. Okay. And how many people came from just like Dubai, and it took you half an hour, and you're going, yeah, this is cool, but you're still staying in the hotel because you can. So 36 plus countries will challenge the legacies that were overthrown in the pandemic, which was challenging for everybody, but very good time to be a CIO. So we're going to chart up the policies for a new digital ecosystem and change the policies and governance as a catalyst for this idea, transformation through change, which is what the ChangeX hashtag is all about, because that's at the heart of the roadshow this year, and that would gather global IT decision makers, which is you guys, and solution providers, and get a unique platform for everybody to move together and move forward at the same time. Now, this summit will build roadmaps for strategic decision making and identify yardsticks that are the key drivers of growth in the digital world. Make sure to connect with everybody, make sure to network, make sure to swap business cards if you do that in a socially done way. What I found easier is on LinkedIn and also on WhatsApp, you can get your QR code and just show that to people. They can scan it and go direct to you. That's easier than swapping over business cards if you've run out of them, by the way. So while our CIOs can pick on sessions to help them fast track their growth, the solution providers can build the brand, present their solutions, and network with 500 plus people from right across C-level IT decision makers who are coming in from our 36 different countries. I can tell you that some of the people we've got speaking today are phenomenal, and you want to connect with them because that's going to make a big difference for what you do as we move forward. Now, we've got certain countries that are participating in the final. If this is your country, then let me know. If you're from South Africa, there we go, South Africa. Round of applause, South Africa. Excellent. If you're from Saudi Arabia, there we go, round of applause, Saudi. Clap for everybody. Let them know it's worth coming. From Qatar. Qatar, brilliant, very good. Kuwait. Wonderful. From Oman. Excellent. Has anybody put their hand up 3 times because they don't really have a proper home? We just keep moving around quite, okay, I understand. Bahrain. From United States of America. Few people, well, good to see you. From the UK. Excellent. From Switzerland. Is there anyone from Switzerland? No? Well, we'll just clap them anyway. Well done from Switzerland, but you didn't make it, so there we go. France. Germany. Netherlands. Italy. Anybody from India? That normally gets a round of applause. Pakistan. Malaysia. Ghana. Kenya. And the UAE. Excellent. That's us. All of us. Right. So once again, as I mentioned, if you want to go on YouTube and you want to share this with your family or your friends, or in my case with my wife to prove I am working, send them to YouTube, okay? And they just need to look up the World CIO 200 Summit, and you can see the live link all the way through, which is fed to us from that gentleman at the back who's got the really cool strip on, which means that he was falling asleep in the middle of the road when they painted it. That's why he's got the white stripe, which is great. So what have we got in store for you today? Loads of stuff. What we're going to do with this is to build up the excitement to get everybody really ready for it. Give me a woo after I mention everything so you feel really excited. So first of all, we're going to start off with our special leadership keynotes by personalities like Abadali Nimachala. See, I told you to do it. Our CIO keynote by Gopi Krish of GEMS Education. And the CEO of Tamara and Faisal Syed from SIHA. Very good. We've got special keynotes on technology from our esteemed partners. That includes Dell Technologies. Who's from Dell? That's why you cheered like that, isn't it? Brilliant. Alcatel-Lucent? Yeah, well, Automation Anywhere, Pure Storage, and Logitech. Right, let's just cheer for them anyway. Pretend we're all cheering. Everyone went quiet then for a moment. And other than that, we've got something lined up for you at 6 o'clock that will blow your mind. Blow your mind. Did anybody watch the T20 World Cup cricket? Yeah? Did anybody see me on the TV? Yeah. Did you really? Can I get a photo of that? Because nobody else saw it at all. But I was there. I was hosting it. If you like cricket, we have got something crickety coming up later on. Give me a woo. But I can't tell you what it is, so give me a boo. Right, there you go. And then we've got another before superbly planned, really exciting energy circle activity before the closing session. I've got no idea what an energy circle is, but I'm really excited. You're not going to electrocute everybody on stage, are you? No, it's something else. But that sounds brilliant. So we can look forward to doing that. So with that, with no further ado, is everybody ready? Oh, come on. Otherwise, it lasts for years. Is everybody ready? Fantastic, good to see you. With that, we get our opening keynote as we bring on the CEO, the man responsible for leading this incredible team to put this event together, the Global CIO Forum. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ronak Samantarai. There you go. You always look like a Bollywood star when you come on stage. I love it, fantastic. Once again for Ronak. Cheers, brother.
Hello. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So, a very good afternoon to everyone who's present here. My name is Ronak Samantrai, CEO of GC Media Group. But as we always say, we as a team in GEC, we have a DNA which we try to distinguish from rest. And to help us in that, I think if I say it would be wrong, because the witness is in the other side, who are sitting over there. So a big round of applause for everyone who made us proud for being here today. And of course, when we have an event, definitely there are sponsors, because they're the one who support us to or encourage us to bring or to take the risk or to go that extra mile. And after a while, it's a big physical event for us as well. Of course, it's hybrid. It's been live telecasted as well. But physically, I think last time when we did, it was in 2019. I think a good half of the audience was there, so they know how the event was and how everyone was so thrilled. But unfortunately, we couldn't take that pace up in 2020 because of the pandemic, which is not in our hand, not in your hand. But we kept trying, and that's again it comes back to the DNA, and to make sure that we are in touch with you, even if in the pandemic we did a lot of different stuff to make sure we are in touch with you, we are there, and we are taking advice from you, we're taking the feedback from you. And because of your feedback, we are here today. And it gives me immense pleasure that you guys have supported us so much. And thank you is not enough, right? So again, but still then, thank you so very much for making it today. And as Dave said, we have a great line of speakers today. And this time we have some changes as well in terms of how the day goes. And definitely we have some surprises in the evening, and we have a full 2-day pack action. But again, like all I want to say over here is please enjoy the day, because after such a long time we are meeting face to face, and nothing better than this. So thank you once again, and thank you, Dave, and hope you guys have a great day today. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ronak. Brilliant. There you are. It's just like Christmas. It doesn't happen until Ronak comes on stage and opens the event, which is fantastic. I feel proper now, which is excellent. And now we're going to have a welcome address from a very dear friend of mine who's the global head of content and strategic alliances for the Global CIO Forum. Please put your hands together for the lovely Anushri Dixit. I think they switch it on when we see you on stage, but we're not allowed to in case we say bad things on the way up. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Yes, I think it's better. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all the new CIOs who have joined the Global CIO Forum this year. So it's a quick brief of what Global CIO Forum is and what we stand for, what's the vision and mission that we have brought out to this world. So Global CIO Forum, we established with the motto of one in industry and one voice. As you know, there are many communities out there representing IT leaders and practitioners, but our vision is to be the one single voice for the CIOs, okay, wherein the CIOs and IT heads can come, voice out their opinion, express what kind of challenges they are having, and grow together as IT leaders worldwide. So currently we are working in 36 plus countries as of 2021, and we have a global CIO community of 20,000 plus CIOs worldwide, of which you are also a part of it. So, sorry, I think I ran off. Yes, so we have quite a few products of Global CIO Forum. As you can see it downstairs, it's the Global CIO Forum Reboot. It's one of the novel products that we started out this year. As we all know, the pandemic has been really like shattering for all of us, and we really needed a platform where the CIOs could get together once again on a fun-filled platform and meet with each other. So we brought out the concept of Reboot, which was a monthly activity for CIOs, where we brought the CIOs together for various fun-filled activities. So currently we did this in UAE, we did 2 chapters in Singapore and 3 chapters in Ghana, and the plan for the next year is to make it a worldwide program. Titans, as many of you know, is our CIO magazine that was established in 2015, and it has been the #1 CIO magazine so far,
wherein we have been featuring thousands of CIO case studies, best practices, and stories. Okay, so Reboot, as I said, these were the 4 pillars on which Reboot was established. It's wellness, fitness, nutrition, and engage, because we believe that at the end of the day, apart from being the IT leaders of the company, there's also a human side of the CIOs, and it's very vital that we, being the community, we leverage all these pillars, and that is exactly the vision with which we started the Reboot. Bots. This, we launched the first magazine of bots in 2017. So bots is the rundown to the World CIO 200, which we are all gathered here for. So from all the thousands of nominations that we receive as a part of the CIO 200 roadshow, the Global 200, or like we call the top 200 projects, and the CIOs from those nominations go to the bots. So bots is unveiled every year on day 2 of CIO 200. This year we are unveiling the bots 4.0, the 4th magazine of bots, which will be brought out tomorrow in front of all of you. GCF Unite Web Summit, yes, that's a very interesting product that we did. As we all know, 2020 was a year where there was no physical and face-to-face events happening, and there was a dire need for the technology people to connect with the customers. So we have successfully done over 300 virtual summits in a span of 1 year, which not only cater to the business and technology part of it, but we have covered various topics like, like pure air, artificial intelligence, wellness, health, everything. So the 300 virtual events covered all these aspects of the world. Okay, and last but the most important one was the GCF Outlook survey. Throughout the 2020, we ran an independent CIO survey, wherein we had gathered the feedback of over 400 CIOs. It was an independent survey done by Global CIO Forum. The survey ran for over 6 months, and we tried to collect all aspects of business and technology and what a CIO's outlook is in terms of investment in technology. And we are very happy and proud to say that we have brought out a first of its kind industry report called the GCF Outlook Survey, and this would all be soon sent out to your inboxes. So this is also a very critical step of Global CIO Forum towards being a research company as well. Like, as many of you know, we have been known as a media and events company, but with the GCF Outlook Survey, we are taking our first, yet a very crucial step to being a research company as well. So, Vision 2023, as you all know, we have been working hard towards it. So in the next 2 years, if you ask me, like, where do you see or where do we see Global CIO Forum going on? So that's quickly, like, our vision. We envision that we would be having 50,000 users and plus, with all your support, of course, on Global CIO Forum. More than 1,000 CIOs will find jobs on our global portal, job portal. We'll be launching a new product called CIO as a Service. We'll be sharing more info on this after the event with you. And Reboot as a product will be creating more than 200 matchmaking cases for the vendors and partners. And GCF CIO, CISO, like, we are also parallelly running 2 other forums called the Global CISO Forum and the IGOAI community. Our representatives, Dr. Jasim Haji from IGOAI and Dr. Erdal from Global CISO Forum are here with us. They'll be sharing, like, more information on this in the coming 2 days. And yes, as I said, the Global CIO Forum Outlook survey, we believe and we envision that this will be a touchstone for CIOs in creating new policies in technology. So that's it from my side. I'll not take much time of yours. We have some great sessions and activities lined up for the next 2 days. We hope that you enjoy the stay with us and have some great feedback. Once again, thank you everybody, and make sure that we are following all the safety guidelines while we are here. Stay safe, and thank you very much.
For chipping in. Right then. Right. Which is good. He's going to bring it up a little bit noisier, a bit more volume on it without getting the feedback. And we're here, thank you. Give him a round of applause. He's working hard over there. Bless him. Right. So I was going to say, well done to Anushri, but she's probably gone home now already. It was like 2 hours ago since she left the stage. One thing I will say, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, when you come into the room, if you're looking at the screen, you're looking at the amazing feed we've got on YouTube, but you're thinking, wow, that looks like the back of my head. It's because you're standing in front of a camera, which is here. So that's probably what's happening. So you just have to be aware of the cameras, and that'd be good for everybody. I get a chance now to introduce my partner in crime, but there is actually no crime. Well, not yet anyway. Let's just leave it at that. There's going to be sharing with you a ton of different things and making the whole afternoon rock all the way through until we've got that very special thing coming up later on as well, involving cricket. Give me a woo! Oh, it's gone a bit quiet. Give me a proper woo, woo! There you go. Otherwise, they won't come. I'm telling you now, they won't. Okay, so with that, I get to introduce somebody who I think is just absolutely stunning. I'm looking forward to watching, learning, enjoying, and seeing some incredible presentations all the way through. Now, I'm going to introduce him in a way that if I Googled him, it would come up with this. So first of all, he's an extroverted nerd. He's got known as the head in the cloud. He's today's game show host and reality TV star, and some people call him Superman. Other people who are in the know of the metaverse call him Morpheus. But ladies and gents, we're going to call him Basil Ayas! There you go, watch out for the woo noises and stuff like that. Are you on? No, I am not on. Is he
All
on?
right.
We're on
Yes,
now.
practicing social distancing.
In that case, I'll leave. He switched me off anyway.
Dave, it's a pleasure sharing the stage
Always
with
good.
you, sir. You guys don't know Dave, but he's world famous. He's the host of the cricket
Looks good.
championship.
No, I don't have it. It's
1.6
there,
billion people watched.
I'm not the first presenter.
How
am I?
many of you were in Dubai in the 90s?
So there's another clicker.
Channel 4.
Who's the first
He's the
presenter?
voice of radio, Channel 4, right?
That's right, yeah, yeah. I like
103.
great face for radio.
104.3.
104.8.
104.8,
That's right, yeah.
remember
Okay, I'll
that?
just take it.
It's,
Wow.
nobody knows. Nobody
And
gets
one
it.
last very important point.
you.
He's a hypnotist.
Oh, that's true.
So please stay away.
But I'm looking out for some victims later. No, I'm joking. Enjoy.
Just to add to his advice around the mask, I've discovered a really nice trick. If you get a white mask, when you go on stage, you can put it into your pocket here. And look at that. I look a bit more elegant, don't I? All right, excellent. So, Ronak said the DNA of GEC, feedback. 2 years ago when we had this event, who was here? Raise your hand. Where was it? It wasn't in Ajman. Ras Al Khaimah. Remember Ras Al Khaimah? We heard your feedback loud and clear. And the feedback was one of the areas we can improve is not to put stands outdoors so it doesn't rain on them. That has been sorted. We're indoors today. The other area is around time. And we want to respect your time. So today, we ask our speakers, we challenge them to stick to their time slots. And I need everybody in the audience to help me out, because I will be the game show host. So we're going to introduce a bit of gaming into our show today. Every presenter, how many of you are presenters in the audience? Raise your hand, be proud. Look at that. We have 10 presenters today before dinner, before the energy activity, before our celebrity surprise visitors. Each of the 10 will have 15 minutes to present. And to make it fun and not awkward, because usually when we go to events, there's somebody standing there, 5 minutes, 1 minute, please end. So we said, let's have some fun. We're giving away a lot of awards today and tomorrow. Why don't we give an award to the best CIO speaker? And another award to the best vendor speaker, the sponsors. So we're going to ask you to vote. We're also going to ask you not only to vote on the speaker's message and how they deliver it, we're going to ask you to vote on how close to the time they stick. So, for every presentation, Mr. PJ, can you please show me the next presentation? That presentation is going to start right in the middle, and we're going to have a timer for 15 minutes here. And that's the feedback that Dave was struggling with. So let's stick to 15 minutes. You know, Einstein said, if you can't explain something in simple terms, you simply do not understand it enough. And that quote is in my head, and I'll never forget it. So let's stick to simplicity. 15 minutes. Our next and our first speaker and competitor for the Thought Leadership keynote today is Abid Ali Machwali. He's the chairman and CEO of Compass Digital Acquisition Corp. Abid Ali is an Indian business executive. He was chief operating officer and managing director of Wipro from February 2016 to June 2020. Nimachwala was also recognized with multiple industry awards and he sits on boards of industry and community forums. He's very passionate about community service, championing diversity, and inclusion in the workspace. So please put your hands together, welcoming Mr. Abid Ali. Pleasure having you.
All right, what I decided is when I saw the testing and the collar mic was not working, so I opted for the hand mic. With Anushri's experience, now I just want to make sure that I'm audible to everybody with the hand mic. Great, thank you. First of all, congratulations to all of you for making it in person. For how many of you, this is the first in-person conference post-COVID? So when I got an invite for this, I asked them for the agenda. And in the agenda, I found the Hawaiian night. And I said, I'm making it to this conference. Because through COVID, none of us missed conferences. We all had Zoom conferences, right? But what we missed was the after party of every conference. And so here we are, where we are in person, and we'll have the opportunity to party apart from learn and share and network in this conference. Since it was a technology conference speaking to CIOs, I thought that should be easy. And then I realized that the theme of the conference, or the emphasis, as Anushri pointed out, is going to be the human and leadership aspects and not technology. And since I was starting with the keynote, they said, Abid, you've been a programmer through a CEO and board member, and why don't you share with the CIOs present about your leadership journey and how to get through leadership, through thought leadership, a seat at the table in the boardroom for technology executives. And that talk to you about my own personal journey and story across these six things, which helped me get a seat at the table, not only for the companies that I worked for, but being in the consulting business for my client company, where I could go to a client boardroom and help with thought leadership and help them think through how they want to address their challenges, how they want to maximize the opportunities that they have in the business. So of the six things, I'll start with the first. And the first one that I learned early on, that as leaders, we are all in sales. There is not a role in any company that is not a sales role. A lot of times, as CIOs, as CFOs, as COOs, we think, I'm not a president of a business, I don't handle sales. But I firmly believe that identifying your customer, whether it is internal customer or external customer, is key. And understanding the expectations of a customer and treating a customer as a king. I personally learned this very early in my life. My dad used to run bookshops. And as a school-going kid, to make my allowance, I used to help him at his bookshop. And one of the jobs that I had at his bookshop was that whenever a customer comes to the shop, and the customer comes with a list of like 10 items, and if there is a couple of items missing at his bookshop, he used to hand me cash quite secretly, and my job was to run to the competitor's shop to quickly buy those two items that my customer did, my dad did not have at his bookstore, bring it, and then deliver it to my dad so that he could make the package of all 10 and meet his customers' expectations. And meeting customer expectations is something that I learned early, but it works for every leader throughout their life. The second thing I learned in my leadership journey is about taking risks. Life, and especially career, is a pyramid. As we all keep moving up in the pyramid, what happens to a pyramid? What is the key thing about a pyramid? It keeps getting, thank you, it keeps getting narrower and narrower as you go up. And the people who are able to move from one step to the other are the ones that are able to tread a path that most of the others in their peer group are not treading. And that needs you to come out of your comfort zone. That needs you to do things that you may not be sure that you can do it well. Let me give you a very recent example of my own life. I have been very blessed. I was lucky. I became CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company at 47. I have been with the tech services industry for about 30 years now. And when COVID happened, I had two choices. Because, COVID gives you a lot of time to think and reflect. At about 52, 53, I could continue to be a CEO for the next 20 years, assuming you work till 70, 75. Or get out of my comfort zone and do something new. And I chose to do something new now. I'm in venture capital. And now I'm trying to build business. I've enjoyed building businesses by myself over the 30 years. And now I'm helping new young entrepreneurs build businesses, take additional risks, and do it. It was not an easy decision. I've never done venture capital earlier in my life. I understand technology. I understand how technology is sold to enterprises. I know I can help. I can get capital. We were able to raise a fund. But it's a big move to take risks and jump out of your comfort zone. People that you've been working with, things that you've been doing for 30 years, and getting into something new, and altogether new industry, I would suppose. The third thing that I have learned is building or creating creates value. A lot of times, as leaders grow, leaders become very socially conscious of maintaining large portfolios. And while maintaining portfolios is important, but disrupting is what helps people grow in their careers. Again, it's not only very fun in building versus maintaining, but also as we build something new, we are creating many more opportunities for many, many more people. In my own career, there was a time when the company I worked for, I was managing about 50% of that company's revenues. And then there was a time when the company decided to get into a new business. We were supposed to make our first acquisition to start running that business. The company was Tata Consulting, and the acquisition was to be done for Citibank's captive in India. And I still joke to my CEO at that time. I put together a strategy. We were walking to the boardroom. It was about 5 steps from the CEO's office to the boardroom, and the CEO tells me, look, if the board approves this acquisition, I would want you to go and run it full time. Running a $2 billion business at that time brought me back down to about a $100 million acquisition, and over the next 6 years, the ability to grow it back to about $2 billion. But building always gives the ability not only to create value for your enterprise, but also value personally for us as leaders. The fourth thing that I learned throughout my career is that your teams make you win. It is the people that work for you and the people that you hire. And there are 2 things that I've learned over there. Number 1 is hiring people better than myself. Only those people have made me successful who made me uncomfortable, who actually made me insecure because they were better than me. They were not the people who always said, yes, Abid, your idea is great, we'll go and do it. They were people who challenged me in a conference room, in a meeting, every time a decision was supposed to be taken. But those were the very people who made me successful and helped me, again, move up the pyramid. Because you win only because of your team. And what I have learned is, rather than being a supervisor to that team, I've always tried to be a coach to the team. And we talked about cricketing, we talked about sports. The best way you learn to be a leader, or at least I have learned to be a leader, is to be like a sports coach. The time of course, as a coach, you will teach your team, you'll enable your team, you'll challenge your team, but the only one difference that only a sports coach understands is your ability as a leader, your ability as a coach to handle your team when they are down, when they lose the game. No other example in business or profession teaches leadership skills when you're losing. It's only a sports coach who will put his arms around the team and say, guys, don't worry, we'll win the next time, but you played well. And again, in my experience, I have learned, I'll just give you one experience that I had. About 8 years back, there was a team which worked very hard. They worked for about a year on a deal. It was a deal for a very prestigious multinational company selling technology services to them. The team did everything that they could. And at the end of the day, competition outperformed my team and we lost the deal. The team was down and out. This team didn't directly report to me, it was 2 levels below me. I hosted a dinner. We had a habit in our company, whenever a deal was won, especially a large deal, the CEO invited the sales team and everybody who had contributed to that win for a dinner. I thought, let's try it this time. The team had lost that deal. I got that team over and I had dinner with the team. And the team couldn't believe it, that they were going to be hosted. They didn't know what's coming. And after that, there were 5 consecutive deals that team came together and won. And that's the power of coaching that I learned. So this is the 3-minute warning, right? Oh, I'm good, don't worry. The 5th thing that I have focused on and learned is, as a leader, focus on outcomes. Because a lot of times, we all do important stuff. But a lot of stuff we do as leaders, as managers, are things that are a means to the end that we want to achieve. But there's a concept called task saturation. A lot of times we get so engrossed in the means that we at times forget what is the end that we are supposed to achieve by what we are doing. And hence, waking up every day, like Jeff Bezos says, wake up every morning paranoid. Am I going to deliver to my targets? What is the target? And the other thing, especially as a CEO, I've learned, is set expectations and remind your board, your boss, your stakeholders, what is the goal, what is the target that you've set for yourself and you've agreed with your stakeholders. Because expectation management is key to delivering outcomes. Because like all good bosses, when you're delivering the current targets, in the mind the boss has already moved up and expecting new targets. With how many of you does that happen? That you set a target for yourself, agreed with the boss, in 6 months you're within reach of the target and the boss in his mind has already moved to a new set of targets for you. So setting expectations, continuously reminding and then achieving those expectations is extremely important. In my own experience, I've learned that. At Wipro, in a time of transformation and transition of the company, it is a great company for what it had built as a legacy. But we were moving into the digital age. I set expectations not only of the board and the management team, but also the street, because it's a public company, that while we will build a digital business, there is a ton of things that we do at the company that we are going to divest. And I sold, for example, a $600 million data center business, which actually brought down revenues of the company. But setting expectations is extremely important to be able to meet the expectations. The last thing that I will leave you with that I have learned is manage your time. And time management is not only about work, but only happy people become successful, and you can only be happy in your life if you have a happy spouse. So manage your time for your family. And third, manage your time for your own future, continuous learning, financial stability, investment in whatever you earn, so that you are secure about your future. So the 6 things I would like to repeat is, number 1, I'll need your help.
Customer expectation.
Yeah, everything is sales, customer expectation. Number 2, take risks. Number 3, building versus maintaining. Number 4, team, people. Number 5, focus on outcomes. And 6, manage your time well. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was inspirational. I loved the story of gathering the team even when we lose. Because what usually happens, you lose, you go home, we work so hard, nobody celebrates. But getting together, building that teamwork, and learning from our failures just as much as we celebrate our success. I love it. Thank you for that wisdom. I also, 47, CEO of Wipro. No comment. I think we are all blessed by having Mr. Abed Ali with us today. Thank you so much for your time. And your excellent time management. I don't know if you put that number 6 in there on purpose, but it was right on the money. You were saying time management as the time was running out. So with that, can we get the votes up? This is going to be fun. We're going to be looking at that presentation. Everybody get their phone out. We're going to do the live polling. If you can get the screen up behind me. Everybody is connected to Wi-Fi. We have a core Wi-Fi available for free. Amazing, super bright screen behind me so you can see your phones. And let's do the rating. Go to menti.com. Anybody aware of Menti? Yes, MENTI.com. You can use your Wi-Fi, you can use your 4G, your 5G. Mr. Abed Ali is shaking. He's nervous, but we're just having fun. Let's see who the winner is going to be. Oh, look at those scores! They are alive. So we're assessing our speakers on 3 key elements. Time management, number 6. Mr. Abed Ali's 6 criteria of success. The message. Was it clear? Was it structured? He said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the delivery. How was it delivered? The energy, the passion, the use of examples. My God, I feel like we're on an Olympic scoring committee. You are a tough crowd. 9.2. The message is leading. That's actually really good. Usually messages, they get lower scores. Okay. So we have 84 votes, 87, 88. At 90, we'll move on to the next speaker. Let me introduce to you our next speaker from the technology keynote, Mr. Hani Khalaf. Hani is the Internet of Things and Digital Cities lead at Dell Technologies. Hani leads the business development for the Middle East, Turkey, Russia, and Africa region. With more than 25 years of international experience, he will share with us how to leverage IoT and Edge to help improve operations, accelerate digitization, all while leveraging big data and the buzzword of the year, AI. Hani, your slides are up. Hani, the VJ is going to put your 15 minutes in the bottom right corner. Are you ready?
Yes,
Do you accept this challenge?
I do.
All right.
But I need a mic.
The microphone for Hani is starting up now.
Hold on.
It runs on Windows, so it takes some time to restart.
Yes, especially if you need to activate it.
All right. Yes, absolutely key. Activating it.
Did you see that? Did you see the activate window message? Okay, let's start. Timer starts after the video. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to play a small video first, and then we'll go into a quick presentation on technology. Play the video, please.
What it feels like to drive a Formula One car. The adrenaline, all the forces that we get through the body. You're constantly trying to react on the fly to arrive at the finish line in still time possible. There's a lot going on. Aerodynamics and technology are a massive part of Formula One. I'm constantly looking at data when I'm in the car, in between a run, or after a session, how do we get better as on track?
Our offering we have a 21st century IoT device. We collect all of that data out to the edge on the car. It transmits it back to the garage and also back here, so mission control or group engineers will run analysis. This year, more than ever, with technologies was the push into new realm of performance. The car that finishes first in the first race of the season, if nothing else change, it's almost certain to become the last by the end of the season. So the pace of change is phenomenal. Aerodynamics is one of these key areas for choosing the edge in Formula One. But using high-performance computer technology, we can run tens of thousands.
Mike, thank you. This was in no way, any shape or form, any marketing for Dell Technologies. I showed you this video just for one thing. I love what he said. The F1 race car is a 21st century IoT device. I just love this. All right, let's move into presentation, please. Today I'll be talking to you about a technology topic. Actually, I gave it a lot of thought when they told me you have to deliver something in 15 minutes. So I thought, okay, let me talk about emerging technologies and specifically something that you hear about and you keep hearing from all vendors in the industry about, edge. Anybody heard about edge before? Or is bombarded with edge? Great. My name is Hani Khalaf. I'm the lead for Digital Cities and IoT in Dell. I'm also part of the CTO ambassadors, which is a group of people reporting to the CTO of Dell Technologies globally. We live today in the data decade. Everything around us is about data. Everything is trying to collect data about us. Every organization is trying to collect data. You as CIOs, you're probably being bombarded with vendors talking to you about AI and ML. Invest in IoT. What is your data strategy? Are you modernizing your apps? Do I keep the apps in-house? Do I buy ready apps? Do I develop them? Am I using agile technologies? Do I go for automation? Do I put things in my data center? Do I put them on the cloud? All these are questions that you are facing every day. And this is what's creating a lot of complexity. We realize that. What we have done is, in Dell Technologies, as part of this CTO office, we decided to focus on the most important technologies, which we think are common and driving transformation to many of the industries in the world. From 5G, enabling high-speed, low-latency connectivity, and 5G is not what you will be seeing on your mobile phone. 5G was not intended for us as consumers, for mobile phones. It is intended for the industry, for healthcare, transportation, F1 racing. This is what 5G will transform. Cloud, we all talk about cloud. One of the analysts predicted that cloud accelerated, or COVID accelerated the adoption of cloud by 7 years, pushed the adoption of cloud by 7 years. Cloud is not a place where you put your application, your data. It's an operating model. So it's how you deliver applications to your industry. That's how we think about it. Edge, this is the topic of today. This is where you collect data, you create insights. Data management, everybody is looking today to create warehouses and data lakes and data oceans, etc. AI, I'm sure there's no vendor who shows up at your door and says, I have an AI solution. Would you like to invest in AI? And lastly, user experience. How do I transform the user experience for my own workforce and for my customer? And I'd like to also stress out something here called contextual sensing, which is really an interesting topic. If you Google, it's for you, Basil, restaurants, if you look for restaurants, Google might show you some restaurants. If the search engine takes into consideration the time of the day and your dietary needs and only shows you the results of those restaurants, this is what's called contextual sensing. And this is applicable in so many things nowadays. Now, out of these technologies that you see here, there is one which is unique and really connects to all of them, whether it is 5G, cloud, AI, data, or user experience, or security. And this is what we'll be talking about today. What is edge? Okay, you keep hearing this word, edge. Edge is really where you are acting on data, where you are collecting data in places which are not common to your organization, typically. And this, why do you do this? Like my colleague here said, outcomes. I'm focusing on generating outcomes. It is the evolution of IoT. Okay. Some predictions from analysts predict that in 2024, 90% of processes will be deployed at the edge. Imagine that. 90% of your processes as an organization will not be in your own data center. And because of this, more than 50% of the infrastructure that you deploy will be deployed at the edge. It means outside your data center, in the branch, in the street, on the fleet, in the hospital, somewhere where it's not inside your data center. To give you an example of why edge is important, okay? I chose this example actually from the fighter jet industry. So today, why we are seeing an explosion in edge data that is being collected outside your organization. Okay? When the Wright brothers created their first airplane, there was no data. And as fighter jets evolved, today we're looking at 2022 as the F-35 with a 10 gigabit per second data bus rate, which means all this data on the plane or that fighter jet has to be compiled and processed on that jet, and only insights being sent to the ground. Another good example of this, autonomous cars. If you're running on the highway and at 100 kilometers per hour, you don't have the luxury of sending your LiDAR data, your sensing data, your speed, the surrounding into a remote location to make a decision and then decide whether I should go left or right. Okay, clicker is not working. Now, because of edge, we're seeing a paradigm shift in the compute model. Okay? So typical compute model used to be, I have an endpoint, I connect it to a remote location, data center, very powerful compute, storage, all the data crunching happens there, and then I get the data. This is what we're used to. In this world where IoT and edge are happening, there's a new model where you introduce a new node, a compute node. This is simply just a compute node here that has applications run it, it has storage in it, okay? And it is processing the vast amount of data that is coming out of here. okay, before sending it to the core data center or to the cloud. Now, why do I need to do this? 5 reasons, 5 main reasons. First, there's lots of data being generated here. Remember the autonomous car example? If I need to generate this data and send it to a cloud where my vehicle is connected, okay, it might be too late for me to make a decision on that endpoint. This data here might be very costly, and usually is very costly, to transfer back to a central location. That's why we process this data that is generated here at the edge location, and then we send only what is relevant to the cloud or to the data center. Third is security, or what we call anonymization. When I take data here and I process it at the edge, and I do the data crunching, and I generate results, and only send these on public networks, I am anonymizing the data, because the values that were generated here are no longer traveling all the way. Fourth reason is AI on the edge. Today, we're seeing a big trend of the AI model being run here. Think of a retail store where you have cameras. The cameras are reading the customer's sentiments in the store. This is lots of video data that cannot be processed by sending it to a remote location. You have to send the data, you have to process the data in the store, get the sentiments, gather those from different branches, and give this information to marketing. And lastly, this is also another trend that we're seeing, is federated AI learning. As you all know, AI learning happens by bringing all the data to one location and doing all the algorithms. Now there's something called federated learning, where there are the edge nodes themselves are contributing to the AI model. If you look at this picture here, what do you see? Most people see, actually this is a metro station in South Korea. Most people see people shopping, walking around. When I look at it, I see a CCTV camera doing facial recognition, because I want to know the demographics of the people who pass through that station. I see optimized supply chain. I see sensing on the shelves that tells me when one item is missing so that I can go and refill it right away. I see digital ads that are customized to the audience which is in the area. And I see a mobile experience, shopping through the mobile. So what I want you to think is, take the same view in your business and look at it in a different way. What kind of data can I generate and insights that I can collect and make things better for my workers, for my customers, etc. Another example also from Edge is this, which is an example actually that's dear to my heart. So a train company, typical train company, their trains have 120 cars per train. Okay? At the end of every trip, they have to stop the train and do a manual inspection. Inspection takes 8 minutes per car, because somebody has to go physically there, look at everything, write the notes, etc. Okay? 120 times 8, 16 hours. The train has to be stopped for 16 hours. Once the inspector finishes, they write notes, somebody has to come in and fix what is broken so that the train can be on the next trip. The outcome that this customer was after is minimizing that downtime of the train. And the way this was done, by building what you see here, a portal with cameras, laser, lidars, and lots of sensors that allows the train to go through it at 70 miles per hour, or almost 100 kilometers per hour, and have the inspection done without stopping the train at all. So from 8 minutes to 0. 0 downtime to stop the train. Because of this, they were able to save $3,000 per trip in labor, and more importantly, Because the system is detecting what is wrong by building this 360 view of the train, it can inform the service depot in advance of what is wrong so that they can prepare the spare parts. And instead of stopping the train twice, now you just take it to the service depot. You know exactly what each car needs, and you can fix it in the minimum amount possible. This is a beautiful application of IoT, sensing, and computer vision. And maybe out of all the applications that I see today, you know, that people are talking about, computer vision and computer vision sensing and the data that you can collect with computer vision is the most I see used in the industry. Other examples where we also have done this, you've seen McLaren, you know, the F1 race is an IoT device. This whole car, which is worth millions of dollars, has 300 sensors. And this data is flowing continuously. And they're reading the data, and they are adjusting. Because as you heard, if you keep running the race at the beginning of the season, the same as end of the season, you are certainly going to lose. So you need continuous adjustment of the F1 race car parameters so that you can win the race. Aerofarms is another good example from the agriculture industry. This is a vertical farm, or what you call an indoor vertical farm, where data is collected about the plants, greens, which are planted vertically. They are light, humidity, temperature is controlled remotely so that you can maximize the growth of those farms. And lastly, GE, again, operational efficiency example about saving power. Edge technology, or what I showed you today, is really applicable in every industry. You just have to take a different pair of glasses and look at your business in a different way. Lastly, I would like to summarize for you today things that we as Dell Technologies have run into and seen with our customers. First, data. Focus on data. We are in the data decade. Collect lots of data, create warehouses and data lakes, and engage with your data teams. And look at structured and unstructured data. So look at video and images. Make data available and shareable throughout your company. Do not create data silos. Do not put data in silos. But do this with good governance. So governance is very important. And protect and secure this data. So think of disaster recovery. How do I keep the business continuity? How do I archive this data? What is important, what is not? And the nice concept I'd like to also talk about is data gravity. Today, applications are going to where the data is running instead of data going to the applications. It's hard to start. Very hard to start. And only pioneers sometimes have the guts to start projects like these. Okay? But be brave and start. Start small, scale, and then grow. And most importantly, do this while... Where's my presentation? Presentation, okay. Yeah, time is over. But most importantly, please do this while keeping the lights on. I guess they're off today. Ah, here we go.
Oh.
There we go. Keeping the lights on in your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most welcome.
How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen.
Be nice.
Big round of applause to Hani.
Thank you.
He said be nice at the end. So let's see. Same website, same number. If you're still on your phones, you can go right in and rate Dell Technologies' presentation for the Vendor Award. So there will be vendors competing amongst each other, and there will be CIOs and keynote speakers competing against each other. So for Dell, where are we seeing? Oh, I like the time, Hani, the time, Hani. He didn't see the 3-minute. He ignored the 1 minute, but at the end, it was clear. But the important part is that the delivery, his unique style is excellent, and the message came through. Move data outside your comfort zone from IT to OT, trains. You can save 8 minutes of stoppage time. How much dollar is that per trip? Anybody listening? 8 minutes? $3,000, absolutely. They all got the message. And vertical farming, unbelievable what IT has come to. Now, the time has come for our first award ceremony of the day. We have 4 of these. This is the biggest and the longest. So I would like to introduce back on stage, Dave, our main man, Mr. Dave Crane, to do the honors. If you...
Brilliant. And we're on. Brilliant. Round of applause for Basil. Fantastic. As always. Couple of things to go through. I've got to say, I do love this this reality show that everyone's going through. Speakers have never been so worried about doing their gig before. And it's like, I tell you what it feels like. Have you ever seen the movie Gladiator? When it's like that, or like that, with every single person. And I'm not going to be cynical about it, but I can tell that certain people want to get certain jobs with certain people who are speaking, which is what tends to happen. But it's very exciting, and now we have the opportunity to give out some amazing awards, well-deserved by some of the people that are in the room. Now, the way this works, in case you don't know about the awards, first of all, there's 4 categories that we're going to be going through this afternoon. And the first one is legends. That's the people who have been involved in the industry for 20 years. 20 years? And then we've got our masters who have done 15 years. Then our leaders, 10 to 15 years. And then everybody who's up to 10 years is next gen, which is little babies, oh bless. But you know what I mean, not in a horrible way. So with that, the way I'm going to tell you the format for doing it. I'm going to stand next to the podium, which will leave this space open for His Majesty Ronak, who's going to be able to stand there on stage. A round of applause for Ronak, please. He makes it all happen. So when Ronak's there, I'm going to read out all the names of everybody. Give them a round of applause. We'll have the music playing. They go and collect, they go to the side there. They go up the side here. And I believe one of the lovely ladies is going to hand over an award to you, which you will give to them. Photographers are standing by, ready to take the shots. You good to go? Fantastic. And that's why we do it. We've planned it specially like a ninja attack. Otherwise, for those who were here a couple of years ago, this process can go on for many years. So that's the plan. We'll see how well it actually works. So with that, I'm going to stand over at my podium, which is my space here, which means that whatever goes out on YouTube doesn't look like it's my fault. And we're going to start off with the legends. So we'll start the music going. We're going to put our hands together as we bring out, first of all, our first legend, Yaya Pandor, the Fine Hygienic Holding. Yaya, if you'd like to make your way over there. I'm going to go through the names quite quickly, actually, because otherwise this does take a long time. Where's Yaya? No? Okay. Next up, we've got Venkatesh Mahadevan. Where's my friend Venkatesh? There you go. Wonderful. If you'd like to make your way to that side of the stage, and then you come on, and Ronak will give you, and we get the photos taken, it goes straight onto Instagram, and you get 1 million followers instantly as soon as it happens, or something like that, give or take. There we go. Excellent round of applause. Big smile, wonderful. Next up, we've got Mamoon Al-Homsi. Mamoon Al-Homsi from Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank. No? Any awards, by the way, that aren't collected, don't worry about them. We will take your name off them and use them next year. No, we won't. We'll keep hold of them just for you anyway. Next up, we've got Fahd Deshmukh. Fahd Deshmukh from Sober Realty. Fahd Deshmukh. And we've got music. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Still got awards to go, which is good. Excellent. No, keep the music going. Keep the music going. It gives the atmosphere. If anybody feels the need to start dancing, just lay your hair down and go for it. We're pretty laid back. Excellent. Next up from Prime Healthcare Group LLC, that's Jaleel Rahman. Jaleel Rahman. Where's Jaleel? There we go. Well done. Next up from Abu Dhabi Aviation, Mohammed Shakil Ahmed. Mohammed Shakil Ahmed, good to see you. Brilliant. Next up, representing the government of Abu Dhabi, Jacob Matthew. Jacob Matthew. Good to see you, Jacob. These are legends for 20 years of the industry. Fantastic. Well done. Next up, representing Caesar's Palace Blue Waters, Atul Agarwal. Atul Agarwal. Brilliant. Next up for the Bin Dasmal group, we have Umesh Mulchandani. Umesh Mulchandani. No? Okay. For Abu Dhabi Police, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Hamad Khalifa Al Nuami. I know he's watching me right now, but is he coming up on stage? No? Okay, fantastic, thank you. Next up, Altair Group, Frank Watts. The Altair Group, Frank Watts. Okay, next up then, for Adyad Abu Dhabi LLC, Aditya Kaushik. Good to see you. Aditya, I am so jealous of you. The way that your beard is graying looks amazing. Mine makes me look like I fell asleep in paint. It looks brilliant. Well done. All right, next up from Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan Charitable and Humanitarian Foundation, Mohammed Taleb. Mohammed Taleb. By the way, if I read out your name, you do have to get up. You can't just stare at me sweating. Okay, next up then, representing Damak Properties, Jayesh Maganal. Jagesh Maganal. There we go. Fantastic. Next up, representing IMG Worlds of Adventure and IMG Group Dubai, Nagman Rafiq Akhtar. Nagman Rafiq Akhtar. Okay, next up, representing Nakil PJSC, Ahmed Ibrahim Alamad. Ahmed Ibrahim Alamad. Nope. Okay, next up, representing Isa Saleh Al Gug Group, Jayakumar Mohanachandran. Jayakumar Mohanachandran. Some of these people are here. You not just make me read names I can't do properly. Just checking. All right, then next up for Gulf Taina, Vinay Sharma. There we go. Fantastic. Thank you. By the way, if I read out a name and the person's not here, feel free just to collect it anyway, because then I'll feel better that I made the effort. I'm joking, don't really. Okay, next up for Flamingo International Ltd, Shailesh Mani. Shailesh Mani. There we go. Next up, representing Kent, Damien O'Gara. Damien O'Gara. Cheers, Damien. Fantastic. Next up, representing Dubai Multi Commodities Center, DMCC, and that's Dubai government, Abdullah Al Ali. Abdullah Al Ali. Nope. Okay, next up for Bloom Holding, Mubarak Hussain. Mubarak Hussain. Okay. Next up for, can I just suggest next time we actually check the names on the way in to see if they, just a thought. Galadari Brothers, Manish Bindra. Manish Bindra. Manish? Brilliant, fantastic, thank you. Even if it's not your name, thanks for coming up anyway. It is. All right, we checked. Next up for Al Nabuda Group Enterprises, Mario Foster. Mario Foster. Mario? Super Mario? Nope. Okay, next up for Rakez, that's a Russell Kema Free Zone. Walid El Sahar. Walid, good to see you. Excellent. So next up, I'd like to swap over our royalty, if that's possible, and Ronak's done a brilliant job. Give him a round of applause. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Tushar Sahu. Tushar, if you'd like to come on stage. Excellent. So cool. The only thing missing is actually moonwalking on the stage. Brilliant. Right then. As he's making his way on stage, moving to the next of our names, let me know if you're here. For the Al-Sharawi group, that's Madhuka Chaturvedi. Madhuka Chaturvedi. Chaturvedi, my mistake. If I get any names wrong, by the way, I apologize. I haven't done this for about 18 months. I haven't done anything for 18 months, so that's why. So next up, representing the Ministry of Interior, Zahir Kazi. Zahir Kazi. Okay. Next up, representing International Modern Hospital, Mustansir Aziz. Oh, sorry. Oh no, just sitting down. Okay. Mustansir Aziz. Can I suggest we don't play musical chairs while I'm trying to do the awards? Mustansir, good to see you. Fantastic. Next up, representing Azizi Construction, Dr. Syed Masood Ali. Dr. Syed Masood Ali. We've broken it up into 4 different sections of 500 people, by the way, so we should be okay sometime by tomorrow. Next up, representing First Abu Dhabi Bank, we've got Sahel Kajani. Sahel Kajani. There we go. Good to see you, Sahel. Next up from DP World, Mohammed Absar. Mohammed Absar. Excellent, good to see you. Brilliant. Next up from United Arab Bank, Ayman Mohammed Al-Qudsi. Al-Qudsi. Sorry, my mistake. Al-Qudsi. Ayman Mohammed, good to see you. Thank you. Basil, seeing as how you're gamifying everything, can we do this like bingo next time? So people just tick off the names. Just a thought. So you get a full house. Anyway. Next up, Orient Insurance, Jaya Krishnan AK. Jaya Krishnan AK. For Orient Insurance. Okay. Next up for your power group, Suresh Murthyanath. Suresh Murthyanath. For Union Co-op, Ayman Othman. Or Ayman Othman. For Union Co-op, Ayman Othman. For Alain University of Science and Technology, Rawad Badr. Rawad Badr. Next up for HSA Group, Kashif Rana. Kashif Rana. I think we should make a big fuss of everybody that comes up to the stage because you don't win anything watching it on YouTube at home. So well done to Kashif, well done, thank you. Next up for Capital Health, Pankaj Bajaj. Pankaj Bajaj. Good to see you, Pankaj. Thank you. Next up for Emirates Investment Bank, Nitin Bhargava. Nitin Bhargava. Excellent. Next up for Arab National Bank. For Arab National Bank, Aid Al-Zarani. Aid Al-Zarani. I hope I said that right. Okay. Next up for Al Yusuf Group, Fayaz Ahmed Badubai. Fayaz Ahmed Badubai. There we go. Round of applause. If I get your name wrong, by the way, I apologize, but I am very high on sanitizer. I'm joking, I'm not really, it's just a thought. Okay, all right, next. You have thought about it. Next up, representing the Department of Municipalities and Transport, Omar Al-Shaiba. Omar Al-Shaiba. Okay, next up from Tawazun Economic Council, Aslam Rashid Khan. Aslam Rashid Khan. Okay, representing Burn Equipment Rental, Anup Das. Anup Das. Representing SLC, Dr. Khadija Mansour. Dr. Khadija Mansour. Next up, representing Dubai Holding Entertainment, Anindo Banerjee. Anindo Banerjee. Okay, from the Ghassan Abood Group, Santosh Shetty. Santosh Shetty. All right, next up, representing Accor, Roger Tabal. Roger Tabal. Roger, good to see you. Round of applause for Roger. Very good. You have to start the music again, by the way. I think it stopped. There we go. I used to be a DJ. I know these things. You got to press play, but not as loud. Next up, representing Adnek, Sanando Chowdhury. Sanando Chowdhury? You can see it, Sanando? Excellent. Next up for Network International, Vimal Dev. Vimal Dev. Okay, next up for Alpha Tame, Himanshu Shrivastava. Nope. And last but not least, representing Dragon Oil, Jassim Mohammed. Jassim Mohammed. Well, that brings us to the end of the first lot of 500 people. So a round of applause for Tushar. Thank you very much for that. Next time we'll get you a chair. And looking forward to our next speakers. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to lie down. I'm going to go through all the names on Google and check out who everybody is. Come back and mess them up again. And I won't be sniffing sanitizer. That was a joke that backfired. Okay? Just leave it there. So please put your hands together. I can't believe I said it. Please put your hands together for amazing Basil!
Hey! 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 Hey!
No noise.
The multi-talented Dave Crane.
There you go.
Every time he's on stage, we learn something new about him. You were a DJ.
I used to be a DJ when I used to earn proper money. Yes, that was
Back
it.
in the BBC days.
BBC, yeah, goodness me. Don't tell them I'm here. I left the country to get away from them. But anyway, thank you.
All right, so are you ready? I don't think so. Everybody's on their phone. That's the thing. We were arguing with the organizers. Should we have the awards between the presentations? Or should we keep going? We were on our steamroller. We had the momentum running. And now we had to go through 50 names. But you're here for the awards. You know you are. It's your deep, dark secret. We all love to be up on stage in these really hot lights. It's amazing how much heat they give off. All right. Let me introduce the next speaker. Our thought leadership keynote. Here to talk to us about seamless leadership in a fractured world, navigating with a compass. Mr. Bhawani Singh Shekhawat is an experienced management leader with over 20 years of experience in senior positions with top F500 companies working across the globe. Today, he is the CEO of the Akshaya Petra Foundation in Europe,
That's really cool.
the world's largest and perhaps most celebrated school meals program.
To say so. Thank you.
So now I need to know who's good in math in the
I really
audience.
appreciate it. Thank you
Because
so
the
much.
Akshaya Patra Foundation currently serves over
people appreciate it, but you never really know. But thank you so
million
much.
meals
Yeah,
every
thank you so much. It's
single
really kind of you.
day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
1.6 million meals every day, multiplied by the number of days in a school year. How many meals is that a year? Nobody's good at math. Oh, I see some people coming on their calculators. Okay, no need. I've got it. We do over 2 billion meals a year. So without further ado, Mr. Akshaya, your time is Akshaya in the room. Judging by our award winning, oh, there he is. He's hiding in the corners. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Is your mic working? You have to test it. Hello, hello. It's still not working. We are waiting for his mic to work. Can you talk? Yes. His hellos are not heard. My hellos are being heard.
You go.
Oh, you're getting a replacement mic. You got the one that didn't work. Ran out of batteries. Let's see if this one works.
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you very
luck.
much. Good to be here. Before my timer starts, I have a question for the audience and an observation, really. Can you hear me now? Right. First of all, it's very hard for me to speak with a mic like this. So Um,
Oh, thank you.
before the timer starts, how many of us in the room have daughters? How many of you have daughters? About half the room. Isn't it staggering that this room is full of men? Wouldn't it be great
Disappointing.
in a few years' time, more than half this room is full of wonderful women? I was just stunned looking at the legends. Not one woman. And we are talking about the Global CIO Forum. So here's the first leadership challenge for all of you. Get your act together. Because you're missing
John, could you just check?
half the
Is
world's
that off?
population
No.
and perhaps more than half of the world's intelligence and more than half of the world's gratitude and kindness. There's a lot of work to be done. Okay? I represent the Akshay Patra Foundation. My name is Bhavani. Some of the numbers were slightly lower that you just heard. My foundation serves more than nearly 2 million children every morning. Just yesterday, we added another 500,000. So by the end of 2022, we'll be serving 2.5 million children in India and the United Kingdom, where I live. I live in London. A plate of food that totally transformed their lives. And over the last few years, we have served more than 4.5 billion meals. That's the population of India and China combined, twice over. And that's the population of the UAE, probably 1,000 times. And I'd love to talk to you more about how that happens and the kind of technology, the kind of leadership that involves. Because to prepare more than 780 tons of rice every morning, you require tremendous technology. You require artificial intelligence, you need robotics, you need blockchain, you need the advanced engineering solutions that perhaps are smarter than the IoT of things in a Formula One racing car. Because using this technology, this foundation serves a child for a month in less than $2. $15 puts a child in school, feeds them for a whole year. So I'm really proud of the organization and the kind of work we do, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here. Sorry, my timer is already on and I don't know how do I move my slides? Okay. You know, let me start with a story and a belief. My belief is that every human being in this world is a born genius. It takes a lot of effort to be a human being. And this is not philosophy, this is physiology, this is biology. It takes a lot of effort to create this machine. And therefore, the purpose of human life is to be able to discover this technology and find an interface for it. If we can truly discover what our genius is and find an interface for it, then we truly would have lived a life of purpose. And to live a life of purpose, one doesn't go looking for answers. To me, leadership begins when we ask questions that we have never asked. The journey of genius is a journey of questions. So ask this question today. What would it take to fill this room with smart women in a year's time? Ask this question. And perhaps you will take the first step towards that answer. Because you look, when we talk about leadership, we talk about purpose. Everyone talks about purpose, and I'm not here to wax eloquent on purpose. Why should we do this? Wonderful thinkers like Simon Sinek and many, many others have said a lot of things about it. Our scriptures are full of it. And we have this wonderful journey, whether it's scriptures or science, whether it is pure belief to perhaps evidence, or from the physical, which is how our senses perceive the world, to the metaphysical, which is beyond senses. There are a lot of theses and theories and purpose, etc., which is not really what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to tell you a story to begin with. A few years ago, I lost my dearest friend, someone I'd grown up with. He had climbed the ladders of the corporate world immensely. He used to work with one of the world's largest insurance in Boston, Massachusetts. He did so well in his job that this firm has named the conference room after him. He was 42 when he passed away. One fine morning, he had stomachache. He went to the doctors. The doctors thought it was prostate. But when they opened him up, they found lymph node cancer in its final stages. And before he could figure out what to do, they tried everything. Remember, he was with one of the world's richest organizations. Money was not a problem. He was in Massachusetts, Cambridge, Harvard Med School, Mayo Clinic, the world's best medical attention. And he was told one day, you have 2 weeks to live. When he went home, having taken off all the tubes from his body, he started writing a blog with his closest friends. He was more than a brother to me. And because he was so weak, he couldn't type. His wife used to type it out for him. And all of us would tell him, look, you've led such a wonderful life. Your children are looked after, your family is looked after, you have a wonderful life, and now you're leaving this world in a better place. And one day he told me, Bhavani, shut up. I never asked the questions that I should have asked. Maybe I could have had a better relationship with my family. Maybe I could have crossed the pond and come and seen you in London. I was postponing it for the last 2 years. Maybe I should have done that. And today, I'm faced with these questions with the one thing that I do not have, and that is time. That changed my life. Because it told me that if you don't ask questions about why you are doing what you're doing, you're only deferring them. Because you can defer them, you cannot deny them. One day you will be asked those questions. And what would you then say? To be able to do that, what do we do? You're all CIOs here, and I'm not sure if you can see it, but a very close friend of mine, one of my ex-colleagues, I was fortunate to spend 3 decades also in the corporate world, leading one of the world's largest organizations as global president, so on and so forth. And this gentleman was my colleague. And he has come up with an equation, and I'm not going to give you the equation, but simply that human happiness is a proportionate asymptotic function of how you're living today. So if you want to optimize tomorrow, what is it that you have to optimize? Ask yourself that question. And what part you're optimizing tomorrow? If you say, if I had $1 billion, I'll be happy, is that enough of optimization? Or would there be something else? Ask yourself that question. What are you optimizing for? Because if you ask that for yourself, you will ask that of your organization. You will ask that of your family. You will ask that of your friends. And you will be seamless in asking that question. Because the moment you want for others what you want for yourselves, you truly are on the journey of leadership. The moment you begin to think that you are a part of an ecosystem, you are on the journey of leadership. You've taken the first step. Otherwise, it remains what we call an asymptotic function. It never really meets the paradigm that you were doing for. So the real question is, how do I do this? I've got 5 minutes. How do I do this? All this is great. And I have a framework to share with you. And the reason why I share this framework is you're all wonderful CIOs, but there is more data in the world than information. There is more information than knowledge. There is more knowledge than insight. There is more insight than wisdom. And there is more wisdom than action. We don't have a dearth of data. How many of you would say the world was a better place when we didn't know half the things that we know today? Some would. So how do we convert this continuum in a way that optimizes us towards our genius? And I have a simple framework, 3-step framework. One is, do not be obsessed with ideas. Remember, your idea is always inferior to what the world needs. The moment you begin to think that I have a great idea, you are wrong. You've taken 2 steps back. Think frames. Where does my idea fit in? And I run workshops on this. The moment you begin to think, I have a solution, you are under-optimized. Because someone out there has a better solution. Now, you can ask, how can my solution and something else, when it works together, it creates magic? At Akshay Patra, we believe the technology that drives Jaguar Land Rover, the world's most precision cars, if it can cook rice, we have created magic. We use Accenture Labs blockchain technology to reduce the lead time between procurement, production, and distribution to save 1 penny on a plate of food to serve 150,000 meals. The technology that drives crypto makes chapatis. So unless and until you think frames, you are under-optimized. The second thing is, how are you calibrating your compass? So the moment you start optimizing yourself for the best you, the genius in you, how are you calibrating it on a daily basis? Which means you don't have an idea. Which means you have an evolution of a collaborative thought. The moment you start thinking of your purpose as an evolution and amalgamation of collaborative thought, you will dive much better in this world of, in this continuum of data, information, insights, knowledge, wisdom, action. Do not be obsessed with your idea. Calibrate your compass. Ask, like Peter Senge or Peter Thiel talks about, what important truths very few people will agree with you. Ask yourself that question. You know the parable of the boiled frog. If you don't, please seek me out and I'll tell you the parable of the boiled. It's one of the most beautiful parables in systems thinking. If you take a frog and put the frog in boiling water, the frog will jump out or struggle. But if you put a frog in a bowl of water and slowly increase the temperature to 80 degrees, the frog will not even move. And that's who we have become. The temperature is rising daily, but we have no understanding and we are not jumping out. Right? Are you in that world? And learn experientially. Because otherwise, you'll be in a delusion of learning from experience. And my simple framework is this. This is the framework of seamlessness. Try and get into this habit of reading better, reading with awareness. I'll give you a simple thought. 15 minutes before you go to bed, read something. Switch off your phones. Please do not go to bed watching TV or scrolling through your Instagram posts. 15 minutes before you go to bed, read. 10 minutes before you go to bed, write. And 1 hour after you wake up, pick up your phone. If you read, reflect on that journey. And at the end of the week, pick up your journal on a Friday, sit under a tree with nature, and read what you have written about your thoughts over the last 1 week. Every 6 months, sit down with your family and share with them what you have written. And very, very soon, you will take action. You will have reinforced what truly is fantastic action. Because then you begin to work with people that help you get stuff done only the way you can. And I'll end with this story. Do you recognize this gentleman with me? Anyone? Okay, I'll leave you with this thought. This gentleman is one of the finest people I've met. He lives in England. His name is Satish Kumar. And in 1962, he's 85 years old today. In 1962, at the age of 26, he walked from Delhi to Washington. In 1962, at the age of 26, he walked from Delhi to Washington with the only purpose to carry peace tea to all nuclear powers in the world, to say, stop fighting, save the environment. The only gentleman who didn't meet him was Charles de Gaulle. The only time he didn't walk was not on water. He crossed the Atlantic on a boat. At 85, he is living his genius. What do you think he was optimizing for? In 1962, at the age of 26. And when he walked in 1962 from New Delhi to Washington, he walked without any money. And the world doesn't know about him, because that's not what he walked for. He did not get the Nobel Prize, because that's not what he walked for. He's not won any state citation. That's not what he walked for. He runs the Schumacher Foundation in Devon, in south of England. But what he walked for was for the world to be a better place for your children and our grandchildren. And that, friends, is seamless leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. So much words of wisdom. I love it. My favorite part, regardless of your expectations, if you're a high achiever, and we all have high expectations, high achiever is going to lead to stress. And if you're going to be a low achiever, it's going to lead to sadness. So as long as you have high expectations, it's only stress or sadness. That's your options. Did you see that chart? I loved it. Only when you lower your expectations, then you have the choice of joy or bliss. And bliss is actually a nice word of ignorance. Low expectations, low achievement. So, thank you a lot, Bhavani. That was quite insightful. It is now time to... It is now time to... Vote. Right? Mr. VJ? Video. Oh, wow. Already people are on the vote. And we've got... Oh, I see it there. It's not up there. So you can go to the same link. If you need it, it will be on the... On here. There we go. Menti.com and use the code 42337013. And we are rating Bhavani Singh for the time, the message, and the delivery. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you have just broken the message record. That is an excellent, unbelievable score. We only have 40 votes. We need more. Get your phone out and vote if you haven't done so already. Menti.com. Everybody voted in the room? We have more than 40. We have more than 50 people in the room. I need those votes to be higher. Oh, proof of success. Thank you. All right. We'll stop at, what's this magic number? 65. 65. Come on, going once, going twice. Vote, vote, vote. From 59, get us into the 60s. So we can move on to our next technology vendor presentation. 65, done. Thank you. Boom. Next on stage. Are you ready? You are a tough crowd. Has anybody told you that before? Very tough. Come on. We're here to have some fun. Next on stage, we've got Sandrine Al-Khudri. She's the Vice President of the Middle East and Africa at Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. Sandrine joined Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise 2 years ago. In January 2020, she was appointed as the VP for MIA, based in Paris. Sandrine recently moved to the UAE to support Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise growth and market share expansion. The MEA region is a very important region for growth ambitions. It's one of their focus regions. Sandrine, you are now on stage. You know the drill. Thank you so much to discuss the impact of culture on business and digital transformation. You want to try the mic?
Yeah,
see your luck? Is it working?
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Amazing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandrine.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Nice to be here. Very happy and honored to be in such an audience and such a great event. So before starting, as mentioned, I am leading Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise in Middle East, Africa, and Pakistan. I took the challenge in 2020. On top, I have been honored to be nominated as an advisor in the Committee of Advisors of the French government for foreign trade in Middle East and Africa. So today, I would like to discuss with you about culture. It is really a subject really of concern to me, because the last 10 or 15 years of my career, I have been managing multinational teams all over the globe. And I came to analyze that culture has a great impact on people. In every way, let's take a quick example. You can use a reaction with the same phrase in front of several multicultural teams. With the same attitude, it will be perceived differently based on the culture of each one of them. In one country, you have different cultures as well. In one region, you have different cultures. Here we are in Eastern. We have common traits of culture, but with some specificity depending on your country, etc. So as it is a very hearty topic for myself, I decided to do a PhD on the impact of culture on business, which I already started. And as I am working in a technology company, so today I will share with you the impact of culture on business and digital transformation. So as explained, the impact of culture on business and digital transformation is crucial. But again, okay, I'm not going to do the publicity for Alcatel. So by the way, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, this is not the topic today, but just celebrated its 100 years of innovation in 2019. So the role of culture in business and digital transformation. So why digital transformation? Why are we continue talking about digital transformation? Because 2020, we had lots of, a main lesson, which has been learned by everybody, is the business from everywhere. Due to the pandemic, lockdown, people couldn't go to offices and everything stops. But business needed to be continued, so the focus came on digital transformation to maintain the business continuity. The second thing is that after this lesson and this challenge of 2020, now the priorities of business has changed. The new focus now is not only on profit, but also around people. We discovered out of 2020 that some companies thrived and some of them struggled. And we will go through the presentation to show you the one who thrived. It was the one who took into account the culture into their digital transformation. So, why culture is key? I already explained to you quickly, but culture is a powerful social force. As said, you can say the same thing to different multicultural people, it will be perceived differently. You need to adapt to the culture of the people that you are talking to. The second topic, again, culture is really powerful. If it is taken into account, you can success whatever you do, mainly business and digital transformation. If not, you will fail. And a digital culture, of course, attracts and retains better talent, okay, because it is the trend now. Everybody's on his phone, everybody's on his tablet, etc., as well as it supports the business success. So, to succeed your business and digital transformation. So, aligning company culture is really very important. The senior leaders have very big responsibilities on their shoulders to make it happen, to empower people to deliver results, right? So, when we talk about digital transformation, we think that we are talking about the shoes of product, solution, which is good. We are working hand in hand with our team, technical team. But this is not all about it. It's around 30 to 50% of your way, the technical solution. Because if you do the right choice for your technical solution, and if your team is not following, you will fall, despite the fact that it can be the best solution ever. So you need also to align with values and behaviors. Respect the culture attributes, share a clear vision, and communicate. So, adapting requires the commitment and ongoing efforts at all levels, not only at the level of the senior leaders, a clear understanding of the organization culture locally in each country. If you are a part of a multinational and you are operating in different countries, you need to apply your vision and strategy with the language which are understand, not only the language, the local language, with the way of understanding of the local culture to be able to share the vision and to lead the team to follow you and to be part of it. So, it's not working? Yes. So, a continuous link between the vision, the strategy, the senior leaders, and the people and your employees on the field. Big step of a successful digital transformation. As said, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a vision. You need to have steps to achieve, right? So decide the change, where and how the company wants to achieve. Here we are talking about the digital transformation. So this is the way it is. But by the way, what I'm saying, it is applied to all strategic business decisions. Second thing, after the clear strategy and a vision of the company, the culture, understanding, and analysis. Identifying local people to support you, sharing your vision, and to use the right communication way to gather the understanding and the follow-up of your team on the field. Work again at all levels to align both strategy and culture. Audit, analyze, collect feedbacks, involve the team at all levels. It needs to be their own project. This digital transformation, they need to feel that they are involved and a part of the story, right? Last but not least, communication, communication, communication. A clear explanation of how the change will be enrolled. Nominate a change manager for your digital transformation process to talk the same language. You can nominate a change manager, centrally speaking, who will manage local change managers in your different regions and in different countries. People who are from the field, who understand the culture, to be able to share with you the input of the field, the feedbacks, and to adapt the strategy to the comprehension and understanding and the local culture. Okay, so key actions to succeed the change. Agility and, again, culture understanding. So agility is truly achieved when both are aligned, strategy and culture. Collaboration and teamwork. again, it needs to be a project of all. Everybody needs to be involved, not only the tech team. By the way, it's really very hot, huh? Okay. Communication again and again and again. Clear explanation. And there is no shy of going forward into your strategy and step back a bit if it is confronted to culture, blockage, or roadblock. Adapt it, step back, analyze, and make it better and move forward. A strategy is adaptable. Last but not least, focus. It is vital to assess digital transformation success through your employees, your partners, and your customers. It is a global project, right? I am almost on time. So, to recapitulate, ignoring culture can lead to regression, resistance to change, fail at new initiatives, and underperforming. So, change management must identify resistors. This is the role of the people that you should nominate as change management to follow your digital transformation. Train the resistors and turn them into digital transformation champions. It is like a domino. You start with one and all the rest follow, but you need to know which is the first domino that you will click on for the rest of the team to follow. The main takeaway is like George Westerman said, when digital transformation is done right, it's like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. But when done wrong, all you have is a really fast caterpillar. Thank you very much.
Sandrine, you guys, that deserves a much louder applause. Sandrine finished with 4 minutes on the clock. She didn't even get the 3-minute warning. Unbelievable. And I love the ending point. Turn a resistor to a champion, and the rest will follow like, I can't hear you, dominoes, right? You need to find that person that's resisting, and once you can convert them to a champion, he's like, well, if he's now a champion, I have to be a champion. So I love it. Thank you so much. I have to get the time. You need like the best world record score from a timing perspective, because Sandrine finished early. She was right on point. And I need to also congratulate you, because one of the few vendors, when vendors have a chance to get on stage, what do they talk about? Their products, their market share, their growth, how great they are. They're number one. Right? But with Alcatel-Lucent, we got a slightly different flavor today. Of course you are. But it's refreshing to see a vendor share their success and their experience on how to drive digital transformation with a cultural aspect. All right, we got 61. I need 4 more votes. 62, 2 more votes. Come on, who's not voting? Who hasn't voted for Sandrine? We need the 64, 1 more, and Dave Crane.
I can't vote. I can't vote.
You're not voted yet?
I've not got anything to vote with.
Oh, we're done.
Oh, it's been... Okay,
amazing.
Good.
Thank you all for your votes. We'll be tallying the votes and delivering the awards later tomorrow. Dave, for the next set of awards. They're no longer legends now. They are leaders.
They are leaders indeed. And we've got another 200. A round of applause for Basil. Brilliant job. And well done to Sandrine and all our speakers today. It's not an easy job to get up on stage and share your thoughts with strangers, but when people do it, there's a lot that comes through in the transfer of energy, and of course, it really makes the information make a huge difference to see people face to face rather than doing it online, which is the way it's been for the last almost 2 years. But together, they're kind of cool as well. I've got to invite on stage, by the way, Mr. Tushar Sahu, to be able to hand out these awards. A round of applause to Tushar. Thank you. He's very smooth. He's like the Captain Kirk of the room, just keeping an eye on everything, making sure it all falls into place like a ninja. All right then, so next up we've got our leaders, which I believe is between 10 and 15 years of working in the industry. So first on, and if you are here, by the way, when I read your name out, then make sure you let me know who it is before I move on to the next one, because if you don't get to the stage in 3 seconds and we're going to move on, you can't get your award. I'm joking. I'm just saying that. Okay, so first up from Emirates College of Technology, Shah-e-Rum Khan. Shah-e-Rum Khan. Okay. Next up from Royal Continental Hotels, Mohammed Nufel. Mohammed Nufel. There you go. Round of applause for Mohammed. I'm so grateful you're here. Thank you. I'll get a note at the end of today saying, Dave, they were all here, they just don't like you. All right. I'm married. I can deal with it. All right then, well done. Excellent. Next up for EY, Qusay Al-Mekdadi. Qusay Al-Mekdadi. Have I said it wrong? It's not Qusay, is it Qusay? I did it well, Qusay, thank you. I've got to wear my glasses to do this, and these aren't even my glasses, so it's a guesswork. Excellent. Next up from Amity Education Middle East, Nitin Geo Thomas. Nitin Geo Thomas. No? Okay, next up from Abu Dhabi Grammar School from Canada, Yusuf Lulu. Yusuf Lulu. Right then, from Sharjah Government Town Planning and Survey, Yusuf Al-Ali. Yusuf Al-Ali. I feel like I'm working in a departure lounge at an airport. When you read out your name before the plane takes off. Next up for Class Hotel Apartments, Sabin Sumarmanian. Sabin Sumarmanian. Excellent. Not so many to go through this side, but all the leaders. We've got about 1,500 to go through, so it should be done by Christmas. Next up for Middlesex University Dubai, Pragnesh Menon. Pragnesh Menon. You're just clapping to get me excited, weren't you? It was a trick. You're teasing me. Next up for Abu Dhabi Ports, Marwan Al-Ahmad. Marwan Al-Ahmad from Abu Dhabi Ports. No, it's not. He was just sitting down to play musical chairs to wind me up. All right, next up from Masafi, Sheridan Moodley. Sheridan, yes. I'm the coolest hair and beard combination in the room. Well done, fella. Excellent. I've been working on my man bun as well. And, okay, next up we've got Sheriff DG, Vivek Chandran. Vivek Chandran, Sheriff DG. Okay, next up for SAIB, Ahmed Maruz. Ahmed Maruz. Next up for PIF, or PIF, Suleiman Al-Henakai. Suleiman Al-Henakai. Al-Henaki. No, it's not here, so I can say either. Won't make any difference. Next up for the Zain Group, Suleiman Enizi. Suleiman Enizi. Okay, our next leader, who's probably not here, but I hope he is for Ratana Hotel Management Corporation, PJSC. That's Lijesh Rajan. Lijesh Rajan. Nope. Next up for Siemens Industrial LLC, Shrenik Jain. Shrenik Jain. And last but not least, and probably not here, for Town Planning and Survey, Sharjah Government, Mohammed Al-Duferi. Mohammed Al-Duferi. Well, that was riveting. The paint is watching me dry, but not to worry. Tusha, a round of applause for Tusha, who looks gorgeous on stage anyway. It's like watching the runway on I can't remember, fashion TV. There we go. Right then, completely disheartened, but still wanting to get paid. I'm still here. And talk about somebody who gets paid more than me. Put your hands together for amazing Basil!
Thank you! Thank you, Dave Crane.
Yes, thank you.
What did we learn about Dave this time around? First, he was a DJ. Second, he was a mentalist. Now,
Really impatient person.
he's impatient.
Yeah. Got
And
no
a
friends.
comedian. I think he has a future in stand-up comedy.
And he can't read out names for toffee, so there we go. Full set.
All right, so next, we have on the game show to come in and challenge the CIOs that have presented before him. None other than Krishnan Gopi, CEO of Tomorrow. Do you know who knows how to spell tomorrow? Come on, easy question. Who's still awake in the room? Anybody know how to spell tomorrow? Oh, it's showing behind me. So my trick didn't work. TMRW. Krishnan is a business-savvy technologist with more than 2 decades of international experience and a proven track record of spearheading technology-led business transformation of Fortune 100 companies. Bullish on leveraging technology as a game changer, business enabler, and competitive advantage. Krishnan, the stage is yours. Please welcome Krishnan onto stage. I owe you a clicker, don't I? I have to look deep into my pockets. Your mic is still not working. So Krishnan, you're going to be talking to us about tomorrow? All right. Still not working. I'm just buying you time. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
15 minutes, it's all yours.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Hello. My name is Chris.
One, two, hello, hello. Testing, 1, 2, hello. Krishnan, we can't hear you, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think they keep repeating the same mistake.
Okay. My name is Krish. I'm the CEO of Tomorrow, Group Chief Disruption Officer of GEMS Education. It's so good to see all of you, though I hate presenting to technology leaders in this kind of forums. You know why? It's like selling ice to Eskimos, right? I don't have anything that I can tell you that you don't know already. So it's very difficult to present in front of the IT leaders. But generally what I do is I want to make this collaborative so that we can learn from each other rather than being a one-way communication of thou shall know this, etc. With that note, let's go into let there be change. Now, people say that tough times brings the best in people. Now, pandemic was the worst time of our lifetime. It created a lot of hardship. It kind of made organizations to rethink themselves and to transform. And who is leading that transformation now? It's us. It's the technology guys. Let's collaborate and understand what is going on in this world, what are all the key trends that is evolving, and how do we solve it together. Can I understand which direction should I be clicking this? Yes. Okay. I want all of us to please stand up and give a standing ovation to the frontline
people that helped us during the pandemic. Can we please all stand up? That's the least that we can do for the frontline workers who helped us in the COVID. Thank you so much for standing up. There was another set of unsung heroes that you haven't seen in the first slide. The guys who ensured that business continuity, worked tirelessly, worked to collaborate every single time, helped us keep in touch with our loved ones during the pandemic, when all those travel restrictions were there. And I'm sure you guys would recognize that people. This is it. This is the guy who literally was the unsung hero. This is us. This is the IT guys. So let's give a round of applause for these guys as well. Always the unsung heroes of the pandemic, right? Now, let me tell you how technology has helped every single life during the pandemic. It's not one particular industry, it's every single industry that we touched. Whether it is about taking businesses to online, whether it is about ensuring that the helpline industry or the medical industry is being properly adapted through technology, whether it is food industry, whether it is about keeping the transactions, banking, digital enablements, whether it is about ensuring that we have contact tracing using technology, whether it is about education, whether it is about having conferences, events, etc., or it is about ensuring that we have even things like fitness, things like daily activities, all helped through technology, right? But, there is a big but. The response that we had during the COVID is just an interim solution. That's not an end state. What we did through technology was a great solution. We all worked hard. We all ensured that the life goes on. But that is not the end state. What is the end state is what we are going to see now. The world is evolving into a very different state. We are all going to collaboratively look at what that end state is going to look like. Let's look at where the world is going and the top 10 emerging trends that will shape up the new normal. Let's go. Number one, the globalization will be redefined. We've seen how one independent action by a country had an impact across the globe to the extent that the global economy came down to its knees. That kind of a thing will never exist. The new globalization will come where countries will have to have common good. Countries will have to coordinate with them. And it's just not the countries, it will also be the companies that will ensure that we will have social responsibility in a bigger way and well-being of their staff in a bigger way as well. So globalization will be redefined. Acceleration of digital transformation. This is about exploring digital, then doing digital, then becoming digital, and being digital. You all know all those companies in the world are going through that particular phase. So digital transformation will be a big thing going forward. Rise of on-demand workspace. The world has gone so gig economy, so much so that the rise of on-demand, and these people are qualified on-demand resources, we need to ensure that we have the right strategies to even retain them. No strings attached. These are all experts. So how companies can actually work towards retaining this on-demand workforce. And they are not going to be sitting with you. They will be in different locations, different languages, etc. So that's a key trend that's emerging. A new burning platform for healthcare. You have realized how even developed countries were struggling in coping up with COVID-19. A simple vaccination card, a simple collaboration between countries to travel between each other, how matured countries were struggling. There will be a major revamp of healthcare in terms of bringing this platform. Not countries, not the entire industry, even companies will reform how well-being or the social or economical health of their staff will be ensured as well. That's the biggest trend that we are seeing. Then the important step is supply chains will be totally reimagined, will be fragmented, connected by technology, credentialed by blockchains, and new partnerships and strategies will evolve in supply chains as well. The workforce will completely change. That's not the place where we will work. That will become a place where we will collaborate, and those costly offices will not exist going forward. Then the industries will be forced to reimagine with upskilling and ensuring that the skills of the employees will be improved. More than 50% of the jobs that exist today will not exist in 10 years. Let me repeat it. More than 50% of the jobs that exist today will not exist in 10 years. So workforce absolutely has to be reskilled. And all those big offices need not be concentrated in one big city. The urbanization will improve. The tier 2, tier 3 countries, cities will take their fair share of transformation as well. And the last one is rapid innovation is the only thing that will survive. The top, only 10% of the Fortune 500 companies that existed in 1955 exist today. That tells you that companies and people will be left behind if we don't innovate. That's the key trend that's emerging as well. And last but not least, culture. Culture of adaptability, culture of nimbleness, culture of openness, culture of global partnerships will drive us to the place where we want to go. Let me give you these 3 key takeaways that I think which is very, very important in terms of understanding these global trends. First is about reinventing the business processes and the business model and reimagining the strategy that we need to have in the global new world, new normal as we call it. Leveraging exponential technologies like AI, ML, XR, blockchain, IoT is also very, very crucial. Third one is about having the right culture, the right organizational support to rally behind the technology leaders is also an important key takeaway that we need to understand. Let me quickly, within 5 minutes, talk about our story. GEMS Education is the largest education company in the world. We've given birth to a company called Tomorrow. Why? Let me explain to you. When pandemic happened, 1.5 billion students were impacted. 1.8 trillion learning hours got wiped off. Then you would ask, Krish, but there were so many education technology companies out there. Why can't they have helped? Well, they couldn't help it. Why? Because of the spaghetti architecture that they were built on, because the data was sitting in 20 different applications, there was no seamless experience. People could not combine the data, leave alone making sense of the data in improving the learning and teaching analytics. And more than 60% of all teachers across the globe were still doing non-teaching job. That's haram. Imagine teachers spending more than 60% of their time in non-teaching job. If only you can give 20% of their time back to what they love the most, teaching, the world will be a very, very different place. So we decided, we understood, we came to a conclusion that the need of the hour is about integrated systems that can improve the end-to-end processes, that can use data in improving the learning and teaching outcomes, that can enhance the lives of the stakeholders, namely the teachers, the parents, the students, and the governments. Now, we did this disruption journey almost, we started a decade ago, we improved on it 4 years ago. We had the same problems that I showed you before, but we had this in 3 tranches: fix the fundamentals, strengthening the building block, during accelerated transformation in the last few years. Our continued success gave a lot of plus, including running nearly 30 million online classes, learning sessions during the pandemic with 96% of student satisfaction, 95% of parent satisfaction, 15% more satisfied than any other parent in the region, and every single country that we operate in, providing us the highest digital ranking. I will tell you another thing. The last 2 years, the academic results that we got using the platform when it is fully pandemic and fully online, we got the best results that we haven't had in the last 62 years of existence of GEMS education. That kind of ensured that we are in the right track. We introduce tomorrow, which is a independent edtech entity that is born out of the 62 years of our existence as the largest education technology world. Today, we have Tomorrow Platform and Tomorrow Services as well. Now, Tomorrow Platform, all-in-one integrated platform with 500,000 users right now, from anything and everything related to a K-12 education or higher ed or lifelong learning. You need one single application that is so modular, uses AI, not for the sake of using AI, for actual use of AI, and to ensure that we improve the learning and teaching outcomes using AI up to 2x by utilization of exponential technologies. We also have advisory services, education command center, tech in a box, and key advisory. And the results are there to see. Absolutely great results in helping students learn better, teachers teach better, parents to be more engaged, and helping students and schools to become more efficient than ever. It's a great start. Huge upliftment in terms of parent satisfaction, huge interest in PE community. We are already serving lots of external customers, working with governments, working with other institutions in the US, etc. And of course, great interest with PE community as well. And it's just the beginning. We are working on some groundbreaking initiatives that will change the life of learning and teaching. AI-powered teachers, blockchain-based credentials, Edupedia, complete edu market, and in essence, we are building the learning operating system of the world. Thank you.
Did you see that? Did you see the timer? Turn to 0.
Thank you so much.
Well, Gopi said thank you.
Thanks a lot.
That is beyond human performance. Now let's see who is paying attention. The Fortune 500 in the 1950s had 500 companies. What percent of those companies are still in the Fortune 500? 10. That's rounding. I want an exact number. 10, 52, 10 point? 10.4. Who said 10.4? Good man. Even, it reminds me in school, the people that sit in the last row, you think they are the lazy ones, but in fact, they are the ones listening the most. Right, Jay? And then your next quiz from Gopi's presentation is around jobs. Of all the jobs that exist today, how many of those jobs will be in existence in 10 years? 50%. That's the easy one. Excellent. Thank you so much, Gopi, for that presentation. Now it's time for the ratings for CIO Krishnan Gopi. Oh, wow. Time. He's giving Sandrine a run for her money. Very high, on time, perfect timing. Message 8.5, delivery 8.8. Amazing. I love the cues.
They are not easy people on the rating.
Good luck, Gopi.
The message
I
was
think we
good.
have a strong contender on the
Delivery was
CIO
good.
front. For the winner, that will be announced tomorrow. Next, on stage, we've got Lubna Imanshah Lubna is an accomplished and results-driven senior management professional offering over 20 years extensive experience. Handling all aspects of sales and operational management, Lubna is the head of Logitech for the enterprise business in Amica. Who can guess what Amica stands for? A, Africa. M-E, Middle East. C-A, Central Asia.
Turkey.
Lubna, accomplished and results-driven. She has all aspects of sales and operational management responsibilities at Logitech and is in charge of the B2B and B2C expansion across the region. Achieved exceptional growth results with large global companies such as Honeywell, FedEx, Alcatel, and Canal Plus, as well as Johnson Controls. Lubna, please come up on stage.
When?
As the latest competitor in our game show, you've got 15 minutes. Just to remind you, the lights will flash at the 3-minute mark. They will flash again at the 1-minute mark. And then at the 0, the lights will go off. Is your microphone working?
I don't know. Test?
Oh, yes, it is.
It is?
Yes.
No need for this one?
No need for this one.
Okay, great.
Slides up on the screen, please, for Lubna.
Thank you. But this one is not...
It's fine. You just
I cannot...
put it in your pocket. You don't need to touch it.
But
You
how
need,
I can... yeah, I don't have it.
Aha.
That's
Lubna
why.
needs... Gopi Krishnan has stolen the...
Don't start timing, please.
The tracker. Anybody see Mr. Krishnan? Is he in the room? Oh, we got the tracker from the back. We have a savior.
Thank you.
Deep breaths. Prepare for the competition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Green to go forward, red to go back.
Okay.
The stage is yours. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lubna Menshel, and I'm from Logitech. As mentioned before, I'm leading the region of Amica, which stands for Africa, Middle East, Turkey, and Central Asia. We're so happy today to be with you. And I'm here present with my team here. Stand up, guys. They're here. So they will be very happy to see you afterwards and looking to have any meeting to answer to your questions. So as I know that the timer is on, I will go trying to do my best to be on time. So let's start straightforward by the conclusion. What is the conclusion of today? And to know that, I'm going to just play a video, very short one. So I think the sound is not working. But anyway, this video is showing 25 years ago how we were imagining the meeting rooms would look like. This is just a clip from Demolition Man. Everyone was 25 years ago imagining that the meeting room would look like this. Well, guess what? The reality is different, right? And it looks to me like really ugly, expensive hardware, not realistic. So, but what we can all agree on today is that the video conferencing is omnipresent. Either we like it or not, it's going to stay here, and either we embrace it or we will be left behind. And within Logitech, we believe, even we are here today after 40 years being in the conferencing room industry, and we've been ranked #1 worldwide in the conferencing room solutions, we still believe we are just at the beginning. So 40 years back, we were imagining what really be the conferencing room solutions, right? And we've decided and created products because we had the ambition to equip every single meeting room, either it's small, medium, or large. This is exactly how we imagined it before. And this is exactly what happened today. And the pandemic was an accelerator. We need actually to mention it, but the vision was there. And that's why we've been ranked #1, because we helped our customer to equip with all the type of their meeting rooms. So today, we want to reimagine how the work will be, from where we're going to work. So the question is everyone going to be back to work from office? We don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe if you are working in a bank, you need to go back to the office. Does everyone going to go work from home? Maybe yes, again, maybe no. If you are in Silicon Valley, if you are a startup, maybe you want to work from home. The honest answer is there is no single answer. No one knows. Everyone is asking what's going to be the future in 1 year, 2 years. I don't know personally. But within Logitech, what we're trying to do is to understand the potential needs. And we are trying to do that through research. So if the future is not going to be like it was supposed to be, what is going to be? This chart is just showing there is a lot of information, but I'm going to focus on the main important. This research, we asked people in the beginning of the pandemic, from where you want to work? How do you want to work? So we had like 80% they would benefit to work from home sometimes. Then 23% they feel they need to go back to their office to collaborate. What's amazing, 94% they didn't know, and they needed a training to use conference room solutions. They just started to use them, and they need the help from their colleague, from the IT departments. So can you imagine from the IT department what the work they should do to support their colleagues? It's a huge amount of work. From that point, we started again doing another survey to understand what it will be the most appealing work scenario. So basically, we got like 30% roughly people, they want to work from home, 30% they want to work from office, and 30% they want to work on hybrid. And then when we went to go and we decided to, oh, it's not moving. Oh, yeah. We decided to imagine what type of meeting room we need to equip. So this is amazing. I like this chart because this is showing that we're not just talking about the pandemic, but we're talking about the type of generation. So the Generation Z, the youngest generation, 20s, they don't want to work from office. They want to work from online. We call them the generation of upload, download generation. Then when you get to your 30s, you got more experienced. You want to collaborate more. You want to meet people on a face-to-face because you want to increase your network. Then the emotional contest gets higher. The needs of meeting face-to-face get higher. When you are in 40s, 50s, all you want is shake hands and make the deals and the bonds. Again, the face-to-face got higher. So those studies are not only because of the pandemic, but we want to imagine how the world will be. So we at Logitech, we decided from where you want to work, the most important is making your meeting rooms and collaboration easy, inclusive, and feel the reality. So basically, there is a lot of features, but the most important for them, for example, if you have a light on your back because you are working from home and your face is darker, automatically the artificial intelligence that is integrated in our solution gonna make the light on your face and gonna frame you, gonna focus on your voice, and my team are the best to talk about all the technical products. So here, I was an end user, I'm still an end user, I'm not an IT person. And believe me, I never forget one time when I had a meeting in my previous job, and I couldn't start on time. I've been 8 minutes late because I didn't know how to start any meeting room, my video, I would say, meeting, right? So we understand the users, we understand the fear of technology of the users. At the same time, we provide the clear options and control of peace of mind for the IT department, because they have other needs. They need scalable technology, they need the best price positioning, and they need a secured solution. So we understand both of them. We understand that the journey is different. And that's what makes us actually bring in the plug-and-play solutions to end users to make less headache for the ITs. This is, getting the #1 worldwide is not by coincidence. It's by understanding the needs of our customers. It's by collaborating with the right partners who knows better than us the end users. So when we have today, and we need to address education sector, the needs of a teacher is not the same as the needs of a doctor, is not the same as the need in the office in a banking, or someone is in a mining industry, or in manufacturing. We know that the needs are different. We know that the teacher, when he is writing on the whiteboard, he needs to be invisible for the students. So every segment, we are studying it closely. Those slides, I still have 6 minutes, that's good. These slides just to show some numbers, but what I want to say is this 5 billion sales in the last fiscal year, again, it's not coincidence, it's hard work, it's collaborating with the right partners. The most important is getting over than 140 awards, just because we are focusing on what kind of solution that we can provide to our end users, how we're going to make their life easier, and the most important, being accessible as a brand, best price positioning on the market, and the best solutions. Okay. The most important, I think, for all the CIO is to understand that we are aligned with all I would say, the communication software, the most famous of them, Microsoft, Google, Zoom. For us as a product hardware, we just need to secure that our products are plug and play, whatever the solution you are choosing as a communication solution. And I started this presentation by the first conclusion, which is the videos are omnipresent. And I just want to say at the end, the most important, choose the right product to collaborate with. Think about the end users, and we are here to collaborate together. Thank you. I left you time. You should say thank you to me.
Amazing.
You have 4 minutes thanks
to me.
me.
For Lubna. You're driving us back on schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. So who was listening carefully? You now know what I pick on. You're listening carefully in the back of the row. You see the people in the front row, they don't listen. They're on their phones, Kusai. They're not listening. It's only the people in the back row. You're voting already. Oh, nice. Okay, let's get the votes up then. While I ask you questions, while you prepare your vote. My first question is, when Logitech did a survey asking people if they need training to run their conferencing solutions, what % of people said, yes, I need training. Conferencing solutions are hard to use. 90 plus, that's the correct answer, but not an exact answer. 94 is the correct answer. Man, you guys are, the front row, you are representing the front row. Now there's a fight between the front and the back row. The guys in the middle, I think, are all busy voting. Let's say that. All right, 94%, that's correct. That was shocking to me, right? 94%, that's a lot of people that need a lot of training. So how are we as an IT organization going to deliver that? The next one is, how much sales did Logitech generate last year? 5 point? I need an exact answer. Lubna was very high level. She said 5 billion. She was kind. She rounded down. But what was the exact number? 5.2? It's closer. I need one more decimal point. 5.25, absolutely right. You deserve an award, sir. I'm very impressed. Second row being represented. All right. And the message is the votes. Who hasn't voted? Logitech team, you better have voted. All of you, twice. I like how they sit together. Ah, good man. Thank you. Everybody's voted. We're going to stop at 65. Come on. We're at 57. I need 8 more? My math is failing right now. My brain. Come on. 8 more votes for Logitech. 6 more votes for Logitech. 5 more votes for Logitech. Let's see the scores. Time, 8.9. Oh, come on. You guys are mean. She finished 4 minutes ahead of schedule. What do you mean? You're not focused. Oh, that's not good. Less is not good. Oh, Hani's saying less is not good. He is clearly on the camp of more is more. Does that even make sense? It does. More is more. All right. 63, 2 more. Come on, 2 more votes. Who hasn't voted? I did not vote. It will be impartial of me to do it. I'm a biased representative here. All right, next on our stage, can we please welcome Dinesh Chandra, Regional VP and Head of MENA at Automation Anywhere. Dinesh has 25 years tech industry experience leading transformational projects across the region. He's responsible to drive sales, operations, and channel development. His experience from BMC and SAP has positioned him in a unique location now. Dinesh, Regional VP, Automation Anywhere. He's also joined by Tariq Mustafa, the sidekick. I don't know if it's fair to have 2 against 1, but you guys have 15 minutes. The slides, is your mic working? Start speaking to
Yeah.
Yes,
it is good.
Can you hear me, guys? No, Tariq's mic is not working. Say something else, Tariq. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. That's a good one. It's still not working. Try a third one. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon is also a good thing to say when you're up on stage trying to buy time for the sound engineers. Their life is very difficult. I'll get you a microphone while Dinesh starts up the presentation. Up on the screen, please. 15 minutes on the timer. And who is going to hold the coveted clicker?
I will.
Aha, Tariq, your microphone is working now.
Thank you, Tariq. Yes. Side to the. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Just want to introduce Tariq Mustafa. Tariq heads our engineering practice at Automation. Today we'll talk about workforce and how can we augment a digital workforce with the human workforce. That's what we'll. I promise there are no logo slides, none of that. We'll try to keep it. The challenge that we are trying to break. Hello? 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 Okay. I'll keep this on the hot seat, literally. The challenge that we are trying to address is, after a decade of digital transformation, still there are a lot of businesses where they are facing challenges, right? These challenges are multitude of challenges. The one that we want to address here is about automation. How can we help organizations digitize their processes by automation? That's what we'll talk about. You want to keep clicking so that, yeah. So as any enterprise, you look at any enterprise over a period of time, you start acquiring a number of solutions. This starts from ERP or mainframes to ERP to the latest solutions, BI, data warehousing, social, mobile apps. It keeps increasing, tens and hundreds of applications that are acquired by organizations today to cater to their business. Now, with this comes the complexity of automation. As you are acquiring more and more solutions, the gap that you see there is what can be automated. A lot of the solutions will have native automation. For example, if I look at why this gap is there, a mainframe expert might not be able to automate an SAP ERP system, or an SAP ERP expert will not be able to automate a Silverlight web application. So you're typically creating islands of automation within an organization. And this is the reason why you typically see this gap, right, of automation, or the lack of it. As an organization, we are focused in how can we help organizations digitize and reduce this automation gap. And here you see the lowest common denominator in any organization, if you look at, is someone sitting in front of a computer with a keyboard and accessing different applications. It could be legacy applications, it could be Twitter, Facebook, whatever that is. And that's the human workforce, right? Our aim is to try and bring a digital workforce to augment with the human workforce. Now let's look at how that will benefit organizations. At Automation Anywhere, we believe that to be a digital enterprise, you need to have digital processes, right, with a digital workforce that will work with the human workforce, that complements the human workforce. This complement word is very important because you need to understand that there's a false notion that AI automation or robotic process automation will take away, eliminate jobs. On the contrary, we feel, or we strongly believe, and we see this with all of our customers, that the augmentation of a digital worker with the human worker actually complements the way they do business. And that, of course, brings in increase in revenue and all the other benefits. Now, the attributes of a human worker and a digital worker are different, as you know. The human worker, of course, has certain level skills. For example, ability to solve a problem, connecting the dots, build relationships, customer engagement, things like that. Whereas a bot will automate a lot of the repetitive tasks, mundane tasks. It'll work 24/7. It doesn't get bored of doing the same thing again and again. So it kind of takes away those mundane tasks from the human worker, releasing the human worker to do things that they enjoy doing, right? Use your intelligence, solve problems, identify new opportunities, right? Identify new business models and things like that, empathy, compassion, all of that. So that really is what we set to achieve as an organization. How can we really improve the life of a human worker in organizations? So the way we want to now continue is I have collected a few questions from our customers. Typically, when we go to organizations, these are questions that get asked to us. So I've taken a few questions. I'll ask Tariq, and Tariq will be able to explain to us how that works in our platform. Tariq, I have a lot of applications, right, that our team uses on a day-to-day basis. Some are external, and some are legacy applications, right? And they don't have any connectors or APIs. How does that help, or how can I automate these kind of applications in our organization?
Well, you are absolutely right, Nash. This is actually one of the challenges that everyone is facing within each and every organization. Sometimes I have legacy applications that have no connectors, and sometimes even I have some external websites that are included within any business process. And the beauty about RPA is that it is function and application agnostic, meaning that we use the front end, like you are actually going to see the robot opening the website.
Well, the
that
easiest way to do it
you're
is,
actually
sorry,
using to
carry on with your
extract
dinner,
data
carry on with
from,
dinner. Catch me
or
later on when you're not eating, and we'll just do
opening the
WhatsApp,
legacy application
Connect.
and adding data or entering data into these legacy applications. So, and you're actually going to see it with your own eyes. No need for connectors, no need for APIs, and therefore you will be able to extend
hosted
your
it.
automation use cases into
Very
much,
exciting.
much more automation.
It depends
use
which
cases.
team you're for.
And look, Dinesh, I know you have limited budget to do this.
It's
And-
also not just the
I'll
budget.
take a
it's
photo
also
of that and give you my WhatsApp
there are
directly.
KPIs
You can
that
do-
we need to meet at a certain point of time, right? There's a tight schedule to meet those.
No,
How do we do
just
that?
photo.
Exactly. So the beauty about RPA as well is that you don't need that much of a technical skills in order to automate any kind of application. So when I want to automate in a business process, I just go and sit with a business user and just he tells me, look, I go into this website, I extract data from this table, I put it in a CSV file or an Excel file, I do some analysis on it, extract some data from it, and just put it into the CRM. I didn't even ask what kind of CRM are you using or what is the website that you're entering. This rule-based activity is automatable by RPA.
So, and how does this work? I mean, does it work on premise or does it work on the cloud as a solution?
Whatever you need. I know some government organizations have some. Well, we have, of course, our platform is a cloud-native platform. It's a web-based, it's AI-powered, and actually you don't need to install any kind of client on your machine in order to start implementing your bots. And in case you have some security concerns of putting your data on the cloud, of course, we have the on-premise solution to serve your needs as well.
Perfect, thank you. Let me give you a specific scenario. I have a lot of documents, scanned documents that we receive from our customers on a daily basis. Now, these are purchase orders, invoices, delivery notes, etc., right? Now, sometimes these documents are coming in a consolidated format, like 3 documents in one format, or sometimes they are separated, right? So I just want to understand that every time I have to ask the team to open the document, classify it, separate it if required, before I process the data into an ERP, right? So how do we, now the challenge that I have is I can't automate a process end to end because of this intervention all the time. Now, how could the platform help us solve this?
All right. So Automation Anywhere is beyond an RPA platform. It is an intelligent automation platform. So when we talk about an intelligent automation platform, having an intelligent document processing solution is part of having an intelligent or a hyper automation platform. So one of the things that you have in an intelligent document processing is the intelligent document classifier, which is sort of a machine learning model that you can train to be able to identify the document type from a set of documents, whether these documents are separated or not. So let me give you an example. If you receive from your suppliers a document which has an invoice, which has a PO, which has a delivery note, and all of this is consolidated into one document, having such a machine learning model that you've trained can actually identify the document type from these sets of documents.
Thank you. So another challenge is when I'm planning for an automation project, I'm always surprised by the number of decisions and human interventions required to complete a task in the middle of the process, right? Now, this is a showstopper many times for us to do a proper automation. How can the platform help us with that, please?
So this also is about having an intelligent automation platform. Having human steps in the middle, whether you would like to have some decisions, whether you would like to upload any document, whether you would like to validate any kind of data before giving it to a bot, having such a human step in the middle. And if you can see here, this is why I was just saying that you can have such a human step in the middle, And then after the human response, it will go to the bot. The bot will process, will continue the business process and come back to the human, asking him for help. How can I proceed with this business process? The human will respond, and then the bot will take his response and continue with the business process. So this is also covered within our intelligent automation platform as well.
Thank you. So finally, we face some challenges while analyzing my business processes, right? Most times, we don't understand what are the steps that are in a particular task, right? The number of steps. And we have to spend weeks in capturing those steps, understand the logic behind it, to really submit for automation. This really takes a lot of time, and it stops us from automating the task properly. And how can the automation platform help us with that?
Well, your problem is not different than anybody. We are spending a lot of time in business analysis and perhaps only 30% while automating such a process. And having an intelligent automation platform can help you first to capture or record the business user's activities, and then the IT department can actually prioritize your automation pipeline, and at the end, with a couple of clicks, the bot will be automatically generated. And let me give you a present as well. It will generate documentation for your business process. So you will be able actually to save a lot of time from within any kind of automation project that you're having. So this is your problem. You're spending like perhaps maybe 70% of your time in the process analysis and maybe 30% into the automation part. However, after having an intelligent automation platform, you can actually have the user record their activities, send it to the IT department to analyze, and once they approve it to be automated, the bot will be automatically generated. So let me, Dinesh, just conclude with one point here. So it is a single automation platform that we're having here. It has the lowest total cost of ownership. And our message to you that don't let anything stop you from going forward with any automation project that you're having. Digital transformation is happening, and we have to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
With 5 seconds to spare. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. You've also returned the clicker. They get extra points for returning the clicker. And they ended with 5 seconds to spare. Almost as close as Gopi, but not very, very, very close. All right, so for the last round of ratings before the UAE Tech Panel, if you are a panelist on the tech panel, please get ready. I need the microphones, please, handheld microphones up here while we are going through the ratings. Can I get the rating slide on the stage? Ooh, I know the scores. The scores look really good on time. Can I get that slide on stage, please? VJ. I got the microphones. That's the first part. The second part is getting the slide on stage for the polling, live polling at menti.com. We have to rate the speakers. Time, message, delivery. All right, really good on time. Good on message. The two people on stage delivery you guys didn't like. That's good feedback. Thank you. Oh, it went back up. That's excellent. 7.4, doing great. We have 42 ratings. Come on, show me 55 so we can move on to the panelists. I need 55 ratings, please. For those of you standing in the back, chit-chatting, having coffee, having a snack, your ratings are highly, highly appreciated. We're only at 49. We need 55 before I go on. I refuse to move before 55. People in the back, Oh, thank you for rating our Automation Anywhere Dynamic Duo. All right, excellent. We've got 56. I said 50. What did I say? I said 55, right? So I'm good now. All right, excellent. Next, we've got the UAE Tech Panel. It will be moderated by yours truly. They couldn't find a moderator, clearly, so they asked me to do the job. So, can we have up on stage Walid Al-Sahir, Director of Information Technology at Ras Al Khaimah Economic Zone. Thank you for your applause. Thank you. Setting the stage. Next, can we have Qusay Al-Miqdadi, Senior Manager at Ernst & Young. Thank you, Qusay. Next, we've got Jaya Kumar Mohana Chandran, Group Chief Information Officer at Isa Saleh Al Gurg. Jay, are you in the house? Thank you, sir. And last but not least, Roger Tabal. Can you please join us on stage? Roger is the Executive Director of Customer Tech Services at Accor for the Middle East and Africa, India, and Turkey. Thank you, sir. I pronounced it correctly in French. Excellent. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. So, we are on a mission impossible. Do you remember Anushri from this morning? Anushri gave me 15 minutes to conduct a panel with 4 panelists. Do you think it's possible? Say yay. Do you think it's impossible? Say nay. I think we have a divided audience. Let's try to make this possible. All right, so tomorrow, the same panel will be moderated by Derek, looking at the global CIOs. Today we have representatives from the UAE. So let's see how the UAE fared against the global. So tomorrow you can rate which panel was better. Deal? Now let's try to do this in 15 minutes. Watch is on. 448 plus 15. 503. Let's go. First question. Yes, the mics are a very good idea. We will have the mics. All right. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, so the first question I have for the panelists is that what was the toughest obstacle you and or your organization had to overcome during the pandemic? 1 minute. Who wants to go first? All right, Walid, you're raring to go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think all of you know that the saying of Microsoft CEO, he said, we witnessed 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months. I think this is very much true for most of the organization that we are working for. The need for digitization, automation, and remote working become a must for organization in order to exist, to survive. It's not just to optimize. And I think this comes with a lot of stress on technology people, which is us here. In my opinion, humanity went to moon because we want to, but we went to Mars because we have to in order for human to not to become an distinct species. The same, in my opinion, apply for digital transformation. For some of us to start digital transformation journey 10 years ago because we want to enhance customer experience, but acceleration of digital transformation is a must now for all the organization just to survive. I think this is the most challenging obstacle for organization to manage nowadays.
Wow, I like that. So we went to the moon because we wanted to. We went to Mars because we have to. And digital transformation, do we have to do it? Is it like going to the moon? Is it a matter of survival?
It's a must to have, or it's something without which you will not be able to sustain. So I think, just to answer that question, what we found, which is one of the toughest nut to crack, was actually how to balance the work and life. And there was a lot of debate around it, like, the people were really happy when the work from home was announced. But very soon, it went into a burnout. And that burnout situation, how to handle that was something which was the most debated or, the discussed topic within 3 months in any organization, or at least in our organization.
Yeah, just would like to add one point regarding the obstacle during the pandemic. As you know, hospitality was maybe the second impacted industry in the world after airlines. So our first aim was to manage the cost. That's the most important. In order to stay in business and to stay alive, we wanted to manage our cost. So our first aim was to how we can look at our existing cost and manage it, but at the same time, how we can retain our people. So I think we are now, this period is behind us. We passed this one, and this is where we start to look at the rebound, how we can rebound our hotels. You're staying in one of our hotels, which is the Fairmont, and this is how we try to digitalize in order to keep the guests coming to Accor, to our hotels, and make the guests feel safe when they are onboarding or when they are checking in our hotels, how they can feel safe. And this is where we start looking at technology, we start looking at digitalizations. So we did a lot in digitalization. Maybe the other questions would answer these ones.
Excellent. Qusay, you want to add anything to that?
I think colleagues here covered it. So maybe we'll move to the next.
I'd love to build on what Jay said around remote work. Right? So initially we were happy, then there was burnout. So what is your personal opinion on remote work? Does it differ from the opinion of the organization? Qusay, go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So I think, yeah, I agree with what my colleagues here has been saying about this. So I think remote working is becoming a must for all organizations to adopt to. So basically, you have this hybrid model that is being adopted by different organizations around the world. And I think it's bringing to a different model to the table, how it's being a collaborative way of working. And I think it's increasing the performance of delivering in some of the areas. So I believe this will continue, and this will become the new norm. This is my perspective on this.
So hybrids will continue and become the new norm. It's improving productivity.
I agree, yep.
Who does not agree with that statement?
I think
Looking at you, Roger, in hospitality.
Yeah, in hospitality, unfortunately, we have to disagree with this. We work with people, so we welcome people, and this is our daily business. So I agree that the world has changed. We can see this from the type of travelers that are coming to our hotels. Before, we were depending a lot on business. Now you see more leisure. During the pandemic, you see our resorts are full, while our business hotels are not the same. So the world is changing. We're also looking at how we can benefit from our hotels. We start looking at selling working spaces. We start selling parking slots. So we start getting a lot of other type of business demand. And this is where we start getting to innovate, to find other source of business. And I think the world after COVID is going to be different than before COVID. This is definitely 100%.
Amazing.
But I prefer to work from office, definitely.
You prefer work from home. Hybrid. How about Walid? What are you seeing in Ras Al Khaimah? Are we working from the office?
It depends, but for specific jobs, they can still work from office. Some they can work remotely. In my opinion, working remotely becomes a new norm. This is something is unavoidable. And in fact, it has a huge potential as well. Flexibility of working from anywhere. Having team members working from their home country because some personal commitment. And in fact, one of the most powerful impact of remote working, it gives you access as a manager to an outstanding, huge pool of global resources that weren't accessible before. Wow. So I easily can go and hire anyone from any place in the world and they can fully productive. But as DC Comics say, with great power come great responsibilities. So you need to invest in systems to ensure that you're monitoring your remote workers' workforce productivity. And this is something that we didn't used to have for, but those systems currently exist and you can manage your resources properly.
Wow. So your systems to remotely monitor your workers' productivity. Have you investigated that, Jay, at all?
I think, I just wanted to build up on that. In terms of the policy changes that is happening across the organization. So ours is also going through the same situation right now. Very interestingly, if I look at my own story, when I joined Algarg 2 years back, or before that when I went for a discussion, there was not any policy which was there which talks about work from home. And by the time when I joined, everybody was working from home. So literally it transformed the whole organization. And I think this is not for just our organization. Every organization in the region across the globe has gone through this transformation. So it's all about how resilient you are, how can you manage crisis situations like this. And this becomes imperative for organizations to sustain. And work from anywhere is something which is a common topic which has been discussed, but we are actually building up a policy right now, and we are spearheading that along with HR to make sure that we have the right systems, tools, and technologies by which we can actually collaborate and monitor the workforce, and also to enable that policy. And again, as Walid said, the advantage is we can have global talent pool, we can hire them from any different places, irrespective of the culture or irrespective of the location. Okay. So that's the advantage.
Amazing. My next question is about what organizations and how they responded. So I'm going to summarize it with 3 words. Most organizations look to continue. Continue means, ensure the business continuity. Keep the lights on. That was the priority. The pandemic hit, let's continue running. That's all I need to do. Another set of organizations, their priority was to stabilize. Look at your tech debt that has been built over the years and take the opportunity of the slowdown the pandemic offered for you to stabilize your operation. And another set of organizations looked at transformation. And they said, let's innovate and transform. Sell co-working spaces. Change the way we look at revenue and cost in our organization. So, if I ask you, what did you focus on? I know we did all 3.
Exactly. So I will
But
tell you,
can you tell me the one that you focused on, Roger?
We did the whole 3. Let me tell you why. The first 3 months of the pandemic, nobody knows what's going to happen. Everybody is panicking. So it was the first step, which is staying alive. The second, I would say 6 months after the first 3 months, it was more on how we're gonna rebound. So how we gonna receive the guests. There is a COVID and people will not come to our hotels. How we can encourage our guests to come? And this is where we came with an initiative called All Safe initiatives. And this is where we start as well looking at the technical part of it. How we gonna digitalize? What kind of innovation we are going to get for our guests. And this is where we started looking at mobile key, we start looking at online check-in, we start looking at all these kind of technologies. And the third one, which is now, is how we're gonna look for a future, moving to cloud, changing the way how we operate on a daily basis. Because I think we passed the difficult times and now about how we manage the situation. So that's why I tell you we passed through the 3 of them. And I think it's a time now to look for future and start to innovate.
Okay, so Roger dodged my question, but he introduced a lovely framework. It's actually a life cycle. We start by keeping the lights on, continue, then we try to, cover our technical debt by stabilizing, and now we talk about innovation. Does anybody else want to tell me they focused on one, or do we all agree with Roger's frame of life cycle?
I think I agree. I agree with Roger. It's a vicious circle, right? You have all 3 pillars, focused on, from stabilization to innovation to keeping the lights on. I think it's a continuous improvement.
Oh, I like it. So you added to the framework. Now I feel like I'm a PhD professor. Okay. So we're not only continue and then fix and then innovate, but now we continue the cycle.
Exactly.
And it keeps going.
If you think about it,
It's
you
a
might.
positive reinforcement.
I'm not trying to be pessimistic here or anything, but imagine in the near future you face another pandemic or another like strike, such as the one that we had. Then you need to be ready, right? You need to have this framework in place in order to get over things properly.
All right. To wrap up, because I promised the audience a miracle. I promised you Mission Impossible. And we will do this panel in 15 minutes. We have 4 minutes left. One word. That cycle we spoke about, continuously reinforcing itself. What's the biggest threat to the success of IT moving forward?
From my side, I would say two things.
Two things.
First of all, investment, and second is adoption.
Investment, if investment drops,
Of
we are
course.
in threat.
Of course.
Can you elaborate on adoption?
Adoption, like example, if we talk about cloud, we're facing some challenges moving everywhere to cloud, but our target is to reach in 5 years more than 80% of our hotels fully cloud. And depends from one country to another. There are some countries the regulation doesn't allow us to go on cloud. Some other countries, the ISP or the internet or the telecom providers, there are different obstacles where it doesn't allow us to go to cloud. I think the future is moving all our hotels, be able to open a hotel within like 24 hours, while now taking us 6 to 8 weeks between distribution, between all these technologies and systems.
Amazing. Okay. Gopi, you want to say something? AJ, sorry.
I think, from an IT point of view, if you ask, it is the agility. And, from an organization point of view, if I want to answer, it's customer experience. These are the two key things which is required for any organization to sustain, because as IT leaders, we have worked on projects which takes months, maybe years to deliver as a program. But now the business needs much more, and they need something today. And for that, how agile you can, how fast and nimble you can deliver, that's something which is going to be the key. And the CX is something which is internal and external for any organization. So internal to our customers and external to our third-party customers, how we can, envisage that journey well, and how can we create a customer experience or a better customer experience will actually redefine the organizations.
Amazing. Go for it. You want to add? I can see.
So, yeah, I have just a word in mind. I think it's people. I think, if you think about the real challenge and obstacle that's coming in the future, people in organizations, in client side, vendor side, around the world, they're the hardest part of the equation, right? They're the hardest, let's say, variable, not a constant, okay? And you need to change people's mindset. You need to make them ready for the change. You need to make them agile to make sure that you deliver and on your promises. So that's what I wanted to add.
It builds on adoption. So you said in investing and adoption, people and culture,
100%
customer
mindset.
experience. Wrap it up for us. No pressure.
Okay.
Come on, Walid.
Did anyone heard about the book called Only Paranoid Survive?
Only the paranoid survive. Yes.
Yeah, this is very much true when it comes to information security. I think all of you knows that the number of cyber attacks increased 400% since the pandemic started. So security was and will continue one of the main area of concern to avoid any issue in your digital transformation. And I cannot agree more with my colleague here regarding resources. And here I'm talking about technical resources. We're gonna face, and which we start to face it now, huge shortage on skilled resources in the digital transformation area. There is a huge demand maintaining and sustaining your team. This become a real challenge for technology leaders. So this is one of the main risks that we are currently facing.
Amazing. Okay. For those of you that have been listening, let's describe the virtuous cycle we spoke about. What's step number 1?
Give them a hint.
adapting, continuing the business. Step number 2, fixing. That's the word I used, but okay, fixing. Step number 3, innovate. And then, repeat. Who said repeat? I love it. Absolutely right. The biggest challenges we see for next year in IT? Investment, adoption, people, security.
Customer experience.
Yes, don't cheat, don't cheat. All right, thank you very much for our panelists. I really enjoyed the discussion. Short but sweet. That's how we do it at GEC Media.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
All right. Who do we have next? Who do you think? We got another set of awards. This time for the Masters. So Dave Crane, please join us on stage. You have a list.
I've got a list. What did I do to
Let's place our bets. How many of those are still in the room to receive their Master Award? What does Master stand for, Dave?
The honest answer or the one I'm going to tell you? Master means that I've been, let me just check it for you. Can you hear me okay?
15 to 20. Oh, they can't hear you. Do you want one of those? Audio, mic for Dave, please.
As well.
Podium.
Hello, podium mic.
Is it turned on? They're asking if you have one. So they're
Hello, there we go.
There we
Perfect, thank you. Excellent. Right, let me take my mask off, otherwise it's really bad. Thank you, Basil. You just escaped the stage, haven't you? Just gone, right, Dave, over to you. Bye. Cheers, buddy. Bye. Excellent. Right, so a couple of the people who missed out earlier are now here, so thank you very much. We'll be reading their names out so you can come up and collect your award as well. Let me just very quickly find the space of where we are. Are you enjoying yourselves today, by the way?
This one doesn't.
Wonderful. That's good to know, because I've got to mention as well, but you probably discovered it, there's food and coffee available over there. So if anybody doesn't know about that, then that is there, but I have been and had mine, so I don't know what's left. But please feel free to do that as well. Our next set of awards is for the Masters, as we mentioned here. But before I actually start and read out what they are all about, let me just say that tomorrow, if you're an early riser, or you're actually into mind and body and spirit and meditation and coming to terms of who you are and your relationship to the outside world, especially if you've had challenges with panic or depression and you just want to work out how to really balance them up, we've got a special session on the beach at 7 o'clock. That's just outside the beach of the hotel. That's a sunrise meditation with the wonderful Hector Sibal. And you get a free yoga mat as well. I don't know what size it is. Hopefully it's a full-size yoga mat. Otherwise, if you just put one foot on it, it's just like a towel, okay? Or flannel. So that's tomorrow, 7 o'clock. How many people like to meditate? There you go. So that's at least 20 people who say they're going to come along. So that's fantastic. 7 o'clock on the beach. Don't be late, because if you arrive and say, what have I missed? Everyone will answer you by going like this. So you've got to get there at least 5-10 minutes early. And if you do miss out on your mat, just bring your duvet. Hotel doesn't mind. I'm joking. Don't do it. They'll go crazy. I'm just saying. Okay, so music's begun. That's fantastic. Is that your subtle way of saying, can you do some work, Dave? All right, drop it down a little bit, Jumbo. Down a little bit. Drop it down a bit. Drop it. Thank you. All right, so next up for our Master Awards, we are inviting up from Cure Medical Centers, Shijin Prasad. Shijin Prasad. There we go, Shijin. Oh, hold on. Where's Tushar? He was just chilling out, wasn't he? He was just getting his yoga mat ready because he's thinking nobody's getting my place on the beach but me. We've got the trophy coming up. I think it's a trophy that's coming up. It's either that or the food that you ordered from the buffet, Tushar. It's one of the two. There you go, you get your photos taken. By the way, if you want to get another photo, we've got our wonderful wall out there. Give a round of applause, by the way. So we've got our photo wall out there. Feel free to take all your selfies that you could ever want to. Next up from Al-Falah University, we've got Sunil Nair. Sunil Nair. Or Nair. Nair. That's my accent. I'm from the northeast of England, you see. And we've got a new football team called Newcastle. That's going to be the #1 in the world. Thanks to Saudi. You just watch. Saudis bought Newcastle, which is very exciting. The entire town. Congratulations, well done, Sunil. Next up from Dubai Developments, Mohammed Shahzad. Mohammed Shahzad. 3 out of 3 so far. Amazing. Famous last words. It won't happen. Won't last. There you go. Look after your trophy with pride. Congratulations. Next up from King's College London, based in Dubai, Himanshu Puri. Himanshu Puri. No, it was too good to last, wasn't it? Okay, next up from Mantrak Group, the Mansour Group, Fadi Sleeman. Fadi Sleeman. Yes, Fadi. Brilliant. Fantastic. Next up then from Aster Pharmacy, we've got Adam Dokrat. Adam Dokrat. Nope. Okay, next up from Hellman Worldwide Logistics, Siddiqui Altaf. Siddiqui Altaf. Excellent. I've got to say, I love the music, by the way. I said, put on something inspirational, celebrational. It's like a heart attack, but don't worry. You enjoy yourself over there. Right, next up, by the way, from Del Monte Foods in UAE, Hafiz Sheikh Mohammed. Hafiz Sheikh Mohammed. Good to see you, Hafiz. Excellent. That's your heart rate on sanitizer, just thought I'd tell you. Okay, next up, by the way, from Laticrete, International Inc., Samit Jar. Samit Jar. Samit, good to see you. I'm just checking it was you. When you waved, I thought you might be leaving, but no, that's definitely you. Fantastic. Nushri. Right, next up, by the way, sorry, just checking with my lawyer. I can do the next thing I was going to do, so that's fantastic. Next up, Siha Abu Dhabi Self-Services. That's Saif Al-Siksek. Saif Al-Siksek. That's you? Fantastic. Oh, it's not you. It is you. On his behalf. Have you got any proof? If that goes on eBay, we will have words. I'm just saying. These are very expensive awards, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They cost at least $2,000. Yeah. For each batch of 1 billion that we get made. So I'm just saying it's worth it. We'll be in touch with Saif and make sure he got his award. You can't just wrap it up and say that's from Santa. Brilliant, thank you. Next up for Jolfa Pharma, Srinivasa Harisamani. That's you, isn't it? So there you go, Srinivasa. I'm sorry for getting your surname wrong, but I've got a microphone in a way, I can't say it properly. That's what they all say, Dave. Yeah, I know. Excellent, thank you. So next up from Canadian Specialist Hospital, Ali Ghanem. Ali Ghanem. I'm glad I got your name right. You're massive. I'd hate to offend you by getting it wrong. Excellent. Next up from Al Masood National General Contracting, LLC, Ayman Hedaka. Ayman Hedaka. Brilliant. Another master. Good to see you. Fantastic, well done. Next up from Saudi German Health UAE, Hasnain Juza Ali. Hasnain Juza Ali. No? Okay, next up from Hilton Worldwide, Radi Karnib. Radi Karnib. DIFC Courts for Arul Vigin. Nope. Next up from Al Hilal Bank, Syed Naqvi. There you go, Syed's arrived. Fantastic round of applause for Syed. Remember, look after your award, very expensive, oh yes. Okay, so next up then we have from Diafa International Education, Pradeep Nair. There we go, that's Pradeep. Moving at speed as well. Every bit of exercise is good, remember, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meditation, get yourself there. Save a seat for me, by the way, because I'll be probably fast asleep in bed. Anyway, right, next up, by the way, congratulations to Pradeep. Millennium Hotels and Resorts at MEA, Ahmed Shawki. Okay, next up, Al Rams Corporation, PJSC, that's Iyad Kashkash. Clearly not. Next up, Standard Chartered Bank, Ahmed Nabil Mahmood. Standard Chartered Bank. All right, then National Marine Dredging Company, Vibin Vijay Kumar. Sorry, Vibin Vijay Kumar, that's better. My glasses are now steaming up under the heat of a light, you see. That's why I'm getting my names wrong. Got away with that one. Thank you. Cheers, George. Next up then for Daman National Insurance, Omar Al-Mazuki. No. Yes. There you go. Wonderful. Fantastic round of applause. Cheers, Omar. Excellent. Next up for the Commercial Bank of Qatar, Jacobus Conrad Berger. Brilliant. Takaful Emirates Insurance and Asad Mahmood. Is Asad here? No? All right, next up for Neuron UAE, Ashraf Kitana. Next for Noon Pay, Ringsun Raghavan Nair. All right, next up for Carrefour, Kanasan Pandey. If you know that any of the people have been in the room but they might have passed to the bathroom, by the way, while their name is being called, let me know because we've got cameras so we can I'm joking, we haven't really. I just thought no, we haven't. Okay, next up, I can't believe I said that. From ADNOC, Omar Bamatrif. We have not got cameras, by the way. It was a joke. Again, like the sanitizer didn't work very well. I thought it was funny in my head before it came out. Okay, next up for Abu Dhabi Municipality, for ITC, Ziad Saleh. Next up for Etihad International Investment, GG, or is it Gigi? Matthew Thomas. There we go. Is it GG or Gigi? I can't tell, you got a mask on. GG. Oh, good. I like it. GG. Much better. Fantastic. I've had lots of people, and it's great to see everybody who was here a couple of years ago coming up to me and saying, Dave, good to see you, but if you're wearing a mask, I might not recognize you. I've got to be honest. In the same way as nobody worked out that Clark Kent is Superman when he's got his glasses on. Same kind of thing. I'm just saying. No offense, but if I go, good to see you, no idea. That's what it is. All right, then next up, by the way, is Emerald Services LLC from Robert Araniego. Is that Robert at the back? Fantastic, good to see you. You did this like body swerve, like you're heading towards the exit and then turned around on home straight and came all the way down. Thank you so much. Made my day.
I think a round of applause for the body swerve at least. Fantastic. Excellent. Okay, next up from a landmark group, Krishan Kant Shrivastava. Krishan Kant Shrivastava. Okay, down to the last page now of these ones in this particular section, and on each page we have 200, so that should be done soon. And this is for the next gen ones, is that correct? We're going to, where's Anushri? Are we going to the next gen straight away? Oh, fantastic. In that case, we've got a couple to do. So next up for Holiday Factory, Oliver Chester de Maiwat. Oliver Chester de Maiwat? Nope. All right, for Noor Takafal, Awais bin Imran. There you go, fantastic. And get your photo taken as well. We've got a photographer, a proper one, so you'll be able to see it on the internet in about 5 to 6 years' time. I think we're planning to put it up there, so that'd be very good. Just in time to share with your friends. Excellent, that's the official one. And the unofficial one, cameraman, did you get that picture as well? You did, okay, because if you didn't get the official one, we have to send him back. All right, it's good. He likes it, he's looking at it quite a lot. Expect a knock later on. Anima Bank, Alinma Bank, there we go. Turkey Othman Al-Dubaiki. So Turkey Othman Al-Dubaiki. Is that you? I got your name completely wrong. Let's just go Turkey. Any Turkey? And it's a Christmas joke, I'm not going to go there. Future X, Mithun Nair, who I met earlier, and you made me feel really old. I used to listen to you on the radio when I was a kid, Dave. Really, thank you. I feel great now. Cheers. That's an anagram for, you're an old fart and you're still working in Dubai, aren't you? Yes, I am. That's correct. You're banned from the UK, but won't let you back in, will they? Shh. Don't go there. Right then, so next up, we've got a couple of people who missed their original name being read out, but because of the kindness of our friends from the organization, you get a chance to come and join us on stage now. So next up, we should get Jai Kumar Mahanachandran from Isa Saleh Al Ghur Group. Where are you, Jai Kumar? Fantastic. Popular choice, look at you. It's like they remember when you were in a boy band. It was a while ago, a little while ago. Has he lost it? Just take a chair. There's a long list of people who haven't collected theirs. Just give him that. We can just change the label later. Find it in the bin. Just change it over. Fantastic. Right, there we go. Excellent. Well done. So if I'll give you a clue before we actually, can you find the award next for Zahir Kazi, who's the Minister of Interior? So if you look for that, it's amongst all the different ones out there. Zahir, have to wait, walk slowly if you haven't found it yet. Oh, it's a bit slow, like moonwalking. Oh, we got it, fantastic, excellent. Congratulations, Zahir. Photo taken as well, look at that. Excellent. I love the music, by the way. Jumbo, our DJ, you're just randomly going through whatever's on your phone, aren't you? Fantastic. Right, next up, by the way, another person who missed it earlier, but is here now, a legend for Tawazun Economic Council, Aslam Rashid Khan. Aslam Rashid Khan. We're trying to work it out. Have you ever played that game? What's it called? Whack-a-mole. When you go to the, and you've got to try and find it. That's what we're doing down there, trying to find all the right awards when I give them a name. We're trying to find... Doesn't matter. It was funny in my head. Came out not as funny. Sanitizer, been there. Is it really? It just feels like that. Okay, so that's... Is he here? He's not here. That was a trick. So he's come and gone, not to worry. Switch on the cameras, let's see. And last but not least, from Middlesex University in Dubai, Pragnesh Menon from a leader group. Pragnesh Menon. Is that a yes? There we are, fantastic, excellent. That is you. Yes? Okay, go on stage. Don't be scared, it's all right. It doesn't bite. If you keep your mask on, he won't kiss you. I know. He will really. That's one for the cameras. On that subject, how many people are going to the nightclub tonight? How many people are going to boogie on down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be a massive night, 6 people. Everyone else is sat there watching fashion TV. All right, whatever. Social distancing, yeah, one will be on the beach, on a mat. The rest of us will be in here collecting trophies. I think that's it for this group. Let me just check. Anushri, where has she gone? That's it, done. One more. Okay, he's over there. Animal, mineral, or vegetable. You can't just point at stuff. How many syllables? Is it a book? What's that? What, you stand here and you say it.
Ali Ajgar, please. Come over.
There you go. I feel completely useless now. I have no idea. It's not on my, I've got sheets here. This is all the names I've got to read out, by the way. All circled and highlighted and stuff. Anyway, congratulations. A round of applause for our mystery man. Like a ninja of trophies. It's like Indiana Jones and the last trophy in the day. Congratulations, well done. Is what you said. A round of applause for Tushar, by the way. What a brave man. Stands there all the way through. Looking just like George Clooney. Fantastic. Right, next up, by the way, I think that's it for me, isn't it? That's all the awards, unless we've got another 500 I didn't know about. Lucky me. So, once again, bringing him back up, it's the mystery man. They call him Superman, and they also call him Mr. Special. In fact, he's going to be starring in the next Mission Impossible movie. Put your hands together for Basil!
Thank you! Mr. Crane, Mr. Crane.
I should tell you some secrets, shouldn't I, for next time? Because I didn't reveal anything there at all. Nope.
I've got one.
Go on then.
You are a forgiving soul.
I'm what?
Forgiving.
Not really.
When people missed their award,
yeah,
why give them a second chance? If
Because
you're not just the sweetest, forgiving person on planet Earth.
First of all, I haven't been paid yet. And secondly, I'm going to delete them from LinkedIn when I get home.
There you go.
All right, good.
If you miss your award moving forward, there is no chance of redemption. Mr. Crane has spoken. All right, next we've got a CIO keynote. Please put your hands together, welcoming the next speaker on stage, Faisal Sayed, Digital Transformation Manager at Saha, Abu Dhabi. Faisal, are you mic'd up? Are you ready? Faisal is a Harvard graduate, chartered engineer, Federation of Information Practitioners Senior Associate, and experienced head of information management. Skilled in software implementation, ITIL, HL7 standards, IT strategy, and healthcare information technology. He's got a Master of Science in Management, focused in business administration and management from the CAS Business School. Faisal, welcome to stage.
Thank you.
Are you aware of our rules here today?
Yeah, I didn't write all of that up. It's coming from LinkedIn.
All right. Your slides, please. Mobile digital transformation. So it's not digital transformation, it's mobile digital transformation. Can we get them on stage? Mr. VJ, in the booth. You gotta swap the inputs. I see them on the monitor. I need to see them behind me on stage. It is a very difficult. There you go. Your time has started. Okay. Good luck, Faisal.
Thank you. Thank you, Basil. Yeah. My slides are white, so they're going to be nice and bright. And I'm not going to ask you to actually stand up, because I get the last slot around 5 o'clock. It's a good slot to be in. So I don't have the clicker, by the way. Somebody needs to get me the clicker. That's okay. I purposely made my slides smaller. I don't have to actually, use the whole 15 minutes. Nope, no clicker away. Ah, there it is. Yep, they seem to be working. All right. So when I was actually asked to do this presentation, I was given a choice that I could actually, luckily, choose any subject. And I thought, okay, we've been through pandemic and we've been through so much of change in our life. What do we see right now happening and how is it going to affect us in the coming years? And I thought, let's talk about mobile digital transformation, because this is already hitting us from all other industries, but in healthcare, we seem to be actually lagging behind. So you'll see a bit of healthcare components coming in there. So any ideas? How many mobile users do we have globally? I put it up on the slide. 5 billion, yes. And these are actually last year's figures. So by this time, it would have definitely improved as well. And of those 5 billion, you have 4.5 billion who actually have internet access. And of that, 3.8 billion are actually active as social media users. They have one or the other account. They have Twitter, Facebook, some sort of social media presence there. Facebook alone, 2 years ago, had 2 billion users. You could imagine where it stands today because of pandemic. So in the Middle East itself, what sort of footprint are we actually working with in the mobile arena? We seem to be working with 258 million population, of which 306 actually have a mobile connection. Some of us actually have multiple connections. And then we have those who have internet connectivity and then social media usership more on it. But most importantly, these are the users who are actually changing the way industry behaves in the Middle East region. 5 years ago, when we used to actually think about Amazon, it wasn't Amazon at that time. It was Souk at that time, by the way. And Noon wasn't even there at that time. It wasn't even born. And during pandemic, these two companies literally just took it away. I was looking at a video today and it was showing the automated distribution of packages happening in Amazon. You have these robots going over the floor and they're actually picking up a package and then taking it over. Well, if somebody would have seen that a couple of years ago or some more years ago, they would have said, oh, that's not good. That's going to take away jobs. So how many jobs has Amazon actually taken away? I don't think so. It hasn't taken away any jobs whatsoever. In fact, it has created more jobs in pandemic than any other industry could have actually put together. For the drivers, for the delivery people, for the ones who need to be at the warehouse, for the ones who actually need to do the packaging, or the ones who are actually selling those items to Amazon that, okay, go ahead, these are my products, uplist them, sell them across the marketplace. So technology and innovation doesn't actually take away jobs. It creates more opportunities. And same was the phenomena when computers started coming into the industries in the 70s and 80s. People felt the same way. Oh, these computers are going to take away jobs. Accountants, oh, no, they're taking away my jobs. Accountants are still there. They're still doing the job they were doing even in 1970s and 60s. IT, however, has actually evolved 7 times more. We went from architecture-based mainframe to thin client to client server, now into cloud. So moving on, this is the global landscape of all of the mobile users across the world. And you'd see them in different parts of the world. So you have a lot of customers. And these customers expect you to actually fulfill their consumership using a mobile platform. You can buy your groceries through Noon. You can buy your items, electronics through Amazon. But you can't get your healthcare still through your mobile platform. How many of you can actually book an appointment and actually see your physician on the phone today? Very little. In fact, the answer would be no yet. Because we've tried it in the pandemic, but we have not been able to take this platform off. Because there is still resistance from many different areas in terms of taking it off. Insurance needs to pay for it. Physicians need to be ready to actually be able to adopt the technology and we need to actually tailor these applications to make sure that the patient is actually happy with this technology that they've actually used. So let's talk about the digital transformation piece. In digital transformation, I've been actually asked to explain a couple of times what is digital transformation to me, personally. Well, the simplest answer I give for a digital transformation label is digital transformation's responsibility is not to solve the organization's operational problem. That's what you have the operational people to do so. Digital transformation's job is to envisage what's going to happen in the next 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years, and make the organization ready to actually come and accept that change. If I was to tell you today, in 3 years' time, 80% of your bookings for your physicians are going to happen using your mobile application, you probably wouldn't believe me today. But in 3 years' time, when it becomes a reality, it'll be just like a norm. Because you would expect it to be that, yeah, I book for my physician over my phone, I get a call from him, and then we have a chat, we have a discussion, he orders some medications, and the medication gets delivered at home. What's wrong with that workflow? We need that workflow. If it happens in other industries, why can't it happen in healthcare? So when we are actually saying we want to actually make this change, the digital healthcare space is already trying these out in different regions of the world. In the US, they did a short survey with Stanford University with some telemedicine operators and some patients as well. They asked them the question that, would they prefer, after having used a couple of sessions, would they prefer to actually have another session through telemedicine? 85% of them said yes. More than 90% of them actually asked, we would like a follow-up session again on the telemedicine call, on a televideo, on a video platform, because it's easier for them. And it's the same for all of us as well. I mean, I'm not going to ask for hands being raised up, but would you really not find it useful that you attend your 9-to-5 job, and if you have to see a physician, you easily just log in, make a request, and then your physician actually calls you at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the evening to ask you how you're doing? Why do you have to actually take a day off, go to the physician, get registered, 15 minutes in the reception, another half an hour inside the clinic, and then spend 10 minutes with the doctor just to have that conversation which you could have had yesterday? This workflow needs changing, and that's the disruption I'm talking about. Technology is making a lot of other things possible. So today, we just see healthcare as a straight line. Oh, we have our same vitals being taken, we have our information being kept in an EMR, electronic medical record, and then the physician makes the decision based on the clinical justification of giving that medication. However, things are changing, and it will change further. We can now give our patients wristbands, which they can wear, and they can actually walk around, they can spend their normal lifetime, they're going around to park or walk or whatever it is. It gives us the trend of the data that are they moving about as much as what they need to move about after a surgery, after a clinical diagnosis. Are they actually doing what is required to do so? And then we can get that data and make that much more precise judgment for the patient. So this change should not be taken lightly. This is going to change your lifestyle. Many of us who want to actually lose weight, what do? We go to the physician, have a discussion, get ourselves onto a plan, and then after that, what happens? Nothing else happens. But wouldn't it be nice that if you had a watch that actually told you, you need to do 15,000 steps a day, that's when you're going to lose the weight. You need to watch your calories before you eat, before your meal time. You need to actually have your meals at a proper spaced interval so that your nutrition that is in your body doesn't actually ask for too much more or too much less. So that your insulin is regularized and you take your small portions that help you lose that weight. Now the second piece is actually, as I've mentioned more around telemedicine, the video conferencing. The third piece I'll just will go over to is the GPS tracking. So I know in some parts of the world, this is considered as a privacy problem, but again, it would be a nice feature to have on your mobile phone where you can actually call the emergency services, giving them your precise location. And why do I say that? Well, in today's world, on a normal urban city, no problem. But if you're actually trekking up a mountain, how do you send your best location that that's where you've actually sustained an injury? You would need a proper GPS location system, and that's when you can route it out. Mountaineers actually use this service, but they pay $20,000 as a deposit for the helicopter pickup. If mountaineers actually have to actually pay that money because it's life-threatening, but we can actually make this simpler with drones. You give a location, the drone can actually see what situation it is, and then actually advise what sort of services needs to be deployed to that location. Again, all with the consent of the patient. The concept of smart living is not actually just coming inside our homes, but also it's coming within our space as well. We've got IoTs that we actually wear. Your phone is actually pretty much actually doing most of the IoT work nowadays anyway. Robotics, which is important. People have got these hoovers that are going around the house and doing the robotic work for them. We've got more and more technology coming towards that. We have driverless cars now that are actually coming in from Tesla and from Google. Apple is also actually trying to make their own, which is having a good spin-on effect on Elon Musk. This platform is not for that. And then AI and machine learning. How much of a value is that adding into our life? Some again believe that this is going to actually overtake our life. I don't think so. It is again going to create those opportunities which we need to harness and use to our own advantage. So, while I actually explained all of that, mobile and the digital transformation, I want to actually quickly cover one point which is beginning to actually bog down IT projects. And I actually had a discussion with somebody around this morning as well. IT projects have become more and more complex. Traditionally, IT projects used to be simplified that, oh yeah, no problem. We go ahead, make the procurement, bring in the servers, do the installation, train some users, and we're live. No problem. Today, it's not like that. You have to go through a proper RFI phase, RFP, then contracting, then legal, then actually going through security, infrastructure setup, and then you actually begin the installation. You do almost 50 to 60% of your time satisfying all the T's and I's to be crossed over so that you do not get into an issue afterwards, which is a good thing, by the way, because my closing slide is actually on that same topic as well. The complexity is helping to ensure that the services we deliver to our customers, patients in our context, is vetted for, is accounted for, and is going to be secure for them, so that the organization doesn't suffer afterwards. I've kind of actually already overstepped over that, so let's just skip over. So the last piece I'm going to actually cover is having the right product, the right solution at the right time, and that's the actual digital transformation. Today, if you go ahead and actually open up a mobile health application, whether it is any organizations, I'm not going to actually account for anyone for simply one, but you cannot actually book your last seen physician with one click. And that's an important feature that you should be able to do. If you can repeat your order in another application, why can't you actually make your booking for a physician with one click? It needs to be thought through. These workflows need to change. Yeah, let's just go over that. So the final one, and let's close with this one. What is going to affect in the future for transformation? Organizations are not going to actually lose out because of not having the right infrastructure or cloud or platform. Organizations are going to actually lose out because of not having the right level of security. And that's what is going to matter. So for us to be able to deliver to our patients the right level of safety, we must make sure that our solutions are secure and give them what they need at the right time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed. Thank you so much, Faisal. All right, who was paying attention? Only a few. You have incredible stamina, good attention spans. People in the back chit-chatting away. Can I kindly request, for the respect of the speaker, to please keep it quiet? And please try to have a seat if you can. We're almost there. The good news is that we only have 2 more presentations and 1 panel. The bad news is you'll have to listen to me present. All right, so the quiz, Faisal. What % of patients in that Stanford study in the US preferred telemedicine over in-person doctor visit? 90. 90. Lower. 85. Who said 85? Awesome. Good job. You were paying attention from the back row. Back row takes the lead over the front row once again. And the next question, what about access to medical records? I really like that. Like, I don't understand how the healthcare industry has survived so long without giving the patient access to their own electronic medical record. What % of patients wanted access to their own medical records? It's higher than the last percentage. I'll give you a clue. 98. Wow, that's very high. Not that high. Anybody? He didn't mention it. I just read it off the slide, so it's kind of hard to guess. It's 87%. 87% want access to Do you want access to your medical records? Yeah? Awesome. Next, on stage, we've got none other than Samer Sim'an. Samer, for those of you that don't know you, I don't know if anybody doesn't know Samer, is the channel manager for the Middle East at Pure Storage. He manages not only the channel, but alliances as well. He's one of the region's most recognized, if not the most recognized, channel leader. He's playing a pivotal role in building Pure's channel in the region. Samer, I'm going to stop introducing you. Everybody knows you. But please tell me what those orange boxes are.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good evening.
So can you hear me first?
We still don't have your
Can you
mic.
hear me in the back?
Yes.
So I like to shout. I don't know why. So those are because I realized that Basil, he's asking 2 questions after every presentation. So, okay, the green, it's forward, and the red, I heard it. So this is going to be your open question from my presentation, 2 questions and 2 echo dot as a gift.
Echo dots.
Yes. So
Oh,
hi, Alexa.
I love echo dots. Okay. You guys heard it here first. I need to listen.
Yes.
I need to formulate the questions. The first person that raises their hand and answers correctly gets an echo dot. Yes, sir. What's the answer?
If you give the right answer, he's going to give it to you.
After the presentation.
Okay.
Go.
So first of all,
15 minutes on the clock.
it's a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure for us to be here with you. I'm not going to be talking about a lot of, or adding more confusing on the message. I will just tell a story about every single company today. They are talking, we want to be ready for the future. This futuristic vision that we hear a lot, it reminds me, it's like actually if we split down, futuristic, it's coming from the word futurist. It's a person who helps us take the right decision today for our future. It's very simple. It's a futuristic vision. And it reminds me an article back in 2011. This article by Gartner and IBM. Gartner, they have said in 2011 that the adoption on the cloud is going to hit $250 billion by 2017. This prediction was done by end of 2013. This is one side. The second side, IBM, they have mentioned that quarter of the application back in that time, 2011, it was around 48 million applications. Quarter of those applications will be on the cloud, will be smart. What we hear today, it's a smart application. It's a smartphone. It's a smartwatch, smart city, smart house. This is all about those smart applications that we want to use and we are accessing from anywhere. So with this, to confuse you more, 10 years back, we started telling me, you have to go to the cloud. Guys, it's the private cloud. 6 months later, no, not only private. You have to have in private cloud and your public, and then the hybrid. Today, we're talking about multi-cloud approach. because all of you, you're adopting one or two clouds. So that's why today we are trying with this cloud concept, with this application approach, we're moving from infrastructure-centric to application-centric. And if we go back to the word prediction, to the word futuristic, no one in 2019 was able to predict what's going to happen. That we're going to be working from home for 24 months, almost 2 years. This is simply because this pandemic, what has been done with this pandemic, it put us in an acceleration mode for those smart applications, for the digitalization that we're talking about from application perspective or from data center, reinventing this. So this is where we are today. And this acceleration caused by the pandemic, it's good for the IT company, of course, but we're talking about billions and millions of transactions that it's happening, whether Zoom, whether from this e-commerce, or whether we're talking about the trillion, after 1 quarter, the $1 trillion Amazon that they've made from their online shopping. This is huge. It's, of course, a new world of data. But when I go more forward in it, it's all about the application. Those applications that we're seeing. If I see this picture behind me, yes, a lot of Zoom session, a lot of team, a lot of data generated by those Tesla, by those applications. Let me see what happened here. Can you still hear me? So, this is the access from anywhere. This is what we are trying to provide to all our customers. So this is what we want. We want to give you the access from anywhere. We want to make sure that it's secure, because security is still the top priority. And we want also to make sure that this data, it is changing everything for us. But remember the smart word. I go back and I sat with the technology architect solution, the highest technical people in our office. I said, listen, I hear a lot about smart application. I hear a lot, can you tell me the story? And this guy, his name is Mohammed Makhadma, he said, Samer, it's very easy. He put this slide, and he said, if we go back, 1980, 1990s, it was client server. You remember this? I said, I used to be a developer. And what's happening, yeah, I know, you need to buy the server, you need to put the operating system on top, and you have the application. He said, that's it. We moved to something called consolidating everything on a hypervisor. We start talking about virtual machines. He said, Samer, this is how it was a revolution, but it was in 2000, sorry. So what happened after? Who didn't hear container? Who didn't hear today DevOps? All those teams, they are developing applications, they are operation for those applications. It's an infinite cycle. Because today, the smart application, you use it from your mobile. You give your feedback. Next week, they're going to release an enhancement on the application with the feature that you want, because the development cycle is very fast. So it's all, and Mohammed Makhadma was trying to simplify the message to me. He said, we move to containers. This is the cloud and the container. And today, Samer, it's a multi-cloud, and you have the option to move between those clouds. You don't have dependency on a cloud. So guess what? I'm a channel sales manager. I look at Mohammed Makhadma, I said, this is simplifying the message to me? And he said, okay, Samer, look to this picture. What do you see in this picture? I said, it's a house. He said, yes, it's a villa. So you do the infrastructure for your villa, the water, the electricity, and how many rooms, how many living room, how many kitchen, whatever in this villa. I said, yes, you have the land and you prepare everything to build this villa. He said, how many family you host in this? I said, one family. He said, keep this in mind. I said, okay. And he told me, this is the virtual machine world. One villa, one family. And then he moved to the next one. And you know, pre-sales, technical team, sometimes they try to let feel that they say that you don't know what you're talking about. He said, what do you see here? I said, I see a big building. And I start linking. I said, yes, this is when you say containers, because this is a building that it will host hundreds of families. This is a building that I pay what I want. I don't have to go to the villa. I go with 1 bedroom. Next year, I have a newborn in the family. I move to 2 bedrooms. I move to a suite inside this building. If no enough, to the next building. So I understood that containers, it's shared resources. This is, yes, they built the same infrastructure as the villa, but electricity and power and everything and gas, everything is shared with all those containers, with all those rooms, all those options for family like me to pay for what they need. So at the end, Mahatma, he managed to explain to me this difference between VMware and container. And as I said, when we talk DevOps, we talk about those applications, they are agile. Those applications that I want to change. I want to make sure that this application, any enhancement, it's straight away in production. Because the cycle, as I said, it's infinite cycle. We develop, we test, we deploy, and it's continued. You're going to develop, enhance, and deploy. And that's why DevOps, they want the fast environment. That's why when we talk containers, this is the dependency. When we talk some of the applications, whoever knows me from before, they know that I love to give the example of Uber. It's an application that they have started an application based on GPS coordinates to move objects from location A to location B. They said, why only object? Let me just person. And then they start moving person. It's a simple application taking the coordinates and just connecting people with the driver. And 2017, they managed to launch the driverless car project. It's still ongoing. So this is more than this. You have Amazon. I'm going to give, because containers, we do believe that we as a user, we see an application, right? We don't see what's behind. Before the application, once the application is down, everything is down. When we talk about containers, like for example, I will take this example, Amazon. We all use, we buy online. So this application, there is many components, which is what we call the containers. I don't know why it's not clicking. So those microservices that are shared with this application, it doesn't mean if one of them is down, that the whole application is down. If you take the example, the rating one, let's say this container is down, you will continue managing your purchase. You take it and you place the order. And guess what? You don't have the time because this container for the rating, it's not available. Next day, the application will remind you. Will tell you, guess what? You forgot to leave your feedback. Can you give us your feedback? The application today, they talk to us. So this is how we see it. So we'll go all those containers to not complicate it. Those containers with the many applications, hundreds of applications, we're talking about a big number that they need an orchestrator. I'm sure all of you heard about the Kubernetes, which is the most popular orchestrating platform for all those containers and microservices. But Kubernetes, it's only to orchestrate the app. It doesn't manage the storage and the data. And here where we talk that this is a critical data. This is a data that you need to back up, a DR for business continuity. You need to run analysis on the data in order to enhance and get more benefits for the company. So with this, Pure Storage, our latest acquisition, Portworx, it is a software layer. This software layer, it will be sitting in your infrastructure. It's going to move any application, store any application, the data of it, back it up. Disaster recovery for business continuity. It's going to do the mobility, the migration from one cloud to another. All this, it doesn't depend. It's any Kubernetes distribution. Heterogeneous environment from infrastructure perspective. And this is around any cloud and on all stage of the development phase. So this is how we see it from software perspective. And again, I start the reverse. This is the latest acquisition. But Pure Storage, we are a 12-year-old company. We believe that reinventing the smart data experience based on 3 layers, which is the simplicity, the efficiency, and the evergreen. Remember the evergreen, Lano. I'm sure that Basil will be asking a question about evergreen. So the simplicity part, it's a storage-driven, it's a system-driven. You don't have to worry about what's happening. You monitor only your storage. And this is an example from one of our big banks where 30 petabyte, multiple workforce, it's not even an expert. One IT person is managing the whole workload and the whole data. This is with the simplicity that we're offering. By the way, we don't pitch simplicity, we offer the simplicity to our customer. The second one is the efficiency. When we are efficient, we talk about all-flash technology. We talk about the performance that you're getting from flash as end-to-end NVMe, and all this architecture, it's based in our system that we're offering. And the last point, as I said, evergreen, evergreen, evergreen. This is simply a business model that we have, and quote me on what I'm going to say. Evergreen, it's a protection on your investment. So whatever environment, system that you buy from us, it is an investment protection not for 3 years. It could be forever, 3, 5, 10 years. Why? Because every 3 years, we come, we change the controller for free. What are the controller? Are the brain of your system. We're going to change it for free. Any new feature that we're pushing, you're going to get the feature for free after 3 years. All what you need to have, it's a contract, support contract, that it's valid. With this support contract, by the way, the price, it's flat and fair. What you pay today, you're going to continue paying forever, for 3, 10 years, forever. The price will decrease, will never increase. So this is the evergreen, and we talk the flexibility and upgrade. You don't have to worry about migrating the data. It's simply, you have your storage, it's working, or your system is working, and we do what it's needed every 3 years. With this, when we try to book a hotel, we always want the best hotel, 5 stars. We always want the affordable one and the good rating. We go, oh, read the rating. Ah, it's nice, the review from other people. So here we're talking about technology. We as Pure Storage, 8 years in a row, we are leading in the all-flash technology. And this is as per Gartner. Our business model, we're talking about the evergreen business model. It is a 61 TCO saving. This is when you start. Based on the evergreen business model, you're going to save money. And the last point, the support. We don't measure our people on the number of tickets. We measure them on the satisfaction from the customer. So that's why it's putting us in a position where we are proud to say NPS, our NPS, it's almost 85.3, putting us in a high level. And this is all because of the feedback from the customer. And again, our message, I know that I still have time, but our message is to deliver the best customer experience with our solution. Thank you very much. This 1 minute is going to be used by Basil for the questions.
All right, perfect. So, we do questions first, rating second.
Go ahead.
All right. He ended 1 minute and 11 seconds, gave me 1 minute to do the questions.
That's what you asked me before I start.
Awards. I think there's an attempt at bribery for higher ratings. I don't know what you think.
No.
I know you thought I was gonna ask about NPS. What was NPS? Net Promoter Score? Not gonna ask about that, that's too easy. You thought I was gonna ask about, okay, tell me one thing. What's the age of Pure Storage, and how many years have they been in the Gartner Magic Quadrant? You raise your hand first. 8 years, but what's their age? 3,
It's a dual question.
1. Next, age and how many years in Magic Quadrant?
12.
6 and 12, wrong. Next, yes sir. No, this guy here? 12 years and 8. That is the correct answer. Congratulations. All right.
This is...
Next. I had to find difficult ones. All right.
Evergreen.
You told them about that one. Everybody knows what Evergreen is. Every 3 years, free upgrades.
Take one.
No. Support that never increases in price. I will not take one. I was listening. It's easy. The hard one is, who can name the 3 pillars and, 1 second, it's a 2-part question, the 3 pillars and the name of the newest acquisition for Pure. 3 pillars and the name of the newest acquisition. You still have your hand raised? Yes, go. Simplicity, efficiency, evergreen. That's correct. And the name of the acquisition?
The software acquisition, latest one. And if we combine your first answer...
He fails again! Okay, go for it. And what are the 3 pillars? Yeah, but you have to say it.
So we're going to split the echo dot.
Too much pressure. What are the 3 pillars? Simplicity. Efficiency. Evergreen. Good. Awesome, man. Nice timing on time and perfect delivery
Thank
score
you.
of 9.1. I think that's a record for the vendors.
Thank you.
All
We'll
right,
talk later.
next. What do we have? Oh, we have a very nice. You did give two answers, half and half. Absolutely right. All right, so we have our last panel of the day today.
Good luck.
It is a panel with a reasonable time of 45 minutes, not like my Mission Impossible of 15. And to introduce the panel, I'm looking at the wrong deck. Where am I? I'm sorry, give me a second. Oh, here we go. Yes. So, can I have Dr. Jassim Haji up on stage? Dr. Jassim is the president of the Artificial Intelligence Society. And the panel is going to be discussing AI transforming the future, promises, opportunities, and challenges of artificial intelligence. Why is it artificial intelligence and not machine learning? It's not working yet. Can we have the microphone working? It's turned on. You can speak into it to see if it works like this until they get it. All right, it's working now. No, it's not. Can we get that microphone working? Can we get all microphones working? Because the panelists will be joining us soon. Audio. We need that microphone working, or any microphone working for that matter. Testing, 1, 2. Take this one.
It does, right? Yeah.
Hello?
So now you're going to count the...
Okay. Just a quick service announcement. Sorry, Dr. Jassim. I know you're raring to go. You're excited to introduce your members. But the good news is, for those of you flying tomorrow, the PCR tests are available outside, across from the Cave Club. So after this panel, you can quickly head over there. We have one more presentation, and then you can quickly head over there. All right? Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
AI. Why is it AI?
Why is AI?
Yes, why not machine learning? Because it upsets me. Everywhere I go, they write artificial intelligence. But nobody, artificial intelligence is a very generic term.
It is.
They're mostly discussing machine learning, right?
Well, the machine learning is a branch of it.
Yes.
And when it gets to the algorithms, etc., of course, you can also talk about the deep learning. Exactly. I will take a few minutes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here speaking today on the behalf of International Group of Artificial Intelligence. Maybe you mentioned Artificial Intelligence Society, but that's the other hat. The International Group of Artificial Intelligence established just under a year ago with partnership, GC Media, and the co-thinking of Tushar Sahu, is probably not here, but he's the unknown soldier between our success.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
We've started with probably not less than 15, 20 members. Today we are over 250 and growing, as becoming the fastest growing artificial intelligence organization in the whole world, with members from over 25 countries representing as board advisors, but also bringing in the members. Of course, by end of this conference, hoping to even grow by more than 10-20%. There's a big dynamics about it. We had several key conferences this year. We had artificial intelligence. He mentioned why AI and machine learning. What we're trying to do to beat it to death for everybody to understand what is AI, not to come every 6 months and have a conference and go away. For instance, we had AI in sports. One of the first AI in sports conferences in the Middle East, but also in Asia. Imagine nobody has done this. We had last week AI in courts, again the first discussions around AI in judiciaries, law, which was actually conducted in Expo Dubai, not far from here, and the presence of all the Ministry of Justice in the GCC, General Secretary of GCC. It was very high level that people got impressed to now apply it in the Middle East and GCC in their courts and judiciaries. We have next week another one, actually 2 weeks from now, on AI in higher education, how universities are changing their functions with AI, and so on. The theme becomes continuous discussions, continuous dissemination. Now, without further ado, to let you listen to the deep discussions on this, we brought some of the board advisors all the way from Europe, from Middle East, and even South America. One of them traveled 15 hours today to take part in this panel, and others, of course, no less than 7, 8 hours. Interesting group, and these are some of our expertise that we had the same things happening last week, bringing them from different parts of Europe to conduct an exciting presentations on that. Now, I will give it back to you to introduce the teams, but next time we see you, we have passed, to my opinion, over 700 and maybe 60 to 70 countries. So for more information, we are all around here. The advisory boards are here. I'm very proud of them. And also, I thank my colleagues from Bahrain sitting there who were supporting us all the way today. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim. I do have to, yes. All right, for the panelists, can I have up on stage Emmanuel R., the co-director of the Global AI Ethics Society. Next, we got Atsu Momchilovic, the co-director of the Global AI Ethics Institute and the co-founder of IGO AI. Dr. Thiago Felipe Avanci, lawyer, professor of law, board member, also member of IGO AI. Thank you for joining us. And Jorge Sebastião. Did I pronounce that correct? Sebastião. Better? Jorge is correct? George Sebastião, the co-founder of the Global Blockchain Organization. And saving the best for last, Dr. Manal Jalloul, founder of AI Lab, certified instructor and university ambassador of NVIDIA, lecturer at the American University of Beirut. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who
Hello.
does not have a mic?
Hi. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. So welcome, everyone, to the panel discussion on AI transforming the future, opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm Manal Jalloul, and Basil already introduced me. I'm a lecturer and researcher at the American University of Beirut. I'm also a certified trainer and university ambassador working with NVIDIA's Deep Learning Institute. I'm also the founder of AI Lab. It is an artificial intelligence and data analytics consultancy company offering consultancy services, solution development in these emerging technologies. It's my pleasure to be here with you today and to welcome you all to our panel discussion. So I'm really pleased to have you with us along with our esteemed set of panelists. We are going to look at this discussion as an opportunity to raise awareness about AI, its vast potential societal impact, as well as its underlying risks and concerns. So I'm going to start by introducing our esteemed panel. We have Dr. Emmanuel Goffi, an AI ethicist. He is the co-director of the Global AI Ethics Institute and the representative of the International Group of Artificial Intelligence representing France in our advisory board. Welcome, Dr. Emmanuel. We have Dr. Tiago Felipe Avanci. He has a PhD in economics and political law from Brazil. He also did his postdoctoral stage in new technologies and law from Michiel, Italy. He's a professor of law since 2009, a researcher at Polytechnic School of Brazil. He's Brazil's advisory board member at the IGO AI. He's also an expert board member at Global AI Ethics. We also have with us George Sebastião, and George is a technology thought leader, influencer, and ICT expert in the area of cybersecurity with more than 35 years of experience in technology systems. He is the co-founder and executive director of the Global Blockchain Organization and the CTO of Confidential, as well as the advisor of Government Blockchain Association. Thank you for being with us, George. We have Ako Momsadovic from Croatia. Ako is the co-director and co-founder of the Global AI Ethics Institute. He is also the owner of Future HR company. He is Croatia's country representative advisor in the IGO AI advisory board. So over the years, the growth in the use of artificial intelligence has been staggering. This revolution has been fueled by the massive advancements in computational power, as well as the massive amounts of data that are now available due to the globalization of digitization. So this has led to a golden new era for AI. Artificial intelligence has moved into the mainstream of businesses and governments, and business leaders are rushing to take advantage of the benefits that can be brought to a wide array of industries to help increase productivity. So today, you ask your smartphone virtual assistant just to become a meeting for you. And then you get this message from your bank alerting you if you did a certain transaction. Then you get recommendations of movies to watch online, or perhaps online purchases based on your past behavior. So this is AI penetrating and entering our lives. AI is here, and the pace is accelerating. Governments need to know how to move with it, because if they use it right, then by harnessing the potentials and maybe mitigating the risks and challenges, then AI can have a transformative power. It can be, a weapon, or it could be a tool to help us solve the world's biggest challenges. My first question is for you, Ako. What is the role of governments in fostering AI innovation and AI adoption? What are your recommendations regarding the need maybe for a national AI innovation policy, especially for small and mid-sized countries? So what are the risks that those countries may have to face if they are not following the trends and investing in AI development?
Well, thanks for the question. This is for me a very important topic, and I'm working my PhD thesis on it. So basically there are many potential answers to it, but none of them is conclusive at the moment. What we are thinking, and we are gathering some data, is basically the following. If we consider the artificial intelligence as one of the general purpose technologies, then for sure it will be transformative. At this moment we still are not completely sure, but what is happening and what can we perceive is basically all of us are more or less believing the following. AI is going to transform our businesses, our countries, and our lives. And it's going to happen because it happened with the previous general purpose technologies, and those are the steam engine, the electricity, and then the internet. Because everybody has electricity right now, okay? So we are counting the same will happen with artificial intelligence, but actually it might not. There are differences, and there are things that are going to happen to the countries that are start to lag behind. So the awareness about artificial intelligence, and thus this conference, is extremely important for that. Let me give you one example, and it's relatively recent. The survey and the article from McKinsey show the following. So basically, the front runners are going to have immense impact from artificial intelligence, both on the company level or on the social level. The late adopters are going to have certain positive impact. So something is going to happen to them, but not close as comparison to those who are going to firstly adopt it. And what we are not considering, because it is not easy for us and it is not it is unconscious, those who are going to lag behind are going to be in the negative effect. So basically they are going to lose their competitiveness, they are going to lose their chances, they are going to have to spend much more money just to tag along, which is of course a significant finding and way of thinking. So for that purpose, in Croatia and in some other countries in Europe, we are establishing the AI think tank, which is dealing specifically with the questions of artificial intelligence and small and medium countries, because we cannot compare ourselves with China, with United States, probably with UK, but we are all going to feel the effects of what we are going to do with artificial intelligence or not. So, of course, there are some good trends, I would say. If we would consider the cost of some AI projects, for example, training the AI models from the OpenAI, everybody probably here knows the GPT-3, so you would need approximately between, they're estimating $4 to $5 million to train a model, up to $12 million, and this goes without the initial cost of investment in the infrastructure. And obviously, this is not something that is possible for a lot of small companies, startups, and many other players. What is happening in the recent developments of the technology is that that cost actually is going significantly down. So basically now there are some initial research that is showing us that basically it could be done for example, $300,000, which is whole new level and really significant difference. So I would say, yeah, it's time to seriously get on the train. It is time to raise awareness, and it is on all of us basically the responsibility to give our contribution on this complex subject, which I just touched superficially in this short answer.
Thank you, Ako. You brought in very, very important points. And so I need to stress out there is a need for medium and small-sized countries to catch up with the revolution. They cannot just be seated in the back seat and watch what things are happening, but they have to draft a national AI strategy to foster the development and deployment and adoption of AI in their own countries. And starting early will let them to really catch up with the train, implement AI, develop it in-house. Thank you, Ako. My question next is for you, Tiago. At this relatively early stage in AI's development and implementation, the issue has arisen of AI adhering to certain ethical rules. And the ability of existing laws to govern AI has emerged as key to how future AI will be developed, deployed, and implemented. The issue of governing AI has actually entered the mainstream with both governments and private companies from across the world, specifically from major geopolitical parties like the US, China, the EU, all of them, India, including India, formulating statements and policies regarding AI ethics. So when it comes to AI and governance, can you tell us from your expertise, where does AI come when it comes to fundamental rights and privacy? Could AI be regarded as a potential transgressor of rights? So could you elaborate more on AI and governance?
Thank you for your question, my friend. Thank you very much. I guess the audio is okay. Let's see. The first thing that I'd like to share with you, my friends, is we have had in Brazil some nice conference on AI bill. Brazil recently has approved an AI bill, and this is mainly governance taking a matter of fact. And the governance is quite essentially connected with fundamental rights, which are the field that we are studying the past 15 years or so. When we talk about artificial intelligence and governance in general, we must understand that there is at least 2 main points that must be highlighted. The first point, the artificial intelligence as a tool to guarantee fundamental rights in general, and the second point, the potential misuse of artificial intelligence, and that's precisely what you share with us, Manuel. and the same thing as Atto also mentioned. This is a particular sensitive point for everyone, every country, worldwide, because we all see today as artificial intelligence can be used for the nice things, nice applications in different sectors. We saw on the trains, on computing, on building, and several different sectors with different persons talking about how can artificial intelligence can be improving our lives, and I believe in that. But we also must to understand, must to realize that there is some preoccupations concerning and special privacy. And that's a sensitive point, as I mentioned, because when we talk about fundamental rights, there is some problems, some difficulties on implementing artificial intelligence precisely because of the data, the collecting data from the people. You all know, my dear friends, that data is the currency of 21st century. It's a commodity of the 21st century. And we must deal with data with very much cautious approach. There is no other way to deal with this. And that's the importance to have a nice and strong governance to guarantee that data is used on artificial intelligence, on especially machine learning, artificial intelligence for nice purpose, for nice reasons. In short, I'd like to state, Manal, that it's quite important for us to understand and comprehend and to realize that artificial intelligence and the data used can be collected from the companies with profits. It's all good, all natural, and it's desirable, but that must be some cautions, some cares that these companies should take on collecting this. And that's governance, and that's the importance of governance, and that's the importance of respecting fundamental rights per se.
So you are absolutely right, Tiago. Perhaps there is a need to draft laws to protect the customer's privacy and protect his sharing of information, especially through the apps that we constantly use. So it's really hidden from the user, the way the data is being collected by those apps and how they are eventually used by AI to build up models, to be used for other purposes. So there needs to be clear rules, clear laws to protect customers' privacy and to have some transparency with the user of these applications. Thank you, Tiago.
Thank you.
So AI will become essential in our lives, and that is inevitable. We all agree on that. We've seen throughout the day different applications of AI and how IT companies are, working very hard to advance AI development, to integrate AI through their applications. And we've also seen the effectiveness of adding AI to applications and how it can really improve our lives, automate tasks, help out everybody in their work, create more opportunities for improvement. Despite that, there are some loopholes in these so perfect AI systems, and recently something called algorithmic bias has emerged with these AI systems. So the lack of fairness that results from a performance of a computer system is by definition called algorithmic bias. And recently, a lot of AI systems have shown algorithmic bias, whether it was based on the distinction or bias against gender or belonging to a certain ethnic group. So under the hood of these AI systems, because of the way data is being collected, perhaps, bias has appeared and emerged. And what's really dangerous when having bias in AI is that these AI systems may accelerate bias themselves, right? So human bias has always been an issue, and it has been studied in psychology for years. And over the last few years, there has been signs that shown that these our own human bias have penetrated into the AI systems that we are building, and this will create tremendous threats, especially for those marginalized groups who are already marginalized groups. We don't need AI to come and make it more worse for them. So my question next is for you, Emmanuel. What is the root cause for introducing bias in AI systems? Can we prevent it or not? And what are the adverse effects of bias in AI?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, biases are a really big issue today. We hear about that here and there all the time. And what I want to offer you, and maybe you will disagree with me, that would be great if you disagree with me, is kind of a thought-provoking perception or perspective on what biases are exactly. Because we hear too much of resumes based on previous resumes. So what I want you to think about is that biases are mainly about ethics, which is what we are doing with the Global AI Ethics Institute. We are trying to think ethics in a different way. So here, when we talk about biases, there is something that is really interesting, but it's never dealt with, which is the fact that bias is in itself a biased concept. When we talk about privacy, when we talk about discrimination between genders, skin colors, social status, this kind of thing, it's really a biased way. It's a specific perspective that we have on the acceptability or the non-acceptability of such discriminations. In some places, discrimination between male and female is not a problem at all, right? So we have to accept that. We do not have to agree with that, but we have to accept that there are perspectives in the rest of the world, I mean outside of the Western world, where discrimination between gender is not something as an issue. We have to accept that in some places, discrimination between skin colors is not an issue. It's not just kind of a normal relation between people, social status, the tribes you come from, the village you come from. It's something normal to have this kind of difference, and it's part of this social arrangement that we can find in some places. So when we talk about biases and we say we have to mitigate or we have to remove biases, we have to take into account that it's a biased perspective on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. This leads me to say the following, is that it's ethical. Acceptability, non-acceptability, right, wrong, good, bad, is all about ethics. When you travel around the world, you can see that what is acceptable in one place would not be acceptable in another one. And conversely, what is not acceptable in one place can be acceptable in another one. So the point is that so far what I've seen is too many perspectives coming from the Western world. It is why I really value the fact to be here today, exactly, and I'm really grateful to Dr. Haji for me being part of the International Group of Artificial Intelligence, because with my colleagues here, Brazil, Portugal, Croatia, Lebanon, lots of other people, if you go to our website, you see that we're covering a really huge area. It's just an exchange of perspective. We do not always agree with each other, and that's not the point. The point is just to having a debate on what we think, what are our perspectives, and what is the weight, this is something that has been dealt with earlier today, what is the weight of culture in our assessment of artificial intelligence when we think about it in an ethical stance. Just want to mention that it's really important. In some places in the world we live in, ethics is not even a question. It's really Western-oriented to speak about ethics like Aristotle and just bringing that to the rest of the world, right? In some places you don't have this kind of question. So my point is to say that with the International Group of Artificial Intelligence, with the Global Institute, the Global AI Ethics Institute that we are co-leading with ADSO, we are just trying to raise awareness about the fact that when we talk about biases, for example, we have to keep in mind that we are ourselves biased in the way we act biases. So I would say, and this is my message to the Western world, okay, before even addressing others' biases, mind your own bias, which is a Western bias about how the world should go and what should be acceptable in this or that place, and just maybe if we are able to do that at some point, instead of lecturing other countries, other cultures about what they should do and what they should not do, maybe we would be able to create what we're creating here and with the International Group of Artificial Intelligence, a real debate. And I can tell you that it's really something fantastic because it opened doors to a new way of thinking. And once again, we do not agree with lots of things. That's not the point. That's not the problem, right? But we have really insightful discussions, and we can go deep into the way, let's say, Thiago in Brazil, we work on this AI bill, how Brazil is addressing this issue, how Brazilian people are thinking about AI, what is the relation to this culture with technology. Just think about Japan, just think about China and the way they deal with technology, which is far away from what I know in France or in the Western world at large. So I think that this is really my main point here, is that biases are a biased concept, and we have to take that into account when we're trying to address the ethicality of artificial intelligence.
Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Emmanuel. And as a matter of fact, nowadays, many companies have been using AI to detect human bias. So AI could be used to fight bias themselves. AI could be used to improve bias in AI. It could be a reflection of the bias that we have as a human. So thank you, Emmanuel. My next question is for you, Jorge. You're an expert in blockchain. So my question to you is that we hear about blockchain, IoT, AI, and these are emerging technologies all around us. They are driving the next wave of the digital transformation, and they are recognized as innovations that have the potential to improve current business outcomes and processes. So my question to you, can blockchain perhaps take AI to the next level by building more conscious applications? Could we, in a way, combine AI with blockchain and come up with something new and better?
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. One thing that is important when we build the modern systems of tomorrow, it's not about one single technology, but rather a combination of technologies used in a creative and usable way. AI is not new. AI has been with us for 30, 40 years plus. What is new is the computing capabilities being more decentralized and affordable, storage being highly available, and telecommunications bandwidth also being highly available. So all of these three elements combined together creates a perfect storm to making AI accessible and low cost. But AI by itself is not sufficient enough to solve the entire problem for many reasons. First one, AI decisions are based on data. So let's assume you're building the smart city of tomorrow. In the typical smart city of tomorrow, you'll have thousands of sensors from whom information is being collected. So you want to have the capability to identify and trust those sensors. So you need to build trust into the IoT devices that are actually generating the data. So they need identification, authorization, protection. So obviously technologies like blockchain enable this. But blockchain actually goes beyond that. Blockchain also enables decentralization. So we can create decentralized applications of AI, and multiple AIs actually combine together to create a more useful end result. Several elements still remain obviously to be addressed, and that's obviously the element that you call about AI for good. We can call this conscientious AI. I think two of the previous presenters, the one about HP and the one about Tomorrow for Education, and our panelists here, talked a lot about ethics. Conscientious is ethics, but it's much more than that. It is also about, you can say, the sustainability development goals that are part of the United Nations and are being discussed at Expo 2020 and will be discussed later this year at Davos. When we combine these sustainability goals with AI, we achieve a much better result. So that means the AI is not at the service of AI, but AI is at the service of the people. Now, what does it really mean, AI at the service of the people? So AI is becoming more green by using the more efficient amount of resources. AI is removing bias. AI is addressing ethics and governance. AI allows people to have control over their data, which blockchain enables. So only users share the amount of data they allow. Example, if your data is ethical medical data, do you want every AI to have access to the full data or only a subset of that data? With these kind of new combinations of technologies, blockchain, AI, potentially even robotics, we are able to create a whole new generation of solutions, and what we call this is conscientious solutions.
Thank you, George. So my next question is, do we have more time? Out of time. So I guess we're really out of time. We still have a lot of questions to ask our panelists, but I guess we reached the end of our time. It has been a pleasure for me and the rest of the panel to be here with you and to address these critical issues. Personally, I really benefit from the critical points that our panelists have brought in. So thank you again, and have a great rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. What deep discussions about ethics. I would have never imagined AI ethics, AI for good, advancing scientific knowledge. Thank you so much for your moderation and your input. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news for you. We have one more presentation. You are survivors. We have made it to the end of our journey. After, just to remind you, we have a celebrity surprise, we have a DJ, we have an energy circle, and then we have dinner and the gala clubbing experience. So, without further ado, can you please put your hands together to welcome Sohail Kajani, SVP, Head of Technology, Strategy, Transformation, and Fabric at FAB, First Abu Dhabi Bank. Sohail, join us on stage. Sohail is an all-round strategic transformational technology leader with 24 years of experience. He's worked for organizations like IBM, ING Bank, KLM Airline, and Emirates Group. Sohail will be discussing the inevitability of technology transformation in the financial sector.
Yes, thank you. It's working, right? All right.
This one is not working.
Okay.
Keep talking and it will
Hello.
start working.
Yeah, that's
There
better.
you go.
All right.
All right, can we have Sohail's slides up on the stage? The slides are ready on the monitor. They're coming on the stage. There's just a bit of traffic.
Yeah,
on
there
the
you go.
roundabout.
There you go.
Here we go.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you.
Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Good to be here. I see you are very tired, but believe me, this is the highlight of my day. You know, after 2 years of standing here, 1 year ago, I thought this never will happen. I want to say also hi to my team and family, loved ones that are watching from home. But let me start quickly, because I'm standing between you, the fun activities, the dinner, the PCR, whatever it is, okay? So I have only 40 and a half minutes. So let me go through this. Change is in the air, of course. You have heard it many times now from my peers here. Yeah, there you go. I need to click. Cloud. Yeah, there you go. AI. Not moving fast. Hello? Yeah, I have to move away, but I think my clicker is not working, guys. No. Yeah. I know what green is, but yeah, there you go. All of them together, yeah? Right, so are there emerging technology? I don't think so, right? But how's your adoption in the organization when it comes to cloud, IoT, you know, the robotics, quantum computing? They are there for many years now, right? Have we been able to adopt all of this? By the way, I forgot my disclaimer. I've worked in Now, many organizations in transformation, in ING Bank, Emirates MBD, Emirates Airline, don't hold it against my current employer when I'm talking about these things, right? I like to keep my job. But, so, no. Can I have a better clicker? Yep. No, it's going too hard. Guys, this is not correct. Anyway, let's look at the data, for example. Do you know that all of the data that we have right now was generated in the last 2 years? If you look at every minute, how much of data is created in each platform? It's amazing. And are we harvesting that capability to our benefit? Yep, there you go. So the technology changes are fast, going on, exponential way up. But how are we doing as organizations? We are going very steadily, And the main point here is that if we are not able to close this gap between the emerging technologies and organizations adopting to a technology, at some point of time, organizations need to reset. I'm not talking about transformations, to reset or just vanish. Okay, this is from the technology side. But let's do a quiz quickly. From consumer side, how many years did it take to reach 50 million users for desk telephone? Any guess? 10. Go higher. 50 years, right? And how about this? This is the Nokia 3310. I think everybody had it, right? So at some point in time, this is Nokia. How many years did it take? For 50 million users? 5? 2? 5? 12 years. And how about Facebook? How was that? Yeah, but how many years did it take? 50 million users. Yeah, you're right. It's about 3 years. And the last one, Pokemon. I'm sure your kids are playing or had played, right? How long did it take? Oh, I need to go back. 19 days. 19 days to take, 15 million registered users. Now let's look at the customer expectations itself. I'm sure everybody is using the Word and Excel, and at some point of time, when I think it was between Office 2016 to 2019, some changes happened in Word. And I personally was lost. I couldn't follow. And I looked for a manual. You know that they have a manual for this, and it's 1,000 pages. Who has read the manual of this Word, Excel, or whatever? How many of you? No one, right? You expect things to go smoothly, and even the products that you are, renewing, let's say, or reinventing, should come seamless. How many of you have downloaded a very cool app, right? A very cool app, and you said, oh, this is nice, I should use it. And then it's not working. Are you going to YouTube to see the manuals or, tutorial? No, you delete it again because it's not working for you. Who knows this logo? From those who are actually in UAE, Dubai. This is artificial intelligence virtual assistant that you get from a certain bank when you call the help desk. I don't want to mention the name, but it starts with E and ends with a W. And if you go to, Instagram or Facebook, I've never seen even I've never seen somebody threatening an actual artificial intelligent entity before. People want to kill this because it seems that it's impossible to get through her to a person, right? If you want to do something and she doesn't get what you want, or you want to cancel the credit card, you said, cancel credit card, and then she said, oh, your inquiry is related to card. Yes. Please repeat what you want. Cancel credit card. Oh, your inquiry is required further investigation. Can you repeat again what you want? You know, it's impossible to get through to her. And while this is a great innovation, it's working against your brand. Or, I need to wait. Yes, branches. Right now, who's going to the branch anymore when you're in banking? If I call the help desk and I said, I want to apply for a product, let's say credit card or cancel my product or something, and they say, can you please come to the branch to sort it out? And it's like cursing to me. What? I have to come to the branch? Really? So, yeah, the branch is like 500 meters from your house. But really, I have to come to the branch. And my first reaction is actually old school to go to the branch. Of course, there are many people still going to branch. But about 80–90% of what you can do should be online, right? So it's about usefulness, easiness, and also enjoyableness. And who's doing it better? The fintech companies. They are doing it a lot better than conservative banks. Why haven't they taken over yet? Because we have the customer base, the traditional banks, and we have the trust from our customers. But I'm telling you, they are gaining on both customer base and the trust. And what happens if Facebook starts a banking company, or a Google or Amazon? They have the customer base and the trust. What do you do then? Right? So how can we cope with this new era? Technology transformations, of course. I'm not arguing against that. Digital transformation, yes. But it's about enterprise agility and adaptiveness to change. One message that I want you to take away after this presentation is this. It's not about the transformation now, where you are migrating to cloud, API gateways, you're upgrading your core or whatever, but your ability to repeat over and over and over again. I guarantee you this is not your last transformation. 90% of you is somehow doing tech modernization, so transformation. If you not create this repeatable, act, then your transformation doesn't have the name transformation anymore. You're always adapting to change. And, before we said, 10 years ago, we said IT is supporting the business, running the systems. 5 years ago, we said IT is enabling the business. But now, IT is the business. Technology is the business. And business is IT, whatever industry you are. And that's why you need to have alignment between business and IT, and whatever downstream. How? Yeah, I'm going a little bit fast. I'm conscious of the time, but there is also a data element here. Right now, the organizations are project-minded. Whenever you get an initiative through the organization, you see that, even if you have product owners, they come with a set of requirements. They are business analysts. They don't think about product strategy. They don't, consider, what's important right now, what is important in 3 months' time, what is important in 3 years' time. That notion needs to end. Within the business, I'm talking about business here, right? Business ownership, product ownership. And you need to repeat it all over again. If you have a mortgage process with 200 steps and 5 different teams working on it, and they don't know what's happening before them and what's happening after them, and you need to streamline this. You need to have sponsorship from one owner. And there, of course, in IT, you need to change as well. You have shared hosting, you have enterprise data, your shared services and platforms, but on top, you can have alignment with each of the products and domains of the business. If you put this together, you know, the IT and the business structure. You will get value streams that matter. You have throughout alignment with the organization, and you can repeat it over and over again. Of course, what else you can do? Your operating model and governance needs to change. You know, your tech modernization and all of those, you know, the architecture flexibility, new platforms, you know, resources, of course. Resources is one of the biggest problems in this region, I have to say. But I have only 3 minutes. I don't have to, you know, go further in that, right? And mindset, cultural changes, which I'm happy to do another 30 minutes of that. Because, you know, people, process, tools change is one thing, but the mindset and the way of thinking change is the hardest to do. Data, of course, I don't want to, you know, go a lot deeper in this, but this is why we need to have data and make the best use of the data in decision making, in our new products, in the quality of our products, in tailored product ownership. So the big data application areas, I mean, you can read it through. You know, Facebook is using it in social analytics, Amazon in their e-commerce optimization, you know, Uber in their rides. Everybody is using it. But are we using it in the right way? In banking. So, and I just want to talk about also central regulations and central bank, because if we don't get them or change their way of thinking with us through the transformation, because they are responsible for a stabilization in the financial system of each country and globally, right? But they have to be open-minded and think through as well. And I'm really happy with UAE Central Bank because they are always looking at what they can do to enable the organizations. Sometimes the regulations come late and we need to do it last minute, but they are in the front office. And of course, you know, you need others to make some, you know, if you have a straight-through processes, you cannot do it alone, right? If you need to create an instant credit card, you need to have a credit report. Because otherwise you're not generating your, you know, straight-through processes only alone, because you need to have data from different environments. And that's why it becomes important. And when I'm saying blockchain here, I'm not saying truly blockchain, but there are some elements of blockchain that you can use with cross-organizations collaboration. And I have 34 seconds left. I want to have like 1 minute for questions, but I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Suhail. Right on the money. 30 seconds. That's very, very close, sir. Thank you. Today I learned a lot. I can have the clicker. Thank you. Today I learned about, well, I knew about Newton's law. Did everybody know about Newton's law? Apple, head, gravity. Right? I knew about Moore's law. Who knows about Moore's law? Doubling the density of semiconductors every 18 months. So every 1.5 years, CPUs get double the power. But today I learned about Martik's law. Thank you, Suhail. Anybody remember what is Martik's law? Suhail spoke about the exponential growth in technology advancement versus organizational change. The org cannot keep up with the technology, so you get this exponentially larger gap. All right, for the ratings, can we have Suhail's rating up on screen? Please pull up your phones. We need to set a record. Suhail took the challenge. He came in last, and he presented to within 30 seconds of his time. I couldn't be more impressed. Who just created 111s for the poor guy? All right, so please come up with your phone. Go to menti.com if you haven't logged in already. Put in the number 42337013 and vote for Suhail's efforts. When it comes to time management, he finished within 30 seconds. When it comes to the message that was delivered, the content, and then the delivery, how he presented. Everybody, please, let's drive this number. I want to see at least 50 before I hand over to my friend, my partner in crime, the mentalist, the hypnotist, the DJ, the radio presenter, the influencer, the coach, the trainer, Dave Crane! That is him, come on, show him a round of applause. Hey, come back. I haven't handed over officially yet, I was just buying time. I need to see that 50.
Can I
have the live bowling back? You have a seat, Dave, you relax.
Ooh, this is nice.
I wand them up for you. The live bowling back, please. Oh, yes, thank you. Present. Come on, I need to see 50, I can see it here. We're at 48, I need 2 more votes, come on! 2 more votes, who hasn't voted on menti.com? We're stuck at 48, I'm not moving. I am not moving, 2 more votes is all you have between you and the celebrity guest.
Haha, can't tell me yet.
DJ Music. I'm not moving. This number is not moving. I need 50. Anybody that has not voted, vote now. Ole! Andale, arriba, andale.
Is that it?
It's yours.
Ladies
Take
and
it
gents,
away.
please put your hands together for the amazing Basil!
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure having you today.
It's been an honor working with you. Google him and find out exactly what he does. Connect on LinkedIn. This guy's a legend, and you need to be connected to him. We've got so much stuff like... Have you enjoyed yourselves today?
Yeah!
Wow, one person, Basil. Everybody else is going, ugh. Let's please see if we make some more noise now. Have you enjoyed yourselves today? Right, let me get the woos going now to make you really excited. First of all, we've got a celebrity coming up next. Give me a woo. Yes, exactly. I'm not going to tell you more about that, but it's coming in the next, let's see, minute and a half or so like that. Then we've got an energy circle to do enter healing activity for all the CIOs with Aditya Prabhu. Give me a woo. There you go. Then we're going to have our dinner around about 8 o'clock, which is going to be in the garden outside. It's actually a restaurant called The Garden, apparently, not just in the garden, like a picnic. You bring your own sandwiches, I hope. So that's going to be rather nice. Give me a woo. And then we go on till, late. At what time do we start the clubbing nights, by the way? Anybody want to tell me from what time does that start? From 9 o'clock in the clubbing night, and it's a Hawaii night at the Pineapple State. So if you want to get down and get funky, that is the place. Are we playing Hawaiian music, or is it normal? It's Hawaiian music. Are we going to do like limbo dancing and stuff like that? Right, that's an incentive and a half. Okay, but it might not. It might be good as well. So that'll be really cool. Give me a woo for the clubbing night as well. Can I just check how many people are planning to go to Pineapple State to club tonight to dance and connect and meet people? Okay, how many people are going to sit in their room, rock backwards and forwards and say, I'm really lonely, I wish I had more friends? Because if you get those people into Pineapple State, it's a great opportunity to connect. Because one of the things you've got to remember is most of us have not been outside doing the connection thing for a very long time. For anybody outside of the UAE, we've been doing it forever. Anybody outside the UAE, it's a chance to connect. And once a year, or in this case, once every 2 years, you get along to this particular event, meet some of the best people in your industry, and there's no better way to blackmail them than to catch them dancing on camera. So that's what tonight won't be about, but it's just a thought. I'll go 50-50 with what we do when it comes to the marketing. Now I've got to get to, I'm looking for Ronak for the thumbs up yet. Not yet. Is that a thumbs up? Is that a definite? Wow. Really? I'm so excited, I just don't know how to announce this, but I'm going to make an attempt to do it anyway. So ladies and gents, how many people here are watching the T20 cricket? Okay. How many people were slightly disappointed but still enjoyed the sport? Yeah, we don't have to talk about that at all. So how many people here love cricket? How many people don't know anything about cricket? But you would be really excited if there's a cricket superstar legend in this building right now. Give me a big woo! Right, we're going to start the whole thing going now as we invite on stage the very small, but the very, is he small? Is he small? But how big is he? Is he cute or is he just a, okay. First of all, let's invite on stage Dev Sahu, joined by, wait for it, Dwayne Bravo! very quiet, isn't it? Should I leave the stage or should I stay here? I'm not sure. I'll stay here. Look at that. Look at that. Are you excited? Hands in the air. Come on. Everybody. See your hands. Come on. Come on.
See. Hello. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. 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 Everybody know cause Gail is a Beanie a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a Ballard is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gail is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama, Mandela, Serena, Wendy a champion, Shelly Ann a champion, 958, Bolt a champion.
So once it's finished, do I bring you on after that? So I go back up.
Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion. Everybody knows Chris Gayle is a champion. Champion, we are the champion. No vex if the name not call. We love cricket and football. Mama dance in the mind, they will call. Every journey and every hard man. Champion! Champion! Beanie a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a, Pollard is a, Lara is a. Thank you. Where's the guy?
Dwayne, it's great to see you.
How are you?
Give it up for Dwayne Bravo! And to join Dwayne on stage, I'd like to invite up the CIO of the entire event, the world's biggest and the world's best. Put your hands together for Mr. Ronak Samantarai. Where are you, Ronak? Come and join us. Cheers.
Hello. So, very good evening to everyone, and a very welcome to the mega star, the superstar in cricket, who's been an absolute legend, and words are not enough to describe you, man. So here comes Dwayne Bravo from the great land of West Indies.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the welcome.
So, let's take a few steps back when Dwayne Bravo was not Dwayne Bravo, right? When I say not Dwayne Bravo, it doesn't mean with the name, but the fame, the stature you are in today. So, how was it in your early days?
Well, early days, my name was also Dwayne Bravo. But growing up, I come from a very small village called Santa Cruz. It's in the Caribbean, and by extension, Trinidad and Tobago, which is the same home village of Brian Charles Lara. And he's my hero.
Of course, we should have a great round of applause for Brian
Lara.
Come on.
Yeah. And cricket is my dream. It's been my childhood dream. And coming from the West Indies, it's the #1 sport. And I am blessed to be living my childhood dream. And at the age of 5 years old, I told my parents that I want to be a professional cricket player. I want to follow in the footsteps of my hero, Brian Lara. And luckily that I was able to fulfill my dreams.
and become one of the household names in the world in a sport that is very popular. And
But are you sure? You just said 5 years.
at an early age, I know exactly what I wanted.
But you know what? Okay, let me just ask in the crowd. Who knows what you're going to be when you're 5-year-old? If you know, please raise your hand. Just see, that's the reality. Okay, yeah, we have one. Yes, of course, we'll have one or two. But to pursue what you want and you fulfill the dream. So how does it feel to be where you are today?
It's a great feeling because I'm going to do something that I love, and that's my heart and my passion. It's my God-given talent. I think I was blessed with that talent, and I'm happy that I'm able to use it to the best of my ability and bring people together and represent my country and also travel the world. And it's a job that you enjoy doing. A lot of people have jobs that they don't really enjoy or don't have the passion for it. But luckily for sportsmen, we get to do something that we love, we're passionate about, and still able to earn and mind our families. So that's a good thing about being a professional athlete.
Yeah, that's absolutely good. But how about, in your professional career, you've been one of the top all-rounders, whether it comes to batting, bowling, or fielding, right? You've been literally one of the top class. But how do you handle pressure? Because all the people you're seeing over here, they all are CIOs, the C-suite guys, okay? And they do have pressure every single day as a IT or in a corporate world. But I think even if in the sports, it's the same thing because you have to perform in every match.
Yeah, I think in life in general, there will be pressure. There will be challenges. How I deal with pressure, I prepare. I prepare myself in preparation. So in practice, I will practice and train the way how I want to play and try to visualize what I will encounter in a game. And whether if it's in a death overs, bowling or batting, I believe in my ability, I believe in my talent. So that in itself takes some pressure off of me. So I think in business, if you know what you're capable of and you trust in your ability, that in itself should take away some pressure. But preparation is a key for life. And, once you prepare well, more often than not, you will be successful.
Yeah, I think personally for me, that's a great takeaway because in our day-to-day thing, in our industry, we have a lot of pressure. And of course, as you said, pressure will come. You have to just take it as it comes. But still, you have played in all the 3 formats of the game, right? And it's not easy because we know players who are good in a single particular, it might be test or cricket or 50 overs or T20 or now in T10. But I don't see any of the player who's been that successful in all the formats. So what's the secret on that?
I don't know what's the secret, but like I said, I have a God-given talent and I am passionate about my craft and what I do. I like to win. I also enjoy competing, and I have a lot of pride in my personal performance, in my personal fitness. So these things mean a lot to me, so I always try, whichever format of the game I play, I try to do it to the best of my ability and try to perform.
So you've been an absolute role model, you've been an absolute leader when it comes to lead a team in various formats. And now, I'm not sure if everyone knows Duran Bravo, the last IPL, these guys are the champions. So let's give a big round of applause for Duran Bravo and Chennai Super Kings, right? But now he officially announced, if I'm not wrong, your retirement. Am I correct?
Yes, I announced my retirement in the last World Cup, so I will not be representing the West Indies team again. I will not be playing for my country anymore. I had a very successful international career, Now I want to focus on, my next stage of life, which is playing a few more years of franchise cricket, a few more IPL seasons, also play T10,
Then
CPL.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but like you made so many people happy over here. So just by giving a clue that you will be still being with Chennai Super King for the next couple of years, I guess.
I would love to. So hopefully, yeah.
So now it's all about cricket is gone. But now, what's about Bravo 2.0? If you can just give some more lights on that.
Yeah, my brand, for me, again, image is everything. And I'm someone, I love doing things that I love and passionate about. So whether it's music, whether it's fashion, my charities, all these things, I always want to have an impact on other people's life, and I want other people to be able to try to live their life through me. So by the way how I dress, the way how I look, and I must say I had a fantastic team, and they also believe in my vision of my clothing line, that the new launch of my new range, and yeah, it's just about for my fans to be able to have access to DJ Bravo merchandise, the DJ Bravo clothing, and whether it's from kids to adults, they all can be looking fresh and cool in DJ Bravo trends.
Yeah, so like I would like to put everyone into attention, like when DJ Bravo did an entry, everyone who were accompanying him was wearing DJ Bravo merchandiser, right? That's a big round of applause for that, please. So just before I wrap up, like, so what can we expect from the DJ Bravo 2.0? And what's your future planning on this?
Yeah, my future plans, obviously 2022 is going to be another good year for me and my brand and my team. Check out for more different range. We have, like, as you can see, the hoodies, the joggers, they have sleeveless, we have for females as well. We're going to get into some gym wear, slippers, headphones.
Literally everything.
So there's a full range going to be coming. Like I said, I have a very good team behind me and some exciting stuff ahead.
Great. So thank you for being here for sure. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. But as I'm sure Dubai is your second home because you've been traveling to Dubai pretty often, I guess.
Yes, I come to Dubai very often, but Dubai is my third home. India is my second
right?
home.
Oh, that's nice.
India is my second, Dubai is my third. But I've been in Dubai for the last 3.5 months. So
3.5 months, yeah. So before we wrap up, what's that one message that you would like to give everyone, like to believe in the dream and how you perceived it?
Yeah, my message to anyone in the crowd, obviously, first of all, to always believe in yourself, believe in your ability, believe in your dreams, believe in your passion, because your dream, your vision cannot be someone else's vision and someone else's dream. So I'll give a simple story. As I said before, cricket is my childhood dream. Music is something that I was passionate and something that I love. And when I decided to get involved in music, everyone said to me, don't sing, you cannot sing, it's not possible, you're already playing cricket, you will not make it. And I said, okay, no problem. And in 2016, I sang a song called Champion, and it becomes one of the biggest songs in the world. It racked up over 100 million views. Now I officially launched my own production studio in my home country, Trinidad and Tobago, to give other people, other musicians the opportunities to work with other music icons across the world. And that's my gift for my people in my country, Trinidad and Tobago. So, as I said to you, it doesn't matter what someone says, whether you can or you can't do it. As long as you believe in your own self and your own dream and believe in God, anything is possible. Most important.
So, thank you for your time, Joanne. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we had absolute pleasure to have Mr. Dwayne Bravo over here in our CIO 200 and launching the DJ Bravo thing. So please look for the merchandise which should be releasing soon, right?
Yes, it's officially released. You can check out my DJB brand, 47.com. It's available, and also follow my Instagram, DJ Bravo 47, my personal Instagram, and DJB brand 47 is also available as well.
Thank you, DJ.
Can I grab that? Thank you. Before we finish it all, round of applause for Ronak and DJ Bravo! Oh my goodness! Legends in the house. Fantastic. Brilliant. So make sure you catch up with him, make sure you go online, make sure you are connected and following him on Instagram and all of the social media platforms, and also, of course, Ronak, who's bringing out a record soon as well, I believe. I'm looking forward to seeing that one on YouTube. Meanwhile, everybody, I believe, has got drums. Have you got drums? Bang your drums! All right, stop. And I love the noise that somebody's making, get even better excited over there. Now, this is the liveliest I've seen you in the last 8 hours. So let's make a note for next time. Bring drums to the summit. And then you'll get them banging all the way through, in a way of speaking. Right then, so now I'm going to bring on stage somebody who's going to share with you an enter healing activity that you'll be able to take home to your home country, to your office, and get a whole new vibe going on. So to explain the energy circle, please put your hands together for the amazing Aditya Prabhu! Do you want this microphone? Oh, yours.
I just wanted to distribute these as well to those who don't have these. Just give them. Okay. Everyone got your drums? Anyone got shakers? Okay, keep your drums away. Keep your drums away. Don't touch them right now. Keep your shakers away. Don't shake them right now. Okay? Now, can I hear a loud yay? Yay! Great. Now, let's go with the drums. Superb. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to be joined by 3 musicians, okay? One is going to play the keytar, that is the keyboard, which looks like a guitar, and his name is Rohit. Please welcome Rohit on keytar. Then, I can't play the djembe so well. I'm just learning. So I have an artist who's been playing for the last 10 years from India. Please welcome Ganesh. And this this lady who's joining us now, she's the only lady in India who plays 10 percussion instruments with equal ease. She's like a celebrity. Please welcome Nisha. Okay, Bon John, can we have the mics, please? Yup. Great. So now, okay, now Ganesh will demonstrate, okay, what you need to do with your drums. So everyone, can you please hold your drums now? Hold your drums in between your legs, yeah? Okay, just a minute. Okay, keep the drums down. Please take off your jackets. Please take off your jackets. It's not a formal event. Please take off your jackets. Shake your hair. Shake your hair. Take off your jackets. Be comfortable. That was a belly dancing tune, huh? That was a belly dancing tune, right? Arabic. Good one. Okay. All of you comfortable without your jackets? Are you guys feeling cold? So take off your jackets. Fantastic. Great. Now, there are three things we are going to do. Some of you are going to play the drums, some of you are going to play the shakers, and some of you are going to paint. Okay? Can you see the white wall there? We have paints for you. We have 8 colors. All of you will take a brush from there and you will paint. Paint whatever you want to paint, but don't write your names. No names, just paint whatever you want to paint. So if you're bored of playing the drums, or if you don't have a drum, please go and paint. Okay? I want all of you all to please use one brush and paint. Got it? Yeah? Cool. Okay. Now Ganesh will demonstrate what you have to do with the drums, right? So there are 3 basic beats of the drums. Can you please hold the drums now? Yeah. Don't hold them up. Hold them so that you can play. Ready? The first beat of the drum is called the bass. Yeah? Okay. Now the second one is called the tone. Yeah? Got it? Okay. Now, all of you, can you say this with me? Boom. 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 Boom pa. Boom pa. Boom pa. Boom pa. Okay. Now, say this way. Boom pa boom pa. 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 Okay, now let's play to a song. Okay? We'll play to a song. Okay? What you guys have to sing is Dhum, Pichak, Dhum. Dhum, Pichak, Dhum. Okay? Now how this goes is,
so guys, this is a song that is a very famous song from an Indian band called Euphoria. I believe some of you might know that. So it just contains 3 words. The first one is Doom. Can everyone say it with me? Doom. Doom. The second word is Pichak. Pichak. And the third word is again Doom. Come on, Doom. Yeah, so you just have to do Doom, Pichak, Doom. Come on. Come on. Doom, Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. 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 Pichak, Doom. Come on, Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Hey, Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. 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 Yes. Come on. Keep saying, keep playing. Now the people who don't have drums, okay, who don't have brushes, basically who don't have any instrument or the paintbrush or the shaker can clap. Doom. Pichak, Doom. Check. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Come on. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Check. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Okay, now let's raise the tempo a little. Okay, let's increase the speed a little.
Doom, Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, Doom, 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 Doom, Doom. Pichak, 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 Doom. Doom, 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 Doom. Pichak, Doom. Pichak, 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 Doom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Now, who knows this song? Yeah, I know. We will. Yeah. So let's do that with the drums and with our voice. Yeah? Ready? Shakers, are you ready? All the people who have shakers, can I hear you? Great. All the ones with drums, play the drums hardcore. Okay, here we go with the bass track for We Will Rock You. You will sing and play the drums with us. Okay, ready? Cool. We will rock you. We will rock you. We will rock you. We will. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now, without the drums, you say with me. Without the drums, loud voices. We will, we will. We will, we will. Louder. We will, we will. That side. Don't want to rock? Everyone wants to rock? Yeah. So everyone says, okay, only this side now. Not that side. Not that side. Only this side. We will, we will. We will, we will. We will, we will. Not happening. Okay, this side. We will, we will. We will, we will. All together, with your drums. We will, we will. We will, we will. Okay, together, with your drums.
Great. So after those first two opening things that we did, let's get into some syllable saying. Okay, these are rhythmic syllables. The next syllables that we're going to say together are rhythmic syllables, popularly originating from South India. Okay, so there are 5 syllables, and I want everyone to loudly say them with me. Okay, the 5 syllables are ta, di, ge, na, tom. Okay, let's learn these syllables and have some great fun together. Okay, so let's do one syllable. So the first one is ta. Again, ta. The second one is di. Again, di. The third one is gay.
Gay.
Again, gay. The fourth one is na. Na. And the last one is tom. Tom. Okay, so let's sing them. Ta di.
Hey, 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 hey.
Come on. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Tom tom. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Tom tom. Let me hear you. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Tom tom. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Tom tom. So ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Come on. Come on. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Come on. Super. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom tom. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom tom. Fantastic. Ta di. Ge na. Tom tom tom. Woo.
Ta, ti, ge, na, tom, tom, tom.
Okay, great. Keep going. So now we're going to sing the first letter twice. Ta ta di. Ge na. Tom tom tom. Again. Ta ta di. gay na tom tom tom. Superb. Tata di gay na tom tom tom. Tata di gay na tom tom tom. Okay, great. So what are we basically doing? We're trying to form a rhythm. Okay, we have syllables and we're trying to form a rhythm. So this is the way rhythms are constructed and we have fun. Okay, so let's keep continuing. 1, 2, 3, and tata di ge na tom tom tom. Tata di ge na tom tom tom. Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Again, tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Okay, let's introduce some emotion in this, okay? Let's do it slowly. Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Superb. Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Once again, tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Hit it! Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Great! Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Great! Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. Okay, let's increase the speed now gradually, okay? Tata di ge na na tom tom tom. 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 Tata ge na tom ta di ge na ta di ge na ta di ge na ta di ge na tom tom tom. Hey, woo 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 woo. Come on, superb. Okay. Okay. So now let's mix this up with some claps. Okay, let's mix this up with some claps. So instead of tom tom tom, we are going to do claps. So tata didi ge nana clap clap clap. Come on, ge nana. Come on, tata didi ge nana clap clap clap. Come on, tata didi ge nana clap clap clap. Super, tata didi ge nana clap clap clap. Tata didi ge nana clap clap clap. Okay, so now, okay, let's give the tail some variation, okay? So we're going to keep tata didi ge nana same, and the tom 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 we're going to change, okay? So you can follow us and see how much fun do we have, okay? So let's start with the tom 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 and then keep varying it, okay? So tata didi ge nana tom tom tom. Hit it! Tata didi ge nana tom tom tom. Tata didi ge nana 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 tom. Just one. Tata didi ge nana tom. Woo! Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Great. Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Tata didi ge nana tom tom tom. Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Tata didi ge nana tom 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 tom. Tata didige, nana tom 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 tom. Tata didige, nana tom tom tom. Let's increase the speed. Let's take this to a finale, okay? Tata didige, nana tom 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 tom. 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 Tata didige, nana tom tom tom. Tata didige, nana tom 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 ta 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 tom 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 ta ta ta. Woo! Tata didige, nana tom 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 tom. To 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 to. Woo! Woo! Great, great, great. So that was some syllable learning. Give yourself a round of applause. Superb, superb.
Superb, guys. It's amazing. Those who have not painted can still paint, yeah? The wall is still white. We don't want the wall to be white. Please, you can go and paint. We'll do another song now. Are you ready for another song? Do we have any belly dancers here? Belly dancers among the men. Among the men. The men with bellies. No? Okay, great. No judgment. Great. So we are going to do the belly dancing pattern as we know it way back in India, but here it's pretty common. Yeah? So you play with us. Okay? So Ganesh is going to lead you on. It's a very simple pattern. We can go slow and then we can go fast. Those of you who feel like dancing can come and dance. All right? Ready? Superb. Now we move on to all of you playing with me the bhumpa that we learned first. Yeah? We do that bhumpa again. Now how does that bhumpa go?
Superb. Keep that going. Perfect. Wow. Keep that going. Superb. Everyone. Enjoying? Great. Oh, we have some drums over here. Superb. Three, two, one, and stop.
Okay, now we do something called call and response. Okay? Call and response. You play what he plays. Okay? He plays, you play. Got it? Ready? Come. Come on, those of you who have not danced. The last 2 minutes, we have only 2 minutes, so the last 2 minutes, I want everyone full power to stand up and dance to what we play for you. Okay? Ready? Leave your drums, don't get your drums. All of you just stand up. Stand up, all of you. Ready, 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 all of you. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ladies and gents, how brilliant was that? Give it up for them. Who's hungry? Give it up. A round of applause. Amazing, amazing. Aditya Prabhu and the team, fantastic. I didn't realize you guys could move like that because you've not done anything like that all day until now. So that's a new way of getting you to move. So who's hungry? Right, I believe there's two messages I have to share with you, well, three if I put them all together. First of all, if you are flying and you need to get your PCR test, then opposite the cave bar downstairs on the ground floor, you can get your PCR test to allow you to travel to wherever you need to go next. So make sure that you go there and get that done straight away. Then ask her about how you're going to receive all the details after that. The second thing is, if you are enjoying yourself and you want to keep the energy going, then we are doing that pineapple night tonight in the Hawaiian night, and that's in, what's it called again? What's the place called? It's not in the cave. Is that what the nightclub's called? In the cave. All right. There's a sign saying, go there and enjoy yourself. That starts at 9. But before that, the third thing is food is now available for you in the garden outside. So if you're hungry and you're enjoying the party, get yourself down there. You're amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause!
Guys, remember to leave your drums where they are. Please don't take them home. Although they are very, very, you really would want to take them home, but please keep them here. We have to give them back. Thank you so much. Keep your drums where they are. Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was great fun. Thank you.
Absolutely. Leave your drums where they are, please, ladies and gents. Do not take them home. Do not take them out, because they are all paid for by the guys on stage who give you such a great time. So don't take them anywhere. Leave them there, and our guys will collect them. So meanwhile, enjoy yourself. I'll see you down at the dinner, and I'll see you in the nightclub at the cave later on. Enjoy yourself. Full day tomorrow, and we want to make sure you're all up and running, but make sure you spoil it by having a good time tonight as well. See you down there.
Check, 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 check.